After an unforgettable Brawl Cup and one of the wildest transfer periods we've seen all year, South America is ready to kick off their summer split. With 1.5x circuit points now in play and the debut of the map draft system, every decision and every victory carries even more weight. Welcome to the June Monthly Finals in South America. My name is Sunny, and joining me today are Uber and Ready. Gentlemen, with new rosters, new rivalries, and plenty revenge stories on the board. Which storyline are you following most closest today?
I'm following the story of Bounty Hunters, personally. They did really well at Brawl Cup, better than I think a lot of us were expecting for South America. And now also armed with like fresh talent off the beginning of the season, they could bring some glory back to the region.
I think for me, I'm tracking a lot of the rosters that were affected by Juan Carlos actually coming to SA. There were like no less than 5 or more teams that were heavily impacted just as ripple effects from him coming in. For me, my eyes are on Olimpo squad. They've been the perennial loud killers. I want to see them go further than just sort of winning that particular matchup. With Pekka on the lineup now, they might have the veterancy they need to get over the line.
So, a lot of roster changes. We reshaped the whole regions and 2 teams that come in after Brawl Cup with more points on the board. Now, the first 4 matches we have for you today are Bounty Hunters versus OCX Division, Galaxy Gaming versus SK Kalalas SA, Pizza Congelada versus Acre Lovers, and Olympus Squad versus Loud. Do you guys like frozen pizza? Unrelated question to
well, no, I think I prefer,
of course.
Much prefer pizza when it's edible, frankly. But I mean, this squad, don't be fooled, that is the previous Eternal squad who were present in Berlin at Brawl Cup, and they just kind of were disappointing. I was really hoping for a little bit more from that. I think they win 1 set against Revenant X Spark, I want to say. Was hoping for more from them. They weren't the best performing SA team at that event, but that's still a solid squad, and within the context of this region, they were runners-up last month.
And here's a look at the leaderboard post-Brawl Cup. Some of our teams got points from their performance there. Bounty Hunters at the top, as they were before heading into the event, looking like the front runners of the region right now. Loud trailing behind in number 3. When we talk about postseason, this, if the season ended today, would put them at the last chance qualifier. But some other teams are hot on their heels with some new acquisitions of players.
And some new acquisitions of names as well. Who is OCX Division? Never seen it in this region, but that's why we have our dear production doing wonderful graphics for you guys. Screenshot this so you have it for the rest of the show today, because now OCX Division, playing under the new name, used to be Ningum Segura, Topo Tudo Portinero, now as Galaxy and Eternal that played at Brawl Cup are now Pizza Congelada. So remember these teams. We're gonna go into which roster changes happened after this first match as well, because yeah, SK Kalalas is the team that got hit most recently by the first roster changes that had that ripple effect throughout. So now, after the Brawl Cup, I brought these 2 wonderful boys back with me from Berlin, and this red button. What is this?
What do you mean, what is this? You were the one shilling the red button.
I'm letting you have the honor to explain
well,
it, bro.
I never got to press it, but apparently if we press it, it means good things for all of you online who are following along at event.brawlstars.com. Am I right?
Exactly. Yes. So whenever we feel like this play warrants a button press, whenever we feel like this was the highlight of the day, we press the button, and everybody watching on event.brawlstars.com at this specific moment will get 200 points on the board to win these beautiful rewards. If you want to get one of these rewards, if you want to finish that goal, because we have different rewards on the first weekend from the second weekend, it is a reward track that runs through, so if you haven't locked in your predictions last weekend, you can still do so now over at event.brawlstars.com, and if you get those points on the board, you will get these beautiful rewards, so you better do so right now. You have a couple of minutes before we start with the very first match. Now, for the first 4 matches, we also locked in our predictions. You, of course, also locked it in on event.brawlstars.com.
Yes, I did, because I need my points. I completed the track last weekend. If you didn't do your stuff last weekend, you can still catch up now. Now, if you want to play upset, you can follow Spoo's predictions, though I heard he determined them in an unconventional fashion.
I think that I saw him huffing bubble bath in the corner, because I don't really know what the plan is with this one. Look at me looking at Sunny, stealing her answers up until that last one. You guys are all loud-pilled. I feel like Brawl, the loud slayer, is going to turn up this week, and I'm hoping that Pekka has been integrated well enough into that squad to be able to put, some pressure on Loud. He's also a bit of a rival of theirs. That's definitely a most fun matchup, but we're all mostly on board with this Bounty Hunters team coming off Brawl Cup strong. They were the best SA team at that event. I don't really know what Spoo is hoping for here. I think he flipped a coin though, right?
Yeah, my coin, actually. And he still has to give it back to me.
Your
so.
coin.
Yeah.
Apologies.
So you're partially responsible for his votes. You're saying this in hopes that he gets everything right.
He didn't tell me what the coin was for. He just kind of took my coin and didn't give it back.
Oh, wow. And in this climate of esports, we can't have that happening.
No,
They
no.
return that,
No,
right?
please.
Yeah, we ain't goofing around. Unreal.
Enough of us just waffling. Let's head straight into the first match of the day. It's going to be a good one here. Bounty Hunters versus the fresh OCX division. Now, Bounty Hunters, we talked a lot about them already. They need no introduction in this region. The best performing team of SA at Brawl Cup and sitting at the top of the leaderboard within the region.
Importantly, they're also not affected by the roster changes that have happened since, Hurricane Juan Carlos happened upon this region. That's a good sign. There are, a number of teams in this region that have stayed together, and, especially these guys in the Eternal squad, since poor performances at Brawl Cup. I think realistically, the rest of the world improved, as did South America. So I still expect good stuff from this Bounty Hunters team. OCX, though, less of a known quality. They've been grinding, but I don't think they're on the same level.
And now Spoo, as our investigative journalist, sat down with Prozzy. They talked about how playing at an international stage might have changed how they played at Brawl Cup and now also today.
At the Brawl Cup, you played against the best teams in the world. Did that experience change the way that you're going to play today in South America?
Sobre todo, nos ha ayudado mucho para saber cómo podemos prepararnos mejor contra equipos del exterior. Y creo que, por ejemplo, en las scrims no las tomamos tan en serio como deberíamos, y acá lo estamos teniendo un camino de trabajo mucho más enfocado casi al 100% en las scrims, en todo lo que podamos.
I think this experience really helped us to see different styles, exposing ourselves to new information, and we started to play scrims completely locked in, and that was a big change for us.
Some new information, maybe also new ideas coming into the draft, because whenever we throw every single region into one big pot, usually they cook up something new and we get a new meta as well. The meta hasn't really changed since the Brawl Cup. You feel like we're going to see something different today already?
I think it's possible because Damien is now in play, so he's possible to global ban, which is, I think, where he should usually reside. Am I correct?
Yes, he is extremely potent. Just very high levels of displacement, being able to stun without having to use a gadget or anything too fancy, and a super that can really lock people in place. He's a brawler that you don't want to go up against if you don't have a plan.
With that, we also want to introduce something new. With this summer split, we now have a map draft. So each of the teams get to choose which maps they actually want to play on. That will have an effect on their scrims and also how they play. They can also, choose to play a map that maybe the other team hasn't scrimmed as much. So there's a lot more going into this, a lot more strategies that they have to come up with. And OCX chose to not have a strategy today. They didn't show up for the map draft.
Well, they didn't submit any global bans or map bans. I do think it's going to be quite powerful because there are certain maps. Let's talk like Hot Zone, for example. Like Dueling Beetles is very different to Ring of Fire and requires a very different play style. So teams, if they get the pick order they want, can actually go towards their preferred battlefield, so to speak. And that means we've got Pinhole Punt to start us off in this series here for Bounty Hunters. They've also selected Hideout. So teams that want to go for those kind of bounty maps over like Layer Cake, for example, you can expect to have more proficiency on those sharpshooters.
So OCX maps right now are random. Also, our tiebreaker at the end is chosen at random. Golden Gulch is that. Now, the top seed usually gets to pick if they want to have map 1 and 3 or 2 and 4. Bounty Hunters here chose to go first, which is the most common thing we've seen so far. OCX looks super ready, super chill as well. Yeah, it's insane how they are performing every month, despite just looking like, hey, we're just here to have fun.
Yeah, well, I mean, you may be able to sense some of that. If we just go back to the last monthly final, actually, they didn't manage to qualify. So I think a roster change was sort of due. Of course, it's always fun to see what's going on with Tufa and who he's acquired. Now we have Senin joining in place of Right of Foot, who's gone to a completely different roster. They didn't manage to qualify this month, so maybe that's the correct one to go for.
As you can see, no global bans here being selected, but we do have Damien and Otis both being banned out. So both a very strong tank and a very effective tank counter have been taken away. It might be the Bounty Hunters don't want to mess with that, but there are a lot of incredibly good brawlers that are still available here with only 2 global bans actually being utilized.
Some of the meta brawlers like Chester, like Crow, like the Edgar, the Naja
Mortis?
are all still open. Mortis as well. I believe that in the last week in East Asia and EMEA, Mortis, Edgar have been one of the highest banned brawlers overall. Damien was actually left open by many teams, which was a bit of a surprise. He was played very often when it was a team that maybe didn't have as much experience. They thought, hey, it's a good meta brawler, let's just go with it. And then we had teams like Foot and Humble, for example. They left him open, didn't ban him in the regular stage, and nobody picked him.
Yeah.
Look, I do think he's very powerful, but he's going to be susceptible to the same, brawlers as other tanks are, right? A lot of tank counters can be very effective, but he has a super that is like El Primo's and that it gap closes, but it also locks you in that space with you in a gadget that's either great for self-sustain or to create walls and really mess things up around the map. And like a less commonly used star power, right, where you can set people on fire inside of his super. So broadly very powerful, but it's that mobility and disruptiveness on that third attack from Damien that should make people terrified of him. And I think just in terms of the class of tank brawlers right now, he's head and shoulders above the rest.
So Damien came in, we now have a 1.5x multiplier, a lot is on the board, so let's kick things off right away with our first match of the day. And we are on Pinhole Hunt, a Brawl Ball map to kick things off. Why not? I'm all for it. Now, Bounty Hunters sitting at the top of the leaderboard, OCX must be nervous to go up against them. The giant of the region, now with an additional point from the Brawl Cup, they're so far ahead of the rest of the region.
They are. It's almost at a point where it's going to be difficult to catch up with them. I think a solid performance this month could possibly put them in a clinch scenario next month, which also with 1.5x points is way tougher to get that kind of gap. They are really just that good. And they also have their glow bands in. They have plenty of tools to work with OCX not submitting anything.
And with the teams now ready, or getting ready, we also want to have a look at the draft. Usually, Bounty Hunters likes to go with something aggressive here. They like to play a Buster, the Leon. Potentially, both of those picks are open. And on the other side, we see that OCX Division hasn't actually scrimmed this map very often.
Surprise!
I think the Ems is a really interesting choice. Obviously, it's good against tanks, right? A lot of these more choked up part of these maps, as long as she doesn't get run up on. So, curious to see how she's supposed to deal with Chester. That doesn't seem great for Ems at all. Even if, like, I think you can close the gap pretty effectively with the Kenji.
I think so too, and I really just think that's the idea here. I feel like you could do it even more effectively with Mortis, who is in play here, but they want to go ahead and lock in their assassin now. You can see they're also picking up Chester as a way of dealing with the potential Mortis. If it came down to things that you pair with this Ems, I think I see Leon quite a bit. Gets you into mid really quickly, and is going to be so strong inside of those bushes. A Charlie is always going to be a great defensive option, and with, the typical stuff of like Chester and Otis already taken out of the mix, I feel like this is number 3 in line. Also with Crow being banned out, of course.
As I already mentioned, Bounty Hunters likes to play aggressive on this map, so makes a lot of sense for me. OCX picking up 2 counters to that already. Leon coming in, like you mentioned, really good to get into the mid fast, and it's all about mid control on Pinhole Hunt. Keep in mind here as well, this was the map pick of Bounty Hunters. They see that OCX hasn't scrimmed this map too often. They're already in an advantage here, you could say so. Now, draft-wise, I really like the draft of OCX on the left side now. Could come in with something aggressive still, the Buster I mentioned earlier, or they double down with something to counter, bring in a bit more range. Carl is going to come in here, and of course with his heat ejector gadget, really good to pin down that mid.
I also think that you don't want to be Ems getting run up on by the Carl. As someone who can obviously bypass the gas pretty effectively, get to grips on the Ems and make it much harder for Radizi to exercise that level of map control. It's not the most durable composition here, I think, for OCX Division, whereas we know that Carl during Super, with that reinforcement on his star power, can hit that a little bit harder, can be harder to clear off here. I think that this suits Bounty Hunter's aggressive tendencies very well, this setup. They are going to have to be wary of those cocoons off the Charlie so they're not stopped in their tracks.
We're kicking off the summer split here in South America with the front runners of the region, Bounty Hunters, with the greatest chance to make it as #1 seed in the postseason. Tufa is absolutely deleting everything all the way to the goal, and I'm blown away. I cannot believe he got a rollout like that.
He got a good matchup to start with. I think getting the run up on the car was pretty darn good for the Leon. Prozy needs to be a bit more of aware of this going forward, I think, and obviously the lollipop drop with the the invisibility maintained after you leave it for a time still makes Leon a bit terrifying. Wesley doesn't fancy the fight, but is able to clear the ball. Pass up to Portox now, who go after the M's. We've got Slashimi available, but no chance to super.
That was a wonderful defense from RDZ to blast away Kenji over towards the right side. It's going to be a difficult hold at mid for Bounty Hunters. They just don't have something like M's that will be able to hold this down. Nonetheless, here comes a Kenji super forward. No impact with it, in fact, and a super from RDZ to push everyone back into mid. Now, having mid is absolutely vital for them to stage an attack, but with Charlie, with her spiders, with her super as a method of defense, it's going to be so difficult for them to push in.
Defensively, the comp is really good. I like Wesley's hit ejector there to actually get some mid-control, but Tufa now with the hypercharge. He's going to start to take that back. He's going to be hitting very hard with the shuriken. Wesley, though, has the stun super. He's able to take Tufa out of the game. Meanwhile, Portox trying to create some space at the top of the map, but Prozy would love to go in here. Protect the pirouette, a must, though, to survive that dive.
I'm shocked at how much of an issue this Ems has been. Here's the rocket up the right side. That's the kind of synergy that we needed to see from Bounty Hunters. After a really sluggish beginning, they will equalize the score here in game 1.
Nice little link up there between the destructive super of Wesley. And here's a Slashimi coming in, mostly for the iframes, I think, to avoid RDZ and that side, that caustic charisma. Senin looking dangerous now as well. It's all up to Wesley on his own. They're going to run it in on him. Senin survives long enough to get through. And OCX take our first game.
Starting things off with a bang, I'm pretty surprised that Bounty Hunters have been caught so off guard by this Leon. They just cannot manage to take control of mid. You understand that the Carl is here as, fairly strong brawler, but really not in the forefront of the meta right now, and it doesn't seem like it's that great of a response to many of the things here. Like, I understand you can round the corner, maybe you can get onto Ems, you can get rid of all of the Charlie spiders, but beyond that, what purpose are you serving? Everything else on the field is extremely meta.
Wesley here has to respect the yo-yo damage. Portox again, a tough job, I think, so far to creep up on his M's, and there's a caustic charisma from RDZ. Portox doesn't fancy any of it. It's going to give it the distance it deserves. Tufa caught out, but a stun instantly, though. Nice job, but still, you've got to convert off this. Nice little friend zone to force Portox back. It looks like there was a stun as he got caught on the edge of the barrier. And that, of course, is the Charlie super. So effective on defense now, but Tufa's coming back only to get rinsed instantly.
Looks like a goal and a half for Bounty Hunters, but they're still going to retreat. They didn't want to risk maybe Charlie respawning with a super or RDZ with a gadget. Nonetheless, those gadgets and supers are going to be here now. It's going to be the push-in from Portox after a good cleanup from Prozy. Wesley giving them some time before he puts this one in the goal, easily taking the lead here in game 2.
That was a nice super there for Portox to start that off. Caught 2 players with some of those slashes. RDZ goes very low and yes, gets some invulnerability frames with a hypercharge because of those the buffies. And more, she's going to be brought down after the fact anyway. Super here for Prozy. Wesley also, don't know what he's going to have up his sleeve. He'll hope for a stun. Tufa is going to go hunting. Takes a big hit, though, as we have some good bush checking from Wesley.
Well, here comes the super in from Wesley. That's going to be an open one for Portox. Around the left, it's easy for Bounty Hunters as they once more clear out the corner with a bomb. As long as they're able to play for this Chester hypercharge, they're pretty much guaranteed a team wipe or some form of goal off of that. I'm still mystified with how much difficulty this Kenji has had in pushing into the M's, and I still wonder why they decided not to go Mortis. I feel like it's so much easier to play here. The hypercharge is so much stronger too.
Probably feel like you can clear those deployables with Slashimi, for example, but I don't know if the value proposition is much stronger outside of that. I mean, hypercharge that is pretty good at drawing people together, but still, we haven't really seen any of that from the Kenji so far because of a different matchup. Awkwardly, Wesley and Prozy caught in the middle of the map, requiring Portox now to attend. I like the heat ejector there. RDZ's forced to back away from it, and there's plenty of damage for Bounty Hunters here on defense. Make no mistake.
That was the corner of doom and despair on the bottom left as Bounty Hunters boxed everyone in. Now the ball's headed towards OCX's side. They're just trying to get back this control of mid. All they have at their disposal is one super for Tufa, who's bound to go down versus Portox in the right here with the wide slash. 3 versus 2, but still Bounty Hunters are farming up their utility. They would love for Wesley to be able to get a bomb here or just stagger the respawn center. It's quite low, so they could look for that. But now it's looking like a clean avenue up the enemy side for Bounty Hunters to take a lead.
This is kind of what you wanted to see, right? Take that mid control and slowly convert it into a goal. Off of your pretty effective ranged pressure. Frozzy, careful. Spiderling's catching onto him. Protective pirouette required just for survival's sake here, but Portox is going to be caught between a rocket and then Arachnid place, apparently. It's a Spiderling taking him down. Bounty Hunters have to take 5 here. And OCX don't really know what is behind this Chester Super, so are playing carefully too.
Well, they have a couple of hypercharges at their disposal. OCX, that is, 2 that could pretty much win them this team fight. Gonna wait for the enemy to come to them and try and use that speed to get to the enemy side, it looks like. Looks like they'll lose Zenin first thanks to the poison, so here comes the emergency rebuttal. Tufa now looking for a kill on Wesley. It's not gonna ring true, and it's all gonna come down to RDZ, whether he can make an impact with this super. And Bounty Hunters are perfectly fine. They don't have to push in on this. They don't need to sacrifice themselves. But now, it's not going to be a choice at all. Hypercharge heading towards their side.
Okay. Oh, that's tough for Portox. Caught exactly where you don't want to be up against that M's Hyper. And now OCX can buy a little bit of time and make sure it's walked in.
Nice play there, R, also from RDZ. Managed to get his super off of that, but this is looking pretty mean. Wesley with the hypercharge. They didn't know his position at all. RDZ gonna get the iframes from the super. Still walked into the salt spray. That's unfortunate. It's gonna drop him down to absolutely nothing. And here's the hypercharge in from Frozzy. The last ditch effort to tank all the damage. Look for a kill on Zenin, but they don't know where Tufa is. Still has that super, but not Invisi-Heal. He's not going to use it now. It's a tied ball game. We're headed to overtime.
Wesley peeks out and just gets the shot. I think Bounty Hunters are happy with this advanced positioning on the map and need to wait for their third to join them. Super here for Wesley now available. Send him with a hypercharge though, and a connection here could be deadly. All right, Spiderlings are drawn out. There's the cocoon, but it's going to be cleared pretty much straight away. Wesley has that field super to assist in that regard. Tufa down the left-hand side, looking like he wants to fight Frozzy, but he'll close the gap with a protective pirouette. Slashini only captures one. Zenin! It's an open goal! You can't be letting that happen! Bounty Hunters drop the set over to OCX in the final moments.
And I agree with the wording there. Bounty Hunters dropped this set. This was theirs to win. They picked this map. They're coming off of a performance at Brawl Cup that the region should be proud of. I am completely at a loss for words. I just really don't get some of the choices here. Why Carl? Why not something more meta? Why not something that's leading the game at the moment? What happened to Mortis? Okay, it's not like he was... Am I missing something? Was he banned?
No, I don't think so.
Why not Mortis? Why not play for the brawler that wins you an entire team fight with a hypercharge, which are bound to get?
His play is still really fancy in Kenji. He has, obviously like healing gadget, got the ability to stave off that first hit if it comes, which is kind of pointless against the M's in fairness. Maybe decent against Leon, but yeah, I mean, listen. Portox has so much mobility. I'm sure he could have dashed in the direction to intercept that, but unfortunately, maybe execution lets us down. It's South America, folks. It's a volatile region, a frothy affair between these teams in our first set, and it is going to be OCX Division to take away Brawl Ball, who, by the way, didn't even submit any map pick bans. They just, they're going to play what they get given.
Woke up on the right side of the bed, I think. Just got some buff that we cannot see through the screen, or perhaps it's just Bounty Hunters playing way too safe, because look at this. They're leading the stats. They have kills upon kills. So many opportunities where they could push in, utilize their HP, but they didn't. I don't understand why Kenji is playing so safe when you can run at this M's on the opposing side. Guys, I'm really stuck on it.
Yeah, you
Mortis,
are.
It was right there.
Bro.
It was right there. This is a brawler worthy of a global ban. You have last pick. What are we doing?
Yeah, it's a tough one to swallow, I think, for a team like Bounty Hunters, who have high expectations on their shoulders coming out of that Brawl Cup, even if, objectively it wasn't the strongest performance. But we must set our sights forward to the randomly selected Hard Rock Mine for gem grab. Clearly, OCX Division don't really mind what map they're playing on. They've got a plan for all of them here, because gem grab is going to be our second set of series.
I personally love Hard Rock Mine. It's, one of the first maps in the game. It has been around competitive for ages, and yet we still keep discovering new ways to play it. I think there's just so much flexibility in the draft, so let's make sense of it. Colette, Edgar, Crow for OCX. These are all very sensible bans. The kit ban from Bounty Hunters, it pretty much just says that we don't want to be surprised. Mortis also open as the last pick. I'm not going to risk that either. And Griff, now this is curious. I think they want to leave Shade open as a possibility.
Yeah.
I wish you
they don't want to give too much free map break up. Lumi obviously very good at playing through the chokes, and also someone who benefits when the map does not sort of get broken apart here. Like you mentioned, I do think Shade is a bit of a go-to brawl here for Bounty Hunters. They've actually played that most on this map. I would also be surprised if we see like Chester come in here, maybe just to round out the draft. These guys love Chester. Whereas their opponents actually haven't had a lot of success with Chester as well recently. They've only won 1 in 4 games in which they picked Chester over the last few weeks leading up to this game. They're going to go for him anyway, though.
1 and 5.
That's be damned.
Hey, maybe he'll then make it 2 and 5.
He's just good. I mean,
yeah.
you know,
well, conditionally, okay. Chester is great because he's great at what he's great into. That's not a good way of putting it, but like he just counters.
He's good at
He counters like some of the strongest stuff in the game right now. Now they have last pick, so this is totally a setup. I think he can absolutely be outlaned. All you got to do is outrange Chester, and then you should be able to shut him down for the entire game. Or you can give him a hypercharge. You know, Colonel Wux is always on the table. They're going to go for Stu instead. They will still be able to break open walls. It's just going to be a very limited capability. And in a lot of cases, like in spite of Stu not being one of those brawlers that we talk about, like, oh my gosh, they're so strong right now. It is about who it is in the hands of. It's comfort brawler.
It's a very skill-expressive brawler as well. But also on a map like Hard Rock Mine, if your opponents aren't drafting Wall Break, your speed zones can last for quite some time. Which then means it's harder to outlane a Chester because even if you outrange him, he still has the speed to dodge those projectiles and becomes quite a nuisance. Charlie here, very respectable choice as a safe mid and someone who has the stopping power to catch Stu out mid-dash and potentially get those gems dropped away. Remember, if you get cocooned, even if you're alive, you will drop all of your gems.
Yeah, say goodbye to your team's lead. Also, spiders are going to be amazing. There's the Shade, and so this ban phase was completely a setup for the Shade because you look at Kit, you look at Griff over here, they're both pretty decent Shade counters, and, you know, Kit's going to pop them out of the wall, Griff's going to break walls. Now, Stu is no longer going to have the benefit of using that speed zone, which is usually an amazing way for him to set up
through those walls,
Yeah. And also, you would be really amiss to pick your mid as your last selection. So I think he's just going to have to like stick it out at mid and see what the execution is from OCX. Kenji, nothing like super surprising here.
We love Kenji.
It's going to be picked everywhere.
Fair enough. I guess, you know, if you want someone who's going to be able to run up here on the Lumi, I guess. I think it's tough to play into Charlie as, frankly, Bounty Hunters just found out in their previous game.
Yes.
Getting caught out. There is like no one like Ems, for example, to, you know, be a bit of a nuisance there to deal with, but we felt that the Kenji and Ems is a pretty favorable matchup anyway. It's a pretty solid composition, I think, here from OCX Division. I think, like, yeah, Kenji last pick, normally you save that for a silver bullet, ace up the sleeve, so to speak. That seems to be what they're pinning their hopes on now to round things out. 1-0 as OCX surprised us and took away Brawl, but there's plenty of set to play.
In spite of it not being their map selection, Bounty Hunters look like they've gotten exactly what they wanted here on Hard Rock Mine. They pick Shade, and there's not like a real direct counter to it. Just two brawlers that are capable of breaking open walls that are really outranged by everything that Bounty Hunters have on their squad. Here's the first wall break. It's going to break open a pretty vital part of their bushes, and while it will get the kill, it doesn't really matter that much. Shade's just playing for that first super, and then that's when things start to get started.
Portox here has to be careful of RDZ, who's shown he's happy to use that breakthrough gadget in order to fight the Shade wherever possible. Man, this guy's actually popping off right now, frying them. Wesley's trying to get back into the map, but it's risky business to go up against the Chester, who does outrange at least with high projectile speed. Senin here is going to be caught in the corner. Slashim try and get himself out here, but Portox has star power that reduces damage, doesn't seem to matter. Senin dominating. Here comes RDZ as well. These side laners for OCX Division have been dominant so far, and that's a Slashim that catches onto the Lumi. Everything coming up Millhouse right now for OCX, and Tufa can just strut away with the lion's share of the gems.
Really, really nasty. 10 seconds to go, and it's going to have to be Shade's play of the game. Hypercharge, super available. Got to be long arms too, but where's the interruption? Where's Senin? 1, 2. Senin heals, and the interruption rings true. Portox will make away with a couple of gems, and things start to slow down for just a moment. Portox is out of utility. No one's going to offer it to him with some more walls broken open. It's gotten a bit more difficult for Portox, and he can't hand these away either.
Wesley here trying to hold it down. Prozzy is healing to some degree at least. Smilings, good job. Kennedy gets called out. RDZ now might be in trouble as well. Has to go in Portox's direction. Needs to try and fight the Shade, but he's 1v3 right now. Even with a hypercharged super, he might be asking too much of this lone Stu. Senin tapped up as he tries to clear into the map now. Wesley's only holding one gem. He will happily fight for this. RDZ got caught up by the root for a time, and a super clap drops him low. 5 and 7 gems respectively for Bounty Hunters, and they will land the plane. Come from behind victory in our first game of Gem Grab.
Looked sketchy there, but Shade managed to get it done in the end. Of course, it came down to good team play, setting it up for that in the end. And Kenji just could not make it away when Shade had that hypercharge. It is legitimately just a countdown to Shade getting a hypercharge and finding an enemy in really any position here on Hard Rock Mine. There's so many walls that Shade is 100% a winning pick in this draft, and OCX still, they only got one wall break before Shade started to make some plays. Let's see what they do to shut it down this time. They'll immediately get Wesley at mid. Vortox on the right side, not going to be offered many opportunities to get supercharged, but he will get it in the end. Sacrifice himself. He's not going to waste his super when it's on one tap.
How is RDZ still alive, bro? That is actually messed up. Prosy is trying to help with mid control while he was forced into that left side corner. Now, you see how differently Bounty Hunters can play when the Kenji is gone. Vortox is also flashing a hypercharge, so RDZ knows he's not really in position to fight right now and actually does not have his super active, so he actually can't cross the map and get involved. Dangerous! Gem carrier down. Sending swinging for the fence with that katana, but Wesley and Prosy are keeping this stew quiet on the right-hand side of the map. Vortox, though, might be dropping these gems in enemy territory. He eventually will succumb inside the wall.
Now Senin ready to take down these brawlers that he's been raring to have a shot at for the entire time. Now going to go for it. Wesley also uses the super. This would be Senin's chance to go for Charlie, quite honestly. Gonna take it. Super to the sky to avoid a bit of damage and now try and make a way. Vortox does trade, and Tufa can't get in to secure those gems. They'll fall right back into the clutches of Bounty Hunters.
Yeah, the choke control of Lumi there, a little bit too much for Tufa to deal with. Still, this has given OCX the map control they need to basically close the gap in gem difference. Vortox now, it's a one-man mission to dive on the gem carrier, and Tufa is too clapped out of the game. That's 10 gems now for Bounty Hunters, and Senin doesn't quite know where to put himself. He and RDZ are going to race down on these last two carriers, and you better believe they'll get them. They'll overpower Bounty Hunters, and Vortox now needs to salvage some gems from this exchange, but there's none on Senin. He's actually just soaking up damage and forcing Prosy now to commit to taking him down.
2 gems on the field for OCX, but they can't get it in time. Tufa caught in that super, the hypercharge one, in fact, from Prosy, and now things are equalized once again. RDZ with his hypercharge can get a lot of health off of this, avoids the super from Wesley, and now there's no defense at all for Bounty Hunters. OCX get to run away with this countdown after a near full team wipe.
It's over. Prosy doesn't have a way to close the gap or immediately put pressure on RDZ here, and Tufa knows he can soak this damage for days. Blast speed doesn't connect on the stew. RDZ has the mobility to stay clear of the blast, and in comes Vortox. One clap to rule them all. He gets the gems dropped, but now Slashimi in place. Senin gonna be burst down. Gems dropped as he's caught in a cocoon. Now, can you get away with the biggest bank job we've ever seen in the region? Wesley trying to back off, but RDZ has the breakthrough and the damage. Vortox is gonna fight for his life, but doesn't have a shield anymore, and Senin will go after him. It's on Prosy to recover the gems. He'll get 9. Slash down. Nope, he gets northward of the X and survives, but Senin will get his 16. He'll walk away as RDZ was not the prime target there. 12 seconds left, and surely ready. There's no chance to catch this.
Make it 10 now, and Bounty Hunters look like they're caught in that all-too-classic Hard Rock Mine spawn trap. With only a hypercharge on Prosy to their name, the hypercharges are heading back to OCX's side. And what a scrappy game of Hard Rock Mine. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that in Brawl Stars.
Can this region just chill out for literally 5 seconds? We just had a break. We've just been a Brawl Cup. You all should be coming in, loosened up, moisturized, flourishing, unbothered in your lane.
In your element.
These guys are just frothing at the mouth when they're going to give us a decided here for this gem grab set.
An all-too-similar start. It is all about finding Vortox and staying away from the guy as OCX play for control otherwise. The range advantage belongs to Bounty Hunters. And I was so ready to say that they just completely out-comped, but OCX totally ran away with the last game in a total shocker. So Vortox now gets to advance around the right side and just play for the super. RDZ keeping his distance carefully, now looking for the wall break. Excellent. That is just what they needed to keep Shade locked in spawn for the rest of the game.
He is an insane stew, Reddy. This guy is really showing us the moves right now on this map. Still, Spiderlinks here are a problem for Stu. He doesn't cut through them very effectively. Senin just overextends a little bit. Yeah, some map control created by the fact that you tried to shove your opponent into this. Small, but Tufa's caught a blast beat. Dangerous. One here will do the job, but Prosy just pulls up short.
I didn't understand this move from OCX, practically inting down the right side, handing all the gems to Prosy, but I guess they've gotten some supercharge to show for it. Now Vortox is equipped with his hypercharge and super. Tufa only pop rocks in his back pocket, and Prosy wants to recover some of these and assist Vortox in his escape. Not going to work at all. And Kenji also carrying 5 gems is going to be a pretty meaty target for Bounty Hunters, but it looks like OCX are ready to provide the defense to keep him alive.
All right, last week they're not quite connecting. RDC a problem. He is pinching this right side of the map. Portox wants to come forward, but Senna's able to stave up a lot of that damage with his star power. That first hit reduced by a significant amount. Ribbon Frostbitten not really affecting the map so much. Wesley just, ooh, he's going to fight too for him. 900 HP, but knew he had the Spiderlings to give him the edge of that fight. That's important. Sending those sitting on 6 gems, but Prosy has 8 to work with, and RDZ had best be on his best behavior trying to walk up on these two.
That was crazy value on the Spiderlings. Wesley's going to go for it again, gets hit by the bomb. Now has to go way overextended, hopefully receiving some assistance from Portox. It's going to ring true. Now Senna making a solo play. What's going on here? You're deep in enemy territory, man. He's got 13 gems. He just needs to stay away from this next play by Portox, and he's done it. Just 10 seconds to go, and really nothing as far as utility for Bounty Hunters to bring this to the enemy side.
That boy cold. Senna just walked away. 13 gems. Not a lucky number at all for Bounty Hunters, and now they have to find a way towards the Kenji. It's not going to happen, and OCX notch up yet another set win, threatening to send the top seed in South America out in the quarters.
Spoo, I want to work with you.
No, dude, no. That guy is insider trading. That's crazy. Insider trading.
He's watching the line.
Yeah. Something called ESIC, bro.
Oh my goodness. He just must know, hey, maybe there's something special about that coin. I want it back, by the way, but really this one all falls on OCX. How they won with this draft is seriously beyond me. I feel like the stew was so good, but come game number 3, I think we finally saw the wall break that we needed. This was a ridiculous ending to game number 2. Once again, I think it's going to be a very long time before we see anything similar in Brawl Stars.
And in that game number 3, keep in mind, Zenin was the guy who made the play, and he just got into this roster. The whole thing with Juan Carlos set off a rolling stone, and now they also have a new player, Zenin, who made the last round even possible for them. Look at this! Zenin, an absolute star player. They bring him in, he displaces Loco, and I feel like this is the strongest version of OCX we've seen so far.
I mean, I just think it's funny that Tufa is not even the one that's actually doing the highlight plays. Both RDZ and Zenin on these two brawlers look fantastic. In some situations where you thought that they wouldn't really succeed, and you can see how difficult it is for Stu to play into Charlie. The Spiderlings are a problem. Despite that, confidently chasing after the Shade, knowing that's the brawler he had to mark there. I just thought it was a fantastic series from these guys, unexpectedly, but that's what the BSC is all about.
Some of the best stats we've seen in all of the BSC. On the other side, we have Shade also doing the most amount of damage, but he couldn't really finish off the kills in the end.
Yeah, it was quite challenging for him. It's just because Kenji a lot of times unexpectedly had the gems, and he's so mobile. Even though every other attack is a dash, it's challenging for Shade to keep up with him. You have long arms, and then what? You've got like a, 15-second cooldown until you can use it again, and it's not quite enough. Kenji also with the ability to heal himself kept him alive in that interaction versus the Assassin that relies primarily on burst damage.
And again, like Stu dodges out of the sweet spot of the clap. That's the hardest part against him if you're Shade.
It's so much fun to watch how the meta is ever shifting. We used to talk about how you don't really want to have your gems on the tank, on the assassin. Now we see a lot of teams bringing in Mina as the gem carrier. Now Kenji had the gems most of the times. It makes sense. They can dodge out of the way very easily. They just have to refrain from going into aggressively, which, yeah. Now I guess you pick.
What else is Kenji for?
You pick two for the gem grab, gem carrier. Now you bring in 2 assassins usually, make one of them the gem carrier, and that's the new meta. It's so much fun to see how it's changing every season. Now in the summer split, we see some new things again on an old map though. Hideout has been a map for a long time already in the map rotation. This now again is Bounty Hunter's pick. Can they finally win a map? They're the clear favorites. Keep that in mind.
Okay, well, we come to a longer range map. You know, maybe it's aim stars, but I feel like there's always a way to slot in some sneaky strategy if we're the home team that's coming up the left side. You know, a Byron adhered to something, and it's completely open in the draft, so it's possible to run.
Look out for Edgar here from Bounty Hunters.
Oh, yes.
They will draft this brawler if they can. Recently, they won 2 out of 3 games with it. Okay, I kind of like the meaning here. Someone who can close the gap relatively safely. And maybe before this game, I might have been concerned about whether this OCX division team have the ability to make her work. I don't have the concern now. Mechanically, they look pretty insane. Feel like this is going to be great, especially up against a lot of the sharpshooters who will be stymied by her wind wall as she tries to close the gap.
Okay, on the 2-3 turn into the Mina. It doesn't really indicate too much about the composition here. Maybe that they'll contest the blue star. There are always faster ways of getting it, but those are banned out. Here comes the Edgar, as anticipated. It's just so strong right now. And the Byron also wide open. You gotta go for it. I've even seen it sneak into global bans. It's just such a versatile brawler. Does a lot of damage, maybe too much. Also, you have like the super that cycles really, really quickly. You just need a super and a couple shots to get it back. It's good kill confirm here on Hideout. What's not to love?
Edgar was amongst the brawlers who was banned out the most in the global ban stage. Now, if only we had global bans, right?
Oh,
Crazy.
yeah.
They don't need him. They're 2-0 up.
And
That's
Byron
fair.
together, really good draft already. I think they would have liked to have the Byron themselves. Gus sometimes is brought in to do the same boost that Mina. Angelo's going to be coming in instead. Of course, any long-range brawler is going to be good here as well. I would like Bell also. Whenever there's a healer around, you want to make sure that they can't stick together too much. Dean is also a brawler that still shows up quite some time. And in general, I would go with something to deal with that Edgar at this point, because Mina will try to get the blue star. I believe Edgar's quicker, jumping over the wall at spawn. Something to deal with it.
How tempted are you when you see Angelo picked up to take Nani in this matchup?
Not too bothered.
Move those feet to the
Nani's
bullbox
fine.
beat.
Now even better actually against the Brock as well. And she's also not too squishy into a Mina. She can survive her. Not a bad shot from Uber.
Okay, we'll see if they consider the Mina for the last one. Maybe something else to just round out this composition. Maybe something to pair up with the Byron. Edgar is already going to be good on his own. Something I've seen like on occasion, it wouldn't fit in here, but you know, something tanky to rush up the left lane. They will be able to contest Blue Star. I mean, honestly, I think this is pretty well-rounded for Bounty Hunters. Now it just comes down to like what could shut down OCX and Gus. Okay, never mind. It's just going to be more support for them. Okay.
This is fine. I mean, Edgar is heavily shielded at the best of times anyway, but I think having a contingency, if he doesn't have that available to him, is pretty reasonable. A lot of this comp does seem like it's being tailored to supercharge the Edgar, but there's not an obvious counter to that on the side of OCX division. Feels like you may as well lean into the Edgar now.
For me personally, well, OCX has once again the better comp here, and they only need one more set to close this one out. I have my fingers crossed for Bounty Hunters. I don't want a 3-0 to kick things off, but they have everything put on one card. Edgar has to perform.
Could it be more SA than a 3-0 upset from the top team in the region? I don't think so. RDZ here tries to come up early, but is not able to secure that blue star. Pro's going to have that to hand, despite a wind wall being thrown in his face. Portox will be mildly outranged in this matchup. A Kooky Popper is always going to be handy to find that burst damage kill confirm.
You see Angelo also is running Stinging Flight, so he can jump away. Prosy does have a couple of jumps. It's one of the reasons that Edgar is so good right now, because it seems like every brawler has a way of escaping now. Well, let's give an assassin two ways of attacking the enemy side. And Prosy's trying to get people to waste their shots, move away. Gonna go for this now, and that's a second jump. Gonna go for it, Prosy. He just heals so much, Edgar, that it doesn't even matter if you're able to jump away.
Misty Cup's kind of busted, not gonna lie.
Yep.
Edgar, yeah, now with another ability to close the gap. So he's been treated pretty well by Buffies. Oh, the wall we go set in was not ready for that. You got to know at this point that Edgar has the scarf.
You have to just keep your distance as Angelo, or at least stay away from some of these walls, which is tough. On Hideout, there are walls basically everywhere, but offering him a left lane wouldn't be so bad now, would it? Here comes the aggression. RDZ not going to hit that wind wall, and unfortunately going to go down on offense. It's 7-0 right now for Bounty Hunters. I just like this a lot more, purely for the existence of the Edgar, and OCX still have not found a way to break into the enemy spawn and get that lead back.
Our assessment of the draft, though, is that this is a composition really designed to lean into that Edgar, and you can see why you'd want to invest. He's got to kill everyone. Prosy with all the stars to hand now, and Wesley is going to definitely continue to dodge these shots from RDZ. And it's getting to the point where OCX just don't have the time to catch up.
Not really. They can at least try to get some of their confidence back. You know, maybe a little bit of mojo for game number 2, because this one's in the books. RDZ going to go for it. Doesn't even get a single shred of damage. Wesley now with the deletion, using his hypercharge super. It's very messy over here in the final few seconds. But one thing remains true. OCX didn't get a single star throughout the entirety of that set.
Yeah, and we've pointed out in the draft, there's not really anything that's obvious that can deal with the Edgar here. Maybe you want to try and fight him with the Mina. If you hit a super, then he might be in good shape, but none of the other brawlers really have the fire rate or the inherent mobility to answer it. You saw the Angelo jump away and still get caught. That is the state of the game right now, and that is just how hard it is to avoid the boogeyman Edgar.
He has 2 jumps. You have 1. You have 2 brawlers that have a single jump apiece. You're just not getting away from the guy. That is why he is global banned. That is why you ban him why did we leave this open? Did we really think we could fight this and get a jump away? Guess what? Prosy has yet another that he can use, and he'll probably be getting it back, but that's the team play that we needed to see from OCX. Not only do they get a kill, but they get the lead, and they finally found their teamwork to pinch and get a kill.
Up the left side they come. Prosy, of course, wants to close the gap. He can super into Gadget to guarantee connection here. All right, he'll have to settle for RDZ, but doesn't really get the kill on either of them. Portox had a super also that just didn't really have a home. Wasn't an opportunity to give it over to the Edgar. Now you've got map control, by and large. Still not have the stars as Bounty Hunters.
I think OCX now singing back into their spawn are making much better use of this terrain than they were on offense. And that's just kind of how Hideout goes. You got a lot of walls to hide behind. It's why the Blue Star is such a priority, because you'd much rather be defending than playing offense. It is a difficult position to crack. And the only one who can crack it is Prosy. He's going to have to find his target. Tufa's going to get eliminated on the right side thanks to Byron's poison. And that is really all Wesley on that 1v1. Now it's going to be team play that keeps Prosy alive as he jumps in.
I mean, Tufa might just die to a couple of shots here from Wesley. He doesn't fully commit into it though. Portox does super himself, but it's going to be knocked up with the high damage of the Mina. In comes Prosy, but without support, this could be dangerous. Gets one, chasing after Senna with the super, ends up bringing him down. It's a 2-gem gap with 20 seconds to go. This game is still anyone's.
20 seconds to go, and we need to watch for Edgar. He has a hypercharge, he has the super, and these cooldowns are going to be coming back right about now. He knows that these brawlers are going to jump away from him, but Tufa can't anymore. It's a really small lead. Prosy going to look for this versus RDZ. Gets it with the extended range. Needs something. Needs a gadget to get to the enemy side. 2 seconds left, and just doesn't have it. That's match point coming in for OCX. One more game separating them from an insane upset to kick off the summer split here in SA.
And honestly, the game IQ was there in spades that second game, because we noticed OCX Division find a way to play around the Edgar. You've got a 2-for-1 here, if you'll excuse the pun, in a lot of these scenarios. But it was great to see the Mina get involved. RDZ able to sort of turn that fight in their favor after Tufa was sort of getting pressured. RDZ has to be that guy here again. He's on the centerpiece brawler, the one with the highest payoff for the level of skill invested.
Watching the position of Prosy this time, he's not sitting in that middle bush anymore. It's where he got pinched in game number 2. Oh, but he's singing about it now. The siren song always calls. And is Prosy going to answer? He's outranged over here, but OCX aren't in position to really take advantage of this. Got to give a shout out also to Wesley for his sharpshooter skills. Managed to get them some picks there when they were pushing OCX on offense, and now on defense, he is holding the line.
Slow and steady here for OCX. They are behind that Blue Star, of course, owing to Edgar's mobility. RDZ doesn't really want to pitch battle here. Prosy, yeah, gets a little bit more than he anticipated there as he went after the Mina, standing and waiting in the wings with a charged shot ready to go. Bounty Hunters do not need to hurry, but because they have Edgar, they're not great defensively in terms of that brawler. They do need Prosy to be aggressive in moments. So far, that hasn't happened. Wesley's in trouble. Great use of the wind wall to give yourself the edge, and now OCX have a star lead.
Okay, Bounty Hunters got to do something that they were not capable of in the last game, which is getting into the enemy spawn. But Prosy has found a target. Tufa is looking a little bit juicy over here. He's got a whole lot of damage in close range, but most importantly, he has the gadget to jump away. And RDZ is a little bit estranged. Still not going to go for it. Going to wait for the final few seconds. They just need to profit off of this last interaction, and then who cares whether you just time it correctly. But Prosy is going to go a little bit early. Now for the second, absolutely deleted by Angelo on the right side, dodging all these shots and getting the heals from his star power. It's just beautiful.
Sending literally Neo in the corner, dodges it all, but we're going to be a Blue Star difference here. Tufa now realizes just how much is at stake and how badly he's got to stay alive against Prosy. RDZ comes on in, Portox though has the shield, and OCX just gave the lead to Bounty Hunters. In the last few seconds, what happened? Did a parasite crawl up your nose and infect your brain until you just run it down? Oh, that could have been the entire series there and there, but Bounty Hunters sneak it away.
Could be the reverse sweep incoming. Keep in mind, this was Bounty Hunter's map. This is where they felt comfortable for set number 3, and it's proved to be really anything but, because they still went to match point. It was nearly a 3-set series with major underdogs knocking at the door of an upset. And Bounty Hunters managed to bring it forth really in the end, and it came off of a mistake of OCX, which is just so fitting of a team that is not poised for success in the way Bounty Hunters following their Brawl Cup run.
Well, I don't quite understand what happened in those last moments, because I believe it was someone pushing a Gus that had super or was sort of close to having super. Here, like RDZ. Okay, he has 8k health.
Yep.
Who is paying you?
Gotta make sure the script writers are happy in the end.
Yes, indeed. Oh, we love ourselves a good story. We're going to get one here as this one is going to head out to a 4th set in just a moment. That said, RDZ on Amina, very, very good for the vast majority of that set. Having to deal with Prosy, someone who was constantly looking for those engagements, the fact that you keep Edgar just to 5 eliminations, I think, is certainly a feather in your cap. Unfortunately, just a slip on the composure in the final moments gave the set away.
They truly gave it away. There's no other way to, say this. Well, the Edgar comp worked out in the end, which is kinda not too shocking. I still like the other comp a bit better. Almost would have went with Rocket Laces there to have something against the Edgar. The Brock couldn't really do too much against him. They open up the map, but Edgar still got too many kills, even though it was just 5.
I think 1
That
kill
made
is too
the
many,
difference.
frankly, for Edgar.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now we're heading over to Ring of Fire. We are in Hot Zone now. This could have been OCX's pick. They did not pick. It's a random map, but it's still not a map that Bounty Hunters chose. And so far, they're not performing too well on those. Let's see if they can still prolong this one into set 5, or if OCX now can still close this one out. Maybe they panicked a bit. They were like, what? We are 2-0 up against this team, the #1 seed of our region.
I mean,
We can't close this out on a 3-0, can we?
that looks sick, honestly. It's like, because Tooth is obviously like the star of this team, right? Really famous in that region. But the rookies that he's brought alongside him have looked phenomenal. This is Ring of Fire, though. We get Lou to start this. This is, I mean, Bounty Hunters will first pick Lou until the cows come home on this map. They also randomly like Fang a lot here. A little Fang on this map. Kaze also still open.
Kenji's going to be the pick, though. Again, we saw this brawler too often already from Bounty Hunters. Leon is an answer to the Lu here, which I question a little bit.
Is Kenji an answer to the M's?
I think generally it is, but obviously it didn't work out on Pinhole Punt, so yeah, maybe we leave that one in the past. Of course, it's reared its ugly head once
it's
again.
haunting me now into this set.
Yeah. Also, like another thing I want to shout out here is that I'm seeing like some familiar brawlers to set #1. It's the Leon and Ims duo coming out once more. I don't really get it here on Ring of Fire. Like, I understand why you would want to get in aggressively on the point immediately, but I feel like there's just much better stuff to play into Lu. Like, Ims isn't a fast brawler, okay? Lu's going to be able to get a super off of her. A lot of times you'd respond to this with like something sensible, like a Stu or maybe even a Poco, but that hasn't come in at all. It's possible that the Ims is here to set up for a Poco last because Ims is really good into Poco, but that's all that really comes up for me.
I think they're lacking a bit of range now. They need something against this Lu. The Ems will not quite cut it, and Leon just wants to sneak up. He does not want to play into a Lu that can freeze him. There is the range I was talking about, and now the Ems makes even more sense. With the Grey, you can set up a double teleport set with, whenever you have Hypercharge available, that is 2 sets of teleports to boost you directly from spawn into mid, and with that, Ems is going to be super strong. She can just teleport in whenever she has super available. Still, for this one, and this is probably the first time I'm saying this today, Bounty Hunters, for me, the better draft here. They have a bit of everything. They bring in the range. They have the meeple to also make sure that they can just entrap the Leon and get him under control. Let's see if we get to see a set 5 today, or if OCX now get over their panic to close this out.
All right, let's jump in here. Of course, Lollipop Drop going to be a key factor. Mentas and Meeple hold RDZ in place and allows Prosy to close the gap. That's going to be enough damage on the M's to take her out of the game. Portox can sneak up behind these 3 pots, but Tufa won't have that same level of cover should he try and do the same thing against this Meeple comp.
It's going to be the M's being pressed immediately. Tufa comes out of the bushes to claim his kill, just like we saw in Pinhole Punt. Going to look for even more. Is he going to get a team wipe? Just takes one more shot, gets it. Who cares if he traded? You just took out the entire enemy team, and we got to be more aware into a Leon. It's the same thing that happened in set 1.
Prosy did throw a blind Mantis and Meeple at the point, hoping to catch the Leon, but he was just a little bit too late with it. So I guess the idea was there, but it was by far from a sure thing, excuse me. This is looking good. Sennen, gets RDZ back onto the point quickly. Grey is so good with keeping that constant pressure. Even if you're trading 1-for-1, you will be advantaged. Big friend zone sends Portox reeling right into Tufa's line of fire.
Really messy super there from Wesley. Like, it didn't really keep OCX off the point, and it didn't get them any position at all. They were still trapped in spawn, and here comes the hypercharge for Sennen. He's going to have it when he respawns. Tufa looking for some as well, and Prosy doesn't have a way of pushing him back. What are we doing here? Prosy just barely survives. Now it's a hypercharge down. It doesn't do anything for him. What is going on, Bounty Hunters? You got to get it together. We're counting to 100, and it's just like before. We're knocking at the door of yet another match point off of colossal mistakes.
I'm tilted.
Me too! Do you hear it?
That is bizarre. Yeah, a couple of big slip-ups there, I think. Put OCX in a position now where the series is theirs for the taking. Granted, I think that M's great combo run that Sunny called out earlier was really powerful, but we haven't seen an ironclad way of answering this Leon. Frankly, Tufa is doing whatever the heck he wants, whenever he wants.
Okay, this is really just watching when Lou is going to get super for Bounty Hunters. That's the way they need to start. Rosie gets the kill on Ems right out the gates. And Sinan, I think, was just one shot away from getting his super. We'll see if that's true in a moment when he respawns. But the point is, Bounty Hunters have their position. They have exactly the freeze that they needed. This is a wonderful start for them. And they're going to box this on the right side. Nice. Also, OCX, I don't know why they're double stacking this lane. They need to put Sinan in a more open spot. It's really easy for them to get choked off here. And it's exactly what's going to happen.
This is what this comp is supposed to do. Great mansions of Meeple set up into that super. Meant that Portox now is able to push up and take all this space away. Tufa, though, got to respect him. He's hitting hard. Hossamaki healing, though, going to make it tricky, and Portox does connect onto the Leon. Now he's in a dangerous spot. Senin catapults himself forward through the dimensional doorway into the waiting arms of the Snowman himself. That's RDC flattened as well. Bounty Hunters have a healthy lead, and this is what we want to see from them. Some composure to try and close out the set. Hypercharge, loose super. Tufa knows his goose is cooked, or rather put on ice as he steps into that area of effect, and RDC's caustic charisma is not enough to get them there.
Yeah, and a single great TP is just not going to be enough either. Need to have the hypercharge, and it comes in right at the end of the game. It's still a match point. It's still OCX favored. I like Bounty Hunter's comp more. As I stated during the draft, I'm still just so surprised that they were taken aback in game number one. How they let this go to match point, it's going to be the same scenario all over again.
You can see how snowbally this can be if Bounty Hunter's comp gets off to a good start. It did take them about 22% to get that point control, but that's heavily owing to this lollipop drop that allows OCX to get good positioning early. RDZ, audacious, pushing up here. Friend Zoner will knock Portox low, but again, can't be 1v2ing like that.
Okay, it's time for Bounty Hunters to get back on this point. Portox looks for the kill. Now on Tufa? No, actually was going for the rotation, waiting for RDZ to come in. RDZ thought about going for the super and decided to save it really, really smart there on just the trigger control. Senin also taken down here again. OCX just playing off of this TP in. Wesley ready to freeze RDZ as soon as he comes in. Excellent. That's what you need. That is why Lou is so effective into these great compositions. And will take the lead, although it is only narrowly.
Yeah, Tufa trying to stay active there, but actually doesn't do much when his Grey TPs forward onto the point. It almost looked like he was baiting his teammate because, frankly, he just wasn't able to hit any of the shots while his Grey was getting pummeled. Now it's 46% and counting for OCX, but Bounty Hunters have themselves a healthy lead, and now they've got that zone control. Starting to cycle these loose supers, that's how you win the game. Tufa's able to trade 1-for-1 and importantly, get some progress for his team, but in comes Senin, forced to look in from the outside.
Hypercharge ready for RDZ. Probably should have popped it now. It looks like it's the end of days with Bounty Hunters taking things to set 5. We'll see if it can happen. Hypercharge for RDZ. No super in hand. Uses the gadget to blast everyone away. And Prosy just needs to sneeze on this point to send us to a set 5. And I'm still not over it. I'm still frustrated with Bounty Hunters right now. I feel like when you watch a monthly final, you're entitled to see top-tier Brawl Stars gameplay, and that is not what I saw in Game 1.
We're getting it in drips and drabs here, I feel like. There are moments where we're seeing Bounty Hunters look like themselves, and there are times where they just drop the spaghetti everywhere. And yeah, that first game wasn't great, but it's not how you start the set, folks. It's how you finish it. The Lou was rolling. Wesley showing us why this pick had like a 93% win rate in scrims for Bounty Hunters. And I was pretty impressed with the Kenji players.
Are you hungry, Uber?
I did just eat a lot of smoothblood, but I could eat more.
I still don't know what that stuff is.
Smoothblood, it's what we're eating here.
Yeah, we're in Denmark, by the way, Copenhagen.
Yeah.
But anyway, you talked about the goose being cooked and the spaghetti being dropped, so that's why my
Oh, I see. No, I just love food. I really love food.
This is
honestly
true.
good statement. Like it. But yeah, Bounty Hunters definitely dropped the spaghetti everywhere already in that first one.
Yeet the spaghetti.
Mom's spaghetti. Yeah, on a sweater already. But at least they got to set 5, so that's quite nice. I kind of get why you would want to TP in Ems. In fact, I completely get it. I just don't think it's what this composition needed at all. They didn't have the health, really, with this Leon. Also, the Lou as a first selection is fantastic. I feel like this could have been really easily counterplayed into. There's so many ways to deny Lou, and running directly at him is not one of them.
It is usually a strat that works, the Grey comp, but you do want to ban out Lou usually, and decide as well. He got the most kills, he has good DPS. Meeple with the most DPS though, 420 DPS points. So those two long-range brawlers are just too good into a comp like this one. Even though you have that great TP eventually, it only works if your opponent does a mistake. So usually ban Outlu. They couldn't really leave too many other options open though. The Colette they had to ban. I believe the Edgar and the maybe Crow were banned.
Crow was banned.
On top. Because they have no global bans, basically, they had to use those bans.
We can't keep coming back
to ban out
this
other
idea.
brawlers. If you want to play Grey, folks, ban out Lu, is all I'm saying. Golden Gulch is going to be our last map now. It's the last one no matter what happens. No matter if Bounty Hunters now take the lead suddenly, get to match point for the first time in this series, or if OCX gets to match point for the third time and finally close it out.
Okay, let's talk about it. What is left on the field? Some of the usual suspects have been eliminated. Bounty Hunters, I think, have done their due diligence by getting rid of the best stuff. Here comes Angelo again, and I feel like this one's like really simple to overwhelm, but Angelo's going to be playing off of the early round dominance. He's going to be super, super strong right out of the gates. You can surprise your enemy and win things early, and also you can play for the late game with a hypercharge. I think there's a lot of potential here.
A couple of brawlers I'm looking for, Meeple, for example, Brock, obviously featured on this map plenty. Obviously, Pierce still the premium option, I think, for sharpshooters, and also a favorite brawler of Bounty Hunters on this map. They also like playing Angelo, which has been taken from them. Ruffs, they've had a pretty solid win rate with him. I think they win like 6 out of 10 of their scrims on this brawler. It's just obviously a great way to start. Field promotion matters, but also it's the sandbags that can give you a respite if you get pinched.
This is such a nice setup now for Bounty Hunters. Picking both the Ruffs and the Brock leaves it open for them to break open the map if they want to, or decide against it. Now on the right side, we need to react to that. But we can't really know what their plan is. Will they pick a sharpshooter at last pick, open up the full map with those two brawlers that can do that? Or do we go with something tanky, still bet on the one team on the left-hand side not breaking open the map? But that's the thing. If you play an Edgar now, they open up the complete map. That's an issue. The Bell is a really good answer to Ruff, specifically if he does go with field promotion. And Leon, so they do bring something aggressive.
Where's the wall break?
Leon is a wise pick because he can be good if the walls are broken or not.
I feel like this is a great setup for an Ollie. If they want it, they have all the wall break in their pocket. It would be, pretty solid at aggressing this Bell. The Angelo can always jump away, fine. But also, like, Leon, if he goes aggressive, could get hypnotized. You have flexibility in the gadgets. I feel like this is what they'll probably go for. They want to give that Ollie a hyper. They could also stick close together, but into the Bell, I don't know if I'm totally sold on it. Edgar, of course, snuck through the ban phase, snuck through the global bans. He has a couple of ways of jumping in, so it makes a whole lot of sense. All the walls they want shall remain open. All the ones they hate will be eliminated.
They have no way now to really scout the Leon, so that could be a problem. But if their Edgar is getting more pressure than Leon does for the other side, then I think that comp can work out. And your call with the Edgar, really nice, but on the right side, they could not pick him because, again, picking up both with the wall break options, it's such a clever strategy. Now this is the last set 5 to close this first quarterfinal of the day out. It's exciting, this SA day today.
Telling you, volatile region always delivers some interesting results. Too far for the most part is going to be outranged here, and obviously he has a lot of fall off on the shuriken damage, such that Wesley can afford to take some damage here and there to guarantee shots like these. He just has to be mindful of his health pool. There's a stray shot that comes in from a Bell, bouncing off a teammate, then things get a little bit dicier. RDZ, though, tapped up, and already that lollipop drop dealt with fairly quickly, but you're up against a Bell. Sticking together like this can be a problem, and I like that. I saw that reverse polarity bounce off the wall. Bounty Hunters are feeding RDZ. Look at the hyper already! Oh, man, it really is Bell's territory.
And the Bell is actually a really great read, too, because you know that everyone's going to want to stay close to the Ruffs. Everyone pretty much surrendering. Maybe they'll play for Prozy's Hypercharge and try to cycle it. They will break out of here. Portox just knocking at death's door. Wesley barely alive, but get the pick on Tufa. And now it's a 2v2 in the final moments. Wesley going to be taken down. Prozy can eliminate both of these brawlers. They don't have the DPS to do it. Going to go for Sen in first. I'm not really sure about the target prioritization. Why you wouldn't just go for RDZ?
Go for the guy without the jump, ideally.
Yeah.
Get yourself a super. Okay. Well, let's go to the next round, shall we? Let's just do that. Again, sticking together is tough against this Bell. RDZ is guaranteed, if in range, a hypercharge super connection. That's kind of what it does. It's what's written on the box. And if you're Edgar and you get marked up by these Bells, you're in for a bad time. Prozy needs as much durability as humanly possible. assuming that Edgar is in fact a human and not someone sent from Mars to try and integrate into society, because he's doing a pretty bad job of it so far. Maybe I could give him some pointers.
Yeah, it's been a little bit messy here, but Prosy does have the hypercharge. It's going to make things so much easier. It gives him the additional range with that hyper buffy, which is a lot of times a pretty solid kill confirm. You're just not going to be getting any additional super from it. Okay, so we're watching him carefully with his super, just trying to take up as much space as possible so that when this poison appears, he'll be able to stay in position. Prosy also, of course, just chomping at the bit. He's ready for everyone to move closer. And here's a super from Senin, basically accepting he's not going to be getting that hypercharge and getting the sandbags out now.
Okay, Wesley with a jump there. Good damage on Tufa. Is he going to be enough, though? Tufa, the gas could be a problem. Portox catches on, and here comes Prosy swinging for the fence. We are even here, midway through this first game of Knockout.
Portox also has that supply drop, a little treat to give to a teammate. Could be Prosy, could give it to himself if he wants to have a little bit more firepower here in the early stages. And look at this lane setup also from OCX. A hypercharge from RDZ. It's not going to find a target, unfortunately. But OCX have to surrender this position. They're no longer interested in taking the left side, now looking for a pinch around this obstacle on the left. Senin got very close to Prosy, but he knows he has that jump away, so he has to get out of jail free card.
Still got tapped down, proper low. That's going to take him out of the game. He can't even charge those arrows until he's nice and healthy again. Really hampers the DPS of Angelo, which he has to heal. Portox moves up into that space at the bottom of the map. Prosy has a hypercharged super. In theory, should be able to go in a 1v2 comfortably enough in the final moments. Senin's already busted that super out as well.
Yeah,
actually confident he'll build another.
Looking for the kill now. They really don't want to face this Edgar in the end game. He's going to find one onto Wesley. Prosy now looking for Tufa. Had an inkling that he was invis at the top right. Now going to get nuked out. Some skates put on him, but you're in the poison, man. Tufa has 0 HP. The hypercharge popped for Wesley, and Tufa expires in the poison too. He was so far pressed back in there. It was his interaction to win, but he could not get the position.
With the hydraulic press, the square block was forced into the round hole in that last part of the round. Ridiculous, the jump across by Edgar, desperate to try and find a fight in one of the most open parts of the map. But hey, Bounty Hunters scrap it out. I wonder if Wiggly Spoos get nervous now. What do you think?
He's wondering if he's going to be correct in his curse. Currently, Bounty Hunters are at match point. It's the first time they've been at match point in this match so far. They're going to have to pull off a full reverse sweep in order to go along with everyone else's predictions, and a pretty solid, what, it must have been like 90% of people predicted Bounty Hunters to take this. Let's see what OCX has up their sleeve. We've been watching Bounty Hunters for their hypercharge from Colonel Rush. Here comes Prosy. Finally goes for a super in the early game, and it's just what Bounty Hunters need. This round is a wash.
That is so risky as the Bell to try and find his wide off angle. I like the idea, but you have no information about where the Edgar is, and he is so fast. I mean, Chef, you can drop an S-Tag down behind you as you run off. Maybe that's not nearly as bad, but he did not take that gadget.
It is very true. They typically send Angelo to go so aggressive, look for damage, and be able to escape the Edgar. It didn't happen this time. The best that OCX can play for here is utility, unless they pull off something absolutely insane. Bounty Hunters just have too much HP, all going to run for the back right corner while getting some utility. What they know now, or at least should know, is that Prosy has the hypercharge super. It's the round-winning condition for Bounty Hunters. They have it up their sleeve. They haven't entirely revealed that he has it yet either.
This is it for OCX. Gotta be go time. Map gets opened up a fair bit. Senin needs the tick healing for this incendiary field to make it dangerous to stand in his own super. He'll be able to linger long enough to get close to full health. But now Bounty Hunters have split the map. What is Prosy cooking? Charged across the map in RDZ's direction. That's one. Hyper popped, and one is all he's gonna get for now. But the rocket rain for Wesley catches Tufa out and Senin. Is it a 1v2? And it's all falling apart for OCX. Ah, Wiggly Spoo. You suck. Have fun at LCQ, buddy.
And we'll come up and make some faces at him as well at LAN, yeah, won't we? And it's going in the documentary, too, you better believe it. Bounty Hunters, look, I was too hard on you guys. I flamed them, actually, a little bit. I would resort to that term. I'm quite impressed they pulled off this reverse sweep, in all honesty, but it should not have gotten to this stage. It's like we finally saw them in form. Also, need to call out that OCX put Bell way too aggressive numerous times.
Yeah, really risky.
Yeah, Bounty Hunters were concealing the position of Edgar, but you gotta have intuition at this. Are we putting forehead grease on there to enhance our ability to... Yeah,
better than thumb thimbles or whatever you call them.
The thumb socks.
Thumb socks, yeah, just get it nice and greasy up on the screen. I respect it, Tufa.
You mean finger sleeves?
Yeah, well, no, you put it on your thumbs.
Yeah, fingers.
Fingers
or
aren't
thumbs aren't.
They're different designations.
Yeah, fingers aren't
If
thumbs.
you play claw, actually, well, actually,
I mean, Semantic tried that against me and I beat the brakes off him.
That's
so
true.
I don't recommend it.
As Bell.
well, anyway, let's look at the stats here. The Brock did fairly well, Wesley doing the best of them all. 70 DPS points only on Portox and Prozzy ready. I feel like, yes, you flamed Bounty Hunters, but with every right. If they play like that in the semifinals, I don't think they will get as lucky. They turn things around in the last chance they get. We had 3 match points from the other side.
Please don't break my heart, Bounty Hunters. Please, please. I'm so tempted to predict against them versus SK Coladas, who I think probably will take this upcoming quarterfinal versus Galaxy Gaming. Of course, both of these teams did have some roster change-ups, so I'm looking forward to that one. It's a potential matchup here in the semifinals with Bounty Hunters moving on as predicted.
It's one of the closer ones, though. I feel like Galaxy or SK Coladas both could very well take this one. Quarterfinal number 4, I'm also still very much looking forward to. And now we get Spoo back. How does it feel to be back on the desk with us?
It feels great, but it doesn't feel great to be called out by Uber like that. What was that? I mean,
Yeah, that's why we sent him away.
Bold aggression. Just because I predicted OCX doesn't mean that I live and die by it. But
That's true.
you know, I mean, we got 2 sets. It was pretty good.
And usually when Spoo predicts against the rest of the desk, he's usually right. How did you predict this time again?
Coin flips, boys. And it appears that you guys are still 1-0 against the coin. You know, this upcoming quarterfinal 2 might be a little different, though.
Look, okay, if Juan Carlos appears, I gotta vote for him. As the NA guy, it is my responsibility to say that, yeah, someone can go from North America to a different region and completely dominate.
Last time we got you on the East Asia show, Spoo. Now you're here for South America. What do you expect? What might be different today than from what you're used to?
Less mechanics.
Wow.
Wow.
Less drafts, more wild team play though. Like I think you just saw it earlier. It's like that entire series was so chaotic, and there were so many drafts where I was in the green room and I said they're gonna pick this and this and it's gonna be over. They don't. They lean back onto comfort brawlers, onto brawlers from my era when I was playing. I know the 2-5's playing, but I didn't realize that they had to pick up comms from 2022.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's that's pretty rough. What a scathing
a rough-
review from the guy who speaks the truth, I guess.
Yeah, well, we're honest here on the desk. That's just how it is, I guess. Now, I think after this first quarterfinal, we're hoping for a really close quarterfinal number 2 as well. It is Galaxy Gaming versus SK Coladas. A little rematch from April, the last time we've seen those 2 teams in this monthly final. SK Coladas came out on top. It was a 3-0, but now we have a bit of a flipped matchup. Galaxy Gaming actually makes it through the upper brackets. They would have probably hoped to get a different opponent for it, but SK Coladas actually lands in the lower bracket today.
It's a really interesting story. If you're wondering what happened there in the quals, how did, of course, Galaxy go through the upper bracket? Oh, you know, they just 3-0'd Loud. That's how they did it. Now, Loud did get a single game in each set, but still to 3-0 anyone, especially a team of Loud's caliber, they're number 3 in the region right now, is ridiculous.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it any better myself. And I mean, I'm curious as to what happened with Loud later in the day. I mean, we will get to watch them slightly later on. But for the time being, I think the Juan Carlos incursion is what I've been calling it, causing this gigantic roster change across the entire South America, has surprisingly benefited Galaxy Gaming the most here, given the fact that they did beat Loud.
It did have a huge effect on every single roster in this region, almost every single roster. So we sat down with the guy. Juan Carlos, what are you doing in South America?
Hi Juan, can you tell us what happened to STMN and what exactly are you doing here in South America?
Tristemente, STMN no aguantó. El poder de la amistad no nos pudo llegar más lejos. Entonces tuvimos que separarnos todos. Y en Sudamérica, no sé, simplemente este equipo estuvo hablando conmigo, decía que sería una buena incorporación y decidí arriesgar todo para poder conseguir lo que es llegar al Mundial.
Okay, so my stamina era ended. We separated, but thankfully this team that you know about reached out to me, telling me I would be a great fit. So I'm here.
There's a lot of teams in South America that you have chosen. Why did you choose to join SK Coladas?
Pues no es como que yo haya dicho, me quiero unir a Loud, me quiero unir a Mote. No es como que yo haya elegido tal cual, fueron ellos los que se acercaron a mí proponiéndome este proyecto y por la confianza, pues es por eso estoy aquí también.
It's not like I was approached by everyone else and I was like, no. It's like this particular team approached me and we chatted and we made it work.
So he decided to go for SK Kalalas, knocks out Pekka. Pekka displaces Ice Crow in Olympus squad. Ice Crow displaces Melodias in Galaxy Gaming. It's a huge domino.
And then Meliodas is like, okay, well, I'm going to go to Odyssey with Brian from Zarita Gang, and then Magic has to find a new team, and so does Lipizin, and then Lipizin goes to Acre Lovers, and then Sinan goes to OCX, and then Rate of Foot has to go to Enosis with Magic, and then they don't qualify. So we have a couple of teams in play here that didn't qualify at all, but it's a complete, like, butterfly effect.
Chaos Theory. You put Juan Carlos in South America, and all hell breaks loose. That is what we're seeing here. And to be fair, Sonny, this is not the first time something like that has happened in South America, right? Like, we always struggle to track their rosters even across seasons.
That is a true ripple effect. Juan Carlos caused some chaos in the region, and SK Kalalas with this new pickup ends up in the lower bracket. That's something neither of us would have expected, and most of us still voted for them to win this matchup. Again, it is a bit of a rematch. Last time it was a 3-0. This time around, it could go very differently, because if Galaxy can take down Loud, they're surely also strong enough to take down SK Kalalas. Well, if you want to find out, you better stay tuned. You can lock in your predictions still on event.brawlstars.com. And now we're going to have a look at the map draft. The first pick here from Galaxy, they go with Dry Season, Pinball Dreams. We have seen some of these maps already. Gem 410 picked by Galaxy, and last pick here from SK Kalalas is going to be Dueling Beetles. The fifth map, as always, is going to be a random map, the tiebreaker. Once again, it's Goldarm Gulch. Do you think we go to set 5 in this match as well?
I would say it's actually a strong possibility. Yeah, so we agree here. I'm also fixated on set number 1, Dry Season. What, you really don't think so? You think it's a 3-0? Okay,
For
well,
who?
now explain why. It's because the coin's talking for him. I don't want to listen to a word this guy says.
So you're going to say 3-0 for Galaxy?
Yeah.
Okay. You know that your job is to talk as a caster, by the way.
Yeah, you can share your opinion, maybe on Dry Season as a first map.
I think it's interesting that we're seeing that. Dry Season is a map that is very, very strategic in nature, and with these global bans coming in, I'm glad that we have 4 this time, okay? The previous team kind of slept over that, and that's a massive disadvantage that they had. So I'm glad that all of our players actually locked in the bans here, and predictions-wise, looks like the community is slightly favored towards you guys, but I've got more people on my side this time. It's not 7%.
I mean, that's fair.
But it's a super close vote, actually. We usually get those 80 to 20, 95 to 5. Now this one seems to be closer. So if we had a 3-2, when the prediction was like 91 to 9%, I think here we're going to get a even closer match, if that is even possible. For me, the global wins were super interesting because Glowy is one of the brawlers that was barely ever picked up in other matches. For example, in EMEA, twice throughout the whole monthly finals, not banned out really. And here it's a global ban. Is that worthy?
It can be. Like, if you're concerned that maybe like Damien will slide through the draft, then Glowy's a good way of enabling it. It's also quite map dependent, I would say.
And we're gonna kick things off here with Dry Season, so let's head straight into it. Bounty to start this time around with 4 global bans. We have not too many meta brawlers still left open. Mortis certainly one of those to pick up the blue star, a very wise choice. The other one we get to see very often is Kaze. Let's see if she's going to be picked up here. What is immediately, or stands out to me immediately, is going to be that we have Edgar banned out, we have Kids banned out, a lot of those aggressors are out of the way, Fang as well. We get to see some cheese regardless. So if you ban Kids, you want to go to make sure there's no cheese on the map, so Doc is going to be picked up anyways.
What? I mean, Mortis' first pick is a given, right? The Brawlers slip through global bans, the Brawlers slip through all the normal bans, and it is the premier way to secure the blue star on this map.
Yeah.
Now, I had a dry season theorem that I've shared with you before already in so many of our casts, which is that on dry season, the team that gets the initiative, meaning whoever wins the first interaction, gets that blue star, dictates the entire pace of the game, and usually wins. But when Cheese is involved, throw that theorem out of the equation.
I feel like also if you're picking dry season, then your MO should be, oh yeah, we just have a really way of getting the blue star and hanging on to it, given that that's the premier way of winning this map. And is Doug really going to be the way to crack the enemy defense? You have Crow, who can't really wall peek all that well, but maybe Doug is going to receive enough assistance to get to the enemy's side?
I think they just know that usually SK Colors likes to play a Byron on this map, so to pick up Crow as well. A bit early for me, usually want it to be in a reaction to make sure that heals don't come through. Byron is not going to be picked up. Kaze, as I mentioned, is going to be their brawler of choice to try and pick up the blue star. I do believe that Mortis is still a tad bit quicker, so blue star is still going to go into SK Colors' hands. Now, overall, I feel like SK Colors got exactly the brawlers they wanted anyway, with Pierce being left open. The bans are also super interesting. Spoo, you said Galaxy's gonna 3-0 this. You have to explain that draw for me then.
We've got Doug Kaze. We've got the end game. You can lose the first interaction and you can still win. But folks, this is a rematch going all the way back in April. Galaxy now trying to prove their mark here while Juan Carlos establishes a foothold in South America.
And some fresh faces all the way around with Galaxy acquiring Ice Crow. We'll see if it's exactly what they needed. Blue Star belongs to Galaxy, but it may only be temporary. KR already going in off the first interaction. It's perfectly acceptable for Mortis to die here, but he really did get some bang for his buck.
The entire team went down that 6 stars. The blue as well on the side of SKC. Got another kill on Doritos. Gonna drop super easily to the damage of that Pierce. And now they can honestly just retreat. Play the theorem, guys. Play defensively. Let's not feed Ice Crow.
I don't know if KR is really on board with that. I think he wants his hypercharge. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about how he can get everyone lined up for the perfect super and then make a play off of that. He knows he's going to get hit by some mustard from Ice Crow if he decides to go for it. It's an easy res onto Doritos. Still no stars acquired for Galaxy. In fact, they actually have to about face. KR gets more. Whoa, why are we going for a hypercharge so aggressively? He thought he was going to hit Ice Crow, but even still, you're not going to survive more than one shot from the Doug when you hit that.
Clip farming. Christian was clip farming. He was thinking about it. It would have been the play of the season for him. Unfortunately, did go down there. They still have the blue star lead, though. That is the critical thing in this mode. Now we see Doritos, and the rest of the team is kind of broken off a little bit. I expect to see that Ice Crow is going to be jumping in there with Dub. He's going to be blowing up one. The bird bomb does succeed. He gets out as well, and they get the lead. Derp even managed to extract with another kill on top.
Dude, how often do you see that? A chained Crow Super, too, off of the offense. Now, Juan Carlos can absolutely feast here on the Pierce, has that hypercharge at his disposal. Now, Doritos looking for the flank from the left side, gets the kill onto Juan Carlos, but nothing more. Everything is pressed up to Galaxy's side. 10 seconds to go. Now, who's going to break things open? Well, it doesn't look like it's going to be Mortis. Doritos already on defense. He's going to get hit twice. That's a kill for Juan Carlos, but he needs more. And all of his ammo is spawned on the enemy side. With a 3-star gap, it's looking all clean and clear for Galaxy to take game 1.
That's the Doug effect right there. They did get the blue start already. I mean, they were dictating the pace of the game, as I mentioned. So this is just how the map plays out. By having that defensive lead, you know, Doug is always going to be able to build that hypercharge on time. And inevitably, once he gets it, Dirt gets his super, it's a bird bomb from heaven that you can't dodge.
Once more, Blue Star goes to Galaxy. Could be recovered this time. Juan Carlos did exactly what he needs to. Oh my god, this man's thirsty. Went for more and only dropped Dirt to 300 HP. But everyone from Galaxy is on defense. Juan Carlos dared to step forward, but no one else from SKC was willing to follow him. He's still going to sit in this very aggressive position, but I don't think over-aggressive. Really nice stuff around there with the play of the Indestructible. And nearly a kill there for RHZ. Doritos was out of range.
Doritos almost fell down there. I mean, I was pretty nervous when he even went in there up against the Pierce. He's going for a breakaway play now on that right lane. He's all by his lonesome, should be picked off very easily, but he is buying a lot of space for the team. I don't think Galaxy are honestly that scared of, like, you know, all of them could die here. It's just about getting that super for Derp and Ice Crow online and then getting a massive team wipe in the end game.
Yeah, pretty much Derp is the limiting reactant of this composition, this compound from Galaxy, because they have the hypercharge. Now Doritos is going to be the one resurrected, but no damage off of that hypercharge, really. bit of damage onto him. No, not quite. Just not really the guy to be supering for Juan Carlos or for RHZ. It makes Kaze so evasive. And everyone dashes away from this hypercharged fan storm. The SKC find themselves cornered in the back right, and they're running out of health.
Galaxy have a spawn trap that is starting to emerge here, but Icecrow and Doritos, they're all low on the utility. This is not a good time to go in, and Christian punishes. Great super from him. Takes down one. Runco is going to get another here, and Derp, the last to fall.
Come with me, little swimmers.
Okay, Derp really needs to make a big play here. You could use that super, some synergy with Icecrow, but it's just not working out this time. Still, they have Doritos' Fan Storm to blind someone. He swaps forms, and it doesn't look like he's going to get that gadget back in time, so it's got to be really, really soon. 10 seconds to go. KR, the first to fall. Now Derp in for an aggressive play. The Hypercharge, he's resurrected. They need to get Juan Carlos here. They've got it. Just a one-star lead. Just stay alive. Make it another kill, and Galaxy get the set.
At the final hour, the pieces just come together, they're fully assembled, and they snap their fingers, and they make the entirety of SK Kalalas disappear. I am shaking, okay? I think they prepared that, right? Mortis as the first pick, you're just like, yeah, it's logical, it makes sense. They didn't even hesitate. Snap pick on the Doug, and the bird comes in, and then you're like, okay, I mean, surely, like, you know, we can deal with this, right?
Mortis before Kaze, BTW, they believed in themselves to recover, or perhaps what for Galaxy not to go for Kaze. I feel like obviously you go for Kaze. Yeah. You play for Blue Star here. It's all about getting the Blue Star and then playing for defense. And where they weren't successful in that, they were amazing at getting that offense going. They did 2 times in a row to recover things at the last second. And yeah, that's devastating for Juan Carlos. Really, really unfortunate there. KR was pulling his weight, same for Juan Carlos, but it was the recovery at the last second. They could not chew through this health.
I think Juan mentioned in the interview as well, this is something that I think we were all very concerned about. He just joined the team, and you know, as a result, synergy is definitely not as strong compared to, you know, I know that Icecrow technically just joined the team as well, but with South America, at some point every player has kind of already played with every other player, so it's one thing to trade within the region, but it's another thing when you've got a player that just parachutes in from NA and then causes, you know, a universe-wide incursion.
Right, right. Well, I also just, you know, ask you to remember how many times we've seen someone join a roster and it just works instantly. Like, you found the remedy, you found the medicine, and it doesn't appear to be an immediate success. He has only just joined the roster, and they fell down to the lower bracket in the qualifiers. So maybe we just need to give these guys some time to, you know, pick up the pieces, get things together. Though within this quarterfinals match, they only have a few more sets to do it. First selection of Lumi coming in here. This one's grown a lot in popularity thanks to global bans making it much more viable for her to be selected early on in the draft.
It is one of the safer options that can be first picked. It does have some weakness to assassins, and that's precisely why. I mean, when you see Edgar banned out, then the next thing that comes to mind is, can this guy just be dived by Mortis? Can we open up the map with something like Ruffs? And that's, I think, the direction that Galaxy Gaming are going towards.
Okay. Ruffs also just as a setup for possibly breaking these walls. They don't want to get upset by maybe a thrower last. Otis also extremely safe. That's going to be their, well, it doesn't have to be mid, actually. It has a possibility of playing on a lane. A lot of safety stuff here. Nothing really hard on the execute just yet.
Yeah, I mean, SKC, they've got a lot of options here. Still could go for thrower. I mean, Willow was banned out by the side of Galaxy. I mean, it is one of the more versatile ones. But honestly, up against the Ruffs, I think throwers can still work. You just punish really, really hard in the early game. You don't ever get the Ruffs his first super, and then that way you can just push down. Kenji is going to be the selection, though, for SK Kalalas. They look like they want to punish that aggression early. They're not really deterred by that Otis whatsoever.
Yeah, you'll also be able to slice through some of those bags, so Ruff's bags aren't going to be as great of a defense method. I think maybe that one was already off the table anyway, thanks to Lumi being on the opposing side. So we're looking at Asteroids coming in here to get that initial control at mid. So what is the response to a possible thrower as a last selection? I guess Kenji already has like a decent amount of aggression, but is that really what you want to let be your one possible point of failure? Mo coming in makes a whole lot of sense. I feel like he's got a lot of good interactions going his way. Also, the possibility of scoring a goal. You have angles that you can play around with your super, which you're going to retain, you know, to change back forms after you use your super to get forward position.
This is really inviting very aggressive rollers from the side of Galaxy, though honestly Mortis here could very well work. You can dive straight into the Mo, you can dive straight into the Lumi here. It's completely slipped through the bans. But no, when it comes to aggression, they look like they prefer the trunk.
Okay, I mean, I see the idea of getting onto this Illumi, but you're just not going to be able to do it through mid. You do have a lot of walls to work with, and the wall break is all on your side, so you can leverage that. Also, should probably be able to outlive some of the Mo actions, so I get some of the mentality. You are going to be feeding a lot, though. That is the primary concern. You don't want to be feeding that Mo very quickly, and it doesn't look like they'll have a choice.
Eventually, he'll get a super. Eventually, he'll get a hypercharge, and that's going to be a goal that you'd be afraid of here. But nonetheless, this is set number 2 of Galaxy versus SK Kalalas. Yon has yet to win his first set here. RNG going to be going super aggressive in the back. You see Icecrow having parity of that. The ball almost gets passed across there. It is in Icecrow's hands now. Self-passing, making a beeline play. And Christian, your super, too little, too late.
He was so close to snagging him as well, but he was just off the mark. It's goal number 1 over to Galaxy within only 23 seconds of the game beginning. Icecrow over here determined to feed some super to SKC. That's not really great for Galaxy. Also with this right side opened up, it's actually decently useful for them. Just not amazing for Icecrow. He's going to have to be relegated to the left side, where predictably Christian is going to be taking up the mantle of dedicated trunk defender. With so much damage into the goal, they will be able to secure goal number 2 for the game and tie things up in a very short period of time.
Instant lane swap there. Icecrow is going to be going up to that right lane now. He wants that matchup up against the Kenji. He's going to be sitting on him, drilling through him, but it's not going to be enough to get the kill. Instead gets rooted up there by Christian. Ends up trading up there with the Mo. Not too bad of a trade. Ball still nicely settled in the middle.
Waiting to see what Christian does with his hypercharge. He's flashing it, he's threatening it at the moment, and Derp and Doritos don't have the movement to get out of the way. Icecrow does, could get caught up there, in fact doesn't. In fact, no one gets caught at all by this hypercharge. And Icecrow's tearing up the back lines. Derp looks around the left side for some sort of play. It's not going to be there. He still has defense. That was devastating, though, to see a Lumi hypercharge wasted in such a fashion.
Total error bar there, and I mean, it was greedy. He saw a play, he saw two-man super, but even if it connected, I don't even know if he had the damage to get it done. Now they're being backed up inside the base. We've got Derp with the hypercharge there. He's being aggressive, and Emma goes for a tricky trick shot there. Goes into the back. Doritos intercepts the ball. And it straight into the goal. Beautiful trick shot from Doritos.
Oh man, it has been a while since we've gotten a solid clip, hasn't it? A trick shot to make that happen, a super also. That's a costly one if you mess that up. Galaxy, they've already taken a set, they've taken a game, they've, put some sauce on it too, a bit of showmanship to end things off. And you have to remember also that they got a goal within, what, I believe it was 23 seconds. Will SKC let that happen once more? They've already lost one of their number. RHZ is looking on pretty low HP and wants to kill on Doritos, but taken down immediately upon emerging from that super. Doritos also gets a supply drop to himself, and Galaxy win the first interaction of this game.
I love this map. Don't you love it when 5 brawlers go down in the first 30 seconds and the ball doesn't move an inch? Yep, that's Pitfall Dreams for you. It's part of the rotation now. Just deal with it. Icecrow's got the ball though, and that's exactly what SKC have to deal with at the moment. He's looking at Juan Carlos, wants to dive in there with the super. Christian's a much better target, gonna be going for him, gets the kill, and now gonna be going to flank back for the ball.
He was ready to receive a pass, but Dirk just couldn't get into position. You see exactly why Juan Carlos was such a threat, but now he has to change forms and now defend. You'll see the ice coming down, didn't really block off the left side, mostly on the right. Icecrow's looking for a way of getting through, has the damage, and they got the wall break perfectly in sync. That's the synergy that we need to see out of Galaxy, and with Icecrow as well, the new addition to their team.
Hypercharge there from Icecrow, wanting to be Christian. Misses the first super, managed to get a second there. Desperately got a kill there, but the ball was not cleared. And now it's Juan Carlos on a tear. Gets one, gets two, cleans house. And SKC finally have some room to breathe.
So which hypercharge are we looking for here? Icecrow's going to pick it up. He knows he has this kill on Juan Carlos. No, perhaps he doesn't. And a total waste, perhaps, of that trait. At least he has a hypercharge to speak of. Here's a move in, and I don't think that was going to hit anyone. RHZ, going to be completely honest. Juan Carlos on the right side, also taken down by Doritos. It's a solid defense so far from Galaxy, but we know how deadly Christian can be with a super, even if he did miss the last hypercharge.
That could be the turning point for them. The big one, Mo, gonna get a super soon as well. Icecrow goes aggressive once again, but just feeds Juan Carlos here. And there's that Mo hypercharge that we were talking about. Gets it, scoops the ball over, passes it over to RHZ. It's a daisy chain and an easy goal.
25 seconds till we head to OT. Icecrow still is hanging on to this hypercharge, and Derp is ready to repel any move in from RHZ. But I think RHZ is going to try and mount this attack from the sky. with his hypercharge. Would love to do it with a super. Gonna have to work hard for it. Now going in on Doritos, the one to lead the charge, dodges the mute, and now gets the hypercharge super. He's looking for a team wipe, but doesn't get a single kill. This ball is possession of SKC. With 1 second to go, all these walls are breaking down. Ice Crow's not gonna have any cover to speak of.
Ice Crow did manage to bring down one Carlos in the nick of time there. It was a costly hypercharge to use. Now he doesn't have a super for this overtime. And RNG is going to go on the punish. Gets Doritos down. Now I see Ice Crow trying to go in there to make a headwind play. Gets one-on-one Carlos and then gets back out. Pressure from Galaxy, but the ball parked in the top right.
So who's going to bring it out? Who's going to be on ball duty? They don't want to be assassinated by Juan Carlos, but they might not have a choice. Ice Crow's been doing his best to juke out these shots, but it's not happening. Now, whoa! Managed to repel the attack from one, and now SKC can rocket up this field, but with RHZ gone, it's going to be a much taller task. The best that Christian can ask for is a solid super, and he's threatening it right now. Galaxy need to take him down if they want a chance at this goal.
It's SK Kalalas that have to defend this with all they can. They're too far to get a goal of their own. The defense is the best bet they can have. And you see the hypercharge out there from Derp. Ice Crow trying to break in, but SK Kalalas, the defense is stalwart, and they get a do-over of this round.
Yep, let's do it all over again.
All over again.
Yeah, pretty solid tie here. I think SA is also where we saw the longest set of Brawl Stars in all of history. I think we saw like 3 consecutive ties before we finish off the set.
Preseason icebreaker, we were in Purgatory. We watched a 7-game series. That is right.
Don't do that to us. We've only gotten one game on the board.
I'm not gonna, I mean, when I said 3-0, I didn't mean with a 7-game Brawl Ball series. So let's see if the first 30 seconds, do we have 5 deaths? Do we got a goal? Nah, nothing going on so far.
Okay, but we did see a bunch of people die. That's what you said about Pinball Dreams. It's everyone dies within the first few seconds, but SKC seem to have gotten the better end of that bargain. They have a couple of supers at their disposal, and they also have Lumi in prime position. You're gotta be kidding me! This man, what a sniper! Spotted the angle from all the way downtown.
To be fair, it was the biggest of open goals I have ever seen. Ice Crow, Derp, and Doritos. They just kind of slept at the wheel there. Maybe they just want to give away this set for free. Either way, they're going to be now at a massive disadvantage. Now down by 1 goal, maybe a second to follow with this team wipe coming in. And RHZ self-passes to him. Ice Crow tries to stop it. You're not stopping anything. That's going to equalize the set 1-1.
I don't see any smiles or jubilation on their faces, but I think they're beginning to win the mental battle at this point. Set 2 in the books, and SKC looking quite solid.
It's 1-1 for 1. He needs this. He really needs to put 1 on the board. You don't want to be down 2 sets in any kind of a situation, and not against Galaxy, not in your debut game here in South America. Well, at the very least, this early game has gone relatively peacefully. No one has died just yet.
Yeah, we'll see if it was too hasty to call the mental war 1 already. Juan Carlos is looking pretty juicy, but couldn't find the angle. He was too far back to slot that one in, but it was sure close to a 20-second goal.
He had a split-second timing there to get the super in, but yep, too little, too late. Not going to be able to put that one in there. But the ball is still with Galaxy at the moment, and Ice Crow doesn't have his super online yet. He has to tank up a little bit more before he can get it. He's kind of stuck against the wall there, can't really move at the moment. There he's going to make the rotation against RHZ. It's a much better target to farm the super off.
Yeah, pretty much. Ice Crow has his super. Doritos also with the hypercharge, so who's he going to go to? Once Doritos gets his super, and which wall will he break open? We saw it utilized to get a goal earlier, but it's not really where you want to place the hypercharge tree. Ice Crow with some damage on the left side, looks for the rotation over to KR, has to abort. He's not really sure what he wants to go for. Now gets the kill and the heal off of RHZ. Now this would be prime for Galaxy at the moment, but they don't really want to go for it just yet. I wonder why they didn't pass the ball forward to Ice Crow. Looks like he can walk it down now. RHZ muted. It's beautiful. And Galaxy lead in game 3.
Confuse thy enemy, confuse thyself. Ice Crow couldn't pick a target, and neither could SKC. They all got befuddled by that play, and now they've got less than a minute to come back from this. They still look like, look at the screen. SK Kalalas, they don't know what they're doing. They just surrendered the entirety of mid. Nobody wants to make a play. They're waiting for supers, they're waiting for something, but no one's making it happen. Finally, Christian makes a move there, but they just get derped.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. That's progress. Whoa, what's this breakaway from Ice Crow on the left side? That's a serious threat, and a hypercharge pot for Doritos cannot get rid of RHZ, and now Ice Crow is going to find himself way too aggressive and taken down by the duo of Juan and KR. Now it's Derp's responsibility to take up space in mid. He has all kinds of territory with the walls broken down. And here's another threat from Doritos. The clock ticking down. SKC are ready to score this goal. 2 hypercharges in play, but not a single goal off.
Yeah, Juan is going to be the last one standing here to try to pass the ball to RHZ, but Ice Crow intercepts and just gets the clear with only 1 second left. There's nothing SK Kalalas can do. Galaxy now up by 2 sets.
Okay, Spoo, again, I gotta talk, man. Do we really think this is gonna happen 3-0? Are we really listening to the coin flip?
The coin's always right, you know.
It has not been right so far.
Well, maybe if it was right about something, but at least in this one, you know, I think it wasn't entirely inaccurate. Galaxy are playing better. You have to admit that looking at SK Kalalas in terms of synergy, in terms of how some of these plays are made, honestly, tad bit simple, no? Like, they're not really doing anything fancy. Even the goals that they have are off mistakes of Galaxy, less so of, like, impressive team play.
It's true. It's true. Like Juan Carlos getting a goal over here was a mistake by Galaxy, but I think we did see some solid team play. In game number 1, we saw a pretty nice wall break, and it was Ice Crow that got the timing correct. Look at him also topping the leaderboard alongside Doritos, but RHZ was fighting a complete war here as Kenji. A lot of times totally estranged from the rest of his team. Juan Carlos and KR a lot of times were unwilling to push in without their supers, and in some cases, when the supers did come online, it didn't make that much of an impact. I'm especially looking at Lumi.
Yeah, I just saw a lot of trades, right?
Yeah.
No real like tempo plays where they synergize the team, they get a clean trade, but they gotta leave that all in the past, right? This, now heading over to Gem Fort, this is gonna be the 3rd map in the series, and it's pretty dreadful because bear in mind that we've map draft in Brawl Stars now.
Yes.
In theory, when you get to the 3rd map, you want to at least be at 1-1. It's fine to give away your own map, but when you lose on your own map, now you put yourself at match point in potentially a foreign map.
Yeah, it's also what makes it just so devastating to lose on your own map off the first couple of sets. Colette snuck through? We're joking. We're joking right now. Okay, but it's deliberately left open. Is Max going to be the answer? I feel like she could maybe juke it out. Sandy also. I'm looking at 2 brawlers that are outranged by Colette, but aren't necessarily 2 of the brawlers that she is best against necessarily, because Colette's generally focused towards tanks. With the gadget, with the Buffy, she's good against basically everything.
Yep, I hate to put it to you, but the notion that Colette is only good against tanks is no longer true.
A bygone thought.
It's bygone. That's like, you know, if this was 2022, then this comp, yeah, you see Colette first pick, they're like, yep, we won, we got this, but sorry, it's, look at the clock, guys. I mean, this is a really scary Colette, and I have to say, this feels like old school versus new school, and new school is looking a lot better. Now with this Crow coming in, another brawler that, you know, got ridiculous buffies and pretty much has been power crept to the moon. Next patch is gonna be out of existence, but this is gonna be his last good showing in a monthly final, and paired up with this Colette. Oh my word, I mean, we already knew Crow was good against Max, and now it's even better.
Yeah, it's even better, right? More support would not help this at all for SKC. They have Sandy, which has decent damage. You got good area control with your super, but you're outranged by every single thing on the enemy team. All you have to really speak of are these walls, which, to be fair, Galaxy aren't going to be capable of breaking any of them. They will be able to shoot through them thanks to the Crow Hypercharge and the Colette gadgets, so that's one to watch out for. But really, the Max, is this the best that we're thinking? Because we have 2 ways of slowing things down for Galaxy at the moment. Max isn't going to have the speed at her disposal, and that's all she is anyway, is speed. She doesn't have really the greatest damage. And here's Rico to make use of the walls. What's his expression? Y'all can't see this, but Spoo looks absolutely puzzled.
I mean, it's literally 2022 meta, no? Like, this is Rico on side.
I could see this on Hard Rock Mine, honestly.
I mean, yeah, they're really playing. I mean, this seems very dated. I mean, it's still good on Gem 4, don't get me wrong here. Rico's got fantastic angles here. It's just, I just don't know if it's enough. They do have pretty good matchups overall, but it's just when push comes to shove, when purple buttons come online, is this really sufficient?
If you asked me to name the top brawlers in the game, the ones on Galaxy would absolutely come up in my top 10. And for SKC, they absolutely would not, but they do still get that initial position. Juan Carlos is going to get poisoned here and take it down. KR also obliterated. And RHZ is looking at an entrance into mid from the wrong side. Hypnosis and the 1-2 combo. Even a shield gear can't save this guy.
Yep, and now that you're locked out of mid, it's going to take max speed, it's going to take utility to get back in. You see Juan Carlos, he is the desperate centerpiece of the team. The Sandy has to come online, has to start chaining these these supers. The Sandstorms must come down to allow the team to progress forward, but so far, I think he's on 0 supercharge. Hasn't landed a single hit the entire game.
It looks kind of like it. He's going to get stunned as well. It's a gimme for Ice Crow, and Derpas are able to fire their shots around this wall and totally outrange Sandy. It means that Christian is also going to have to back away, but at least he has a hypercharge super to hopefully save Juan Carlos. It's going to get him a bit towards his super, so it's definitely going to be helpful, but the speed was not useful at all. Still finds himself on this corner on the right side, going to get hit by both of the Morning Stars. KR, again, attempting to pinch in Ice Crow. That's going to be a missed super for Doritos. That one was very aggressive, and I feel like he only had the confidence to go for it because he feels that they're going to absolutely destroy SKC, which they are so far.
Power creep is the name of the game. Sandy with a grand total of 0 DPS. Juan Carlos may just be tying up his kid record once again, going for a big egg in the score sheet because that's what he has right now. 0 impact in this game, and it's not even his fault. This draft is just so dated. I could get YDE to play it.
And let's get YDE over here. Oh, wait, he's not the best. But in all seriousness, it's a little reminiscent. It's a little ironic, right? That this happens again, that Juan Carlos just gets put on a torturous matchup. It spawned really pervasive meme. Last time we saw it in 2024, and now it could happen once again. Juan Carlos is going to go for a sneak attack, though. No one knows his position. Is anyone going to get an idea? Well, he's completely outranged, so it's not really going to happen at all. At least he gets to apply some pressure, but KR was fighting a 1v2 solo, and now Juan Carlos is pinched by the entire enemy team.
You know, object permanence is developed by the brain sometime when you're like 9 months in.
Yes.
And yeah, they can remember where you are. So Juan Carlos there sneaks up there, gets, okay, he got 1 hit, right? At the very least, he's got 1 hit on the table. Kudos to you, you've got your right lane control. You're losing the game regardless because you've given up the entirety of the mid control. Now you see once again, okay, going up, straight into Doritos. 1, 2, 3, and 1 more will do it. And there we go.
Oh gosh, not even a gadget can save him. Because what are you really playing aggressively into? Doritos is still going to get this kill in spite of not going for the pushing star power, and he'll get his hypercharge as well. Everything is looking perfect, and SKC just have to feel down the dumps at the moment. But Juan Carlos finally gets a super, and it doesn't even cover all of mid. It will allow them to get in, but I feel like they were able to do this beforehand. Now SKC get a couple of gems in their possession. Juan Carlos gets just what he needs. He will still be taken down by Derp, but he's much closer to the super than before.
Could be the beginning of a comeback here. Not gonna lie, it's a pretty big one to come back from. Very difficult. They gave the speed once again all the way from the back to Juan Carlos, and he's gonna be going for the toughest matchups here. That's why Christian is clearing house, but that's surrendered control of the mid. Ice Crow, clean extraction, gets out of there, jumps back into the base. Oh, even catches the Sandy here with that hypnosis gadget. It's only Christian and RHZ that are left here. There's nothing that they can do here. We see a massive super. Airballed across, and Christian jumps in, spins are across there. Ladies and gentlemen, who was right?
All right. I'll bow down to my coin. Can I have it back, by the way?
Yep.
Once you find it, Galaxy with a very unexpected win. They did go through the upper bracket and did manage to take down Loud 3-0, and they do the same to SKC, who went through the lower bracket likewise. Wow. And to acquire Ice Crow and immediately click, that is what we look for in a roster change.
Working against them, the Juan Carlos incursion may have strengthened all of South America, but weakened the team that he joined. That seems to be what's happening. And egg, look at the egg. I like it when I see eggs, but I mean 0.95 doesn't roll off the tongue as well as 11.
Yeah, that has no meme potential at all, but I'm sure it will be posted on social media anyway.
Wow, well, SK Colossus loses 3-0. Now play the clip where Spoo predicted exactly this to happen. 3-0 for Galaxy. The jinx is real. Insane. Well, in scrims, SK Colossus looked a lot better. They win most of their scrims against Galaxy, but when it counts, this roster is showing up. Galaxy Gaming, who, had good showings in the past months, but I didn't expect them to take Loud and SK Colossus.
No. Far from the expectation for me personally. I know Spoo expected it. We've heard enough from you. But fantastic that all these roster changes, even the ones where it seemed like someone got booted from their more comfortable team, has actually resulted in a team getting stronger down the line.
There are always winners and losers in roster changes. And I mean, judging from the interview with Juan Carlos himself, you guys heard that he didn't really get that many offers. This was the one team that offered it to him, and I gotta say, I don't know how they're feeling about it. Removing the superstar Pekka from the roster, substituting a foreign player in, and then getting this result at monthly final. Not how you want to start off the season.
And I don't know if you've checked social media today, Spoo, but there have been some teams that got some new players and then dropped them immediately after not performing as well as they wanted to in a monthly final, or not even making it to it. Well, anyway, we're now heading over to our quarterfinal number 3. The match so far that I expected to be close was not close, and the match that I thought would be a 3-0 sweep was very close and actually a reverse sweep today. So I don't know what to expect from the next one. It's Pizza Congelada versus Acre Lovers. So we have frozen pizza versus lovers.
Of acreage, do they want to get into the property market? I don't suggest doing it in Los Angeles, but you guys might be in the right spot for it, so I don't know where that comes from, bro. Oh, wait, isn't Acre a state in Brazil? I think it might be, I'm not sure. They have a large number of states. Yeah.
Well, anyways, quarterfinal number 3 is on the way already. Pizza Congelada, who have been seen last at the Brawl Cup, they didn't go as far as they probably would have wanted to. They dropped out in the group stage.
Yeah, they lost to my boys, actually.
Your boys?
RNTX, Crazy Raccoon, what I gotta say?
They got one set against them, right? But it was a really rough group, I think, for an outsider to come into. I do think that team was like, you know, looking a little bit weaker coming out of the region anyway. Difficult group to come in, but there aren't any easy groups. There are no walk-ins to the top 8. I guess the one exception is that like 8-0 was in that group A. That's what allows Bounty Hunters to at least make a top 8 finish, but from there it was rough for them. So fair enough. I think still you get to play land conditions, right? You travel, you play under those match conditions live. I think it's really helpful to bring that back home. Tough to replicate that feeling now, but the experience still matters.
So Eternal, they used to be called, didn't go as far as they wanted at Brawl Cup. They're also only second in this region, but they actually have won the most grand finals of the entire region. Bounty Hunters sitting at the top because they made it to every single grand final, but lost twice to this roster.
Yeah, it's just because of that 5th to 8th seeding. 5th to 8th lost inside the March monthly final. Otherwise, the Pizza Congeladas, which by the way means frozen pizza, which is why you see the entire refrigerator
Yeah, I get it now.
pizza
They're being frozen
at the back.
I would love a refrigerator to step into right now, personally. I could really use it. I mean, I want to say Eternal's qualifier run was really shaky, actually. They get through the lower bracket. They are one of the teams that stay together after like the mid-season break, right, which I think really matters. I think there's a correlation between like the time you spent together as a roster and like that level of success you can get. So they all got that experience at LAN. They got battered, yes, but they came back, and I still think in this region they're going to have something that not a lot of teams can boast. It's that longevity as a roster and that like, you know, that LAN experience. I think it matters. Against an Acre Lovers team who are kind of just on the grind. This is their 3rd monthly finals. They never really get out of the quarterfinals, right? But you know, eventually they spin their tires for long enough, they're bound to break through. Just maybe not against this team.
So one of only 2 teams, I believe, who hasn't been hit by the roster changes. They're now standing here today to hopefully repeat what they already did in April. Now, Brawl Cup, it didn't go all too well for them.
One set. They won 1 set.
Your team had a tough time at the Brawl Cup. What happened there?
Eu acredito que o nosso resultado da Brawl Cup acabou dando ruim por conta do meta, que a gente não se adaptou 100%. Eles acabaram fazendo um ban global que acabou destabilizando a nossa equipe de como a gente pensava. E no jogo contra a Revenant, nós conseguimos ganhar o jogo até fora da match, mas a gente acabou tomando, se eu não me engano, foi 2 matches, a gente só perdeu uma por, tipo, pequeno vacilo, que foi, sei lá, 2% na zona. E no jogo da Crazy Raccoon, eu acredito que a gente tomou 3 matches, mas a última daria pra gente jogar bem melhor e eu acho que daria pra tirar pelo menos um set, sabe? Mas eu acho que é isso.
I think that we weren't capable of truly compete with the meta. We weren't 100% adapted to it. We also suffered from a global ban that we had. It was also very difficult for us, especially in this part when we dealt with Revenant. If I remember correctly, it was 2 against 1 when it comes to points, and then we were slightly off of 2% to reach the points necessary to gain. So fighting Crazy Raccoon was very difficult in this environment.
Back on domestic soil now, they still look as strong as ever, coming through the upper bracket in this one here as well. And even Spoo, I believe, predicted them to win, predicting against the rest of the casting desk in the first two. You're finally on the right side.
The coin,
he flipped the
is
coin.
finally on the right side. It's not me, it's technically not my coin, it's Reddy's coin. So
You've divested all responsibility for these picks onto an inanimate object.
yeah,
That's the height of projection.
it is.
I'm very impressed.
It is.
And now he's blaming Reddy because it's Reddy's coin. That's crazy.
That is amazing.
That's like the mental gymnastics.
That is so
gold,
clever.
it's gold
Honestly,
medal.
congrats. That's big brain shreds right there. Let's see how big brain those shreds are now also for the map draft for our teams. We have Pizza Congelada as the upper seed, deciding to go first here with Hard Rock Mine. Pinwall Dreams picked up by Acre Lovers, Ring of Fire, Golden Gulch. So finally the decider isn't going to be Golden Gulch for once. It's going to be Dry Season. So we see a lot of the same maps again. Hard Rock Mine to kick things off. Will we see another Max Sandy Rika incursion here?
No, please.
Probably not.
This is a new age team. Let's pick new age drafts. We are in a new patch. We have been in a new patch for a very long time where that comp doesn't make sense. I'm still having nightmares thinking about that Sandy performance. But looking at the global bans though, this is a all out. Once again, no D for Damien, no A for Ali. And Mina and Mortis taken out. These are stellar global bans.
They came in with that. They came in with the damn global brand. That's crazy. Also, like I do think like it's good to see Mortis and Mina both being targeted, but it should tell you kind of a lot about what Acre Lovers are gonna try and play here. This is also a region where you do get the occasional on the right map, like the triple sharpshooter loop. Some teams are just gonna draft all that stuff, but no surprise for people to expect Pizza Congelada to be the dominant team. They are the dominant team technically in this region, at least in terms of those monthly finals finishes.
I want to talk a bit more about the global ban of Ellie. A brawler we don't see globally banned too often, but on the maps that we see here specifically, she's very good, especially Ring of Fire, that map 3. Ellie would have been a really good pick. Now, with so many aggressors out of the way, do we just get to see a completely different meta once again?
Just play Leon. I think there are still there are gap closers like that are still available. I think you can still run them, but a lot of the problematic assassins have at least been looked at here. But it's Brawl Stars. We have over 100 brawlers in the game. We had to add global bans just to try and control how many of the really broken ones you could play at any one time. But again, there's still a huge amount of diversity in those kind of picks that you could bring in. And some of the tanks of yesteryear that have maybe phased out a little bit, like your Bulls and such, are still an outside option on some of these maps.
Yeah, we are writing history here this split. Last split, we introduced the global bans in March. Now this month, finally in June, we get map drafts as well. So I think the teams have to focus a lot more on strategy going forward now than they have used to in the past. Now, without further ado, we want to head straight into our quarterfinal number 3. Pizza Congelada versus Acre Lovers. Excited to see what they will bring out here. Hard Rock Mine is our first map. It's been in the game or been competitive for probably one of the longest times. One of the oldest competitive maps here, and I always like to see it. Rico Sanya Max would be open. I just said it first. We have even more aggressors banned out here. Shade, Kit, and Lily would have been great to turn things around at the last second. If you have first pick on a map like this one, you do well in banning out these options. Naja is gonna be left open and immediately picked up here. Usually they like to go with something aggressive here. Mina is their most picked brawler in scrims, but she's obviously banned out here. Acre Lovers did well, they did their homework, and they ban out 2 of the most played brawlers for Pizza Lovers. Pizza Congelada,
yeah,
sorry.
It's Acre Lovers.
Pizza Lovers would also
I know.
make sense.
That's actually the only name that would make sense to English speakers here. Pizza Congelada like to play a lot of the control brawlers on this map, right? So we've seen like Otis, we've seen Nita, for example. a lot of those brawlers picked up at times here. Getting the Naja, I think, is about the epitome of that designation, so they're happy with that start. Ruffs is an answer, no huge surprise. Obviously, those sandbags are going to be fairly important to, answer some of those single-shot brawlers. The shots that bounce also can really let you bully into a lane if your opponent isn't playing something that's going to overwhelm you there.
Yep. I'm a bit worried here if Acre lovers do decide to lean in for this Ruffs Pierce angle. Yeah, that's what I was concerned about. The Edgar angle has to be covered. It has to be mentioned. Slip through the global bans alongside Naja. We're going to expect to see this happen a lot in a lot of the maps where Naja and Edgar will get traded out onto both sides. And I am surprised that the Naja is the one prioritized. I guess it's the harder one to deal with from a drafting standpoint. It's just better to get it out of the way early on picking it rather than having to, always think about it in the later phases.
You mentioned Nita, Otis would also be left open. Both of those fairly good against this Edgar. Let's see if they're going to go with one of the two. We also still need something aggressive on the left-hand side. And there he is. Fang is going to be the answer. Someone we don't get to see too often, especially with, for example, Kenji or Kaze still left open. I think there would have been assassins that are a bit stronger in the current meta still left open. But I don't mind it. Fang is going to be okay. Will struggle a bit to deal with the sandbags from the Roth, I will say. And there's the Nita I mentioned already. Is it going to be enough against the Edgar, though?
I think you have some stopping power, right? At least with the Fang onto the Edgar. Remember, Enger's hypercharge ignores walls, so you can close gap between those, and he has a stun. That can be area of effect if people are sort of gathered up around you. I think the Nita's going to be amazing for that map control, and you can really start to abuse that with your Naja. But Lumi is going to be drafted for that same purpose.
But Naja probably going to be the gem carrier on the left-hand side. What do you do if the Edgar jumps on you?
Not much, really. You can pop a gadget and kind of buy some time for your team to come back and maybe deal with it, or you can just get Kawe to dive their gem carrier and play it that way. I mean, gem grab has kind of devolved into less so much of a, one-for-one gem trade, just playing for that big hypercharge, the big endgame play, and I think both teams have set that up for their rosters.
Yeah, I think the hypercharge, obviously, for the control brawlers can be really effective to bully out of the map and basically get these unassailable positions, that ones that can't be snuck back against you. Whichever way you slice it, Pizza Congolata are hoping for more sets than they won at the Brawl Cup. It's only one, so easy enough to do, you think, in your home region. But Acre lovers showing up in yet another monthly final, still fighting for a bit of recognition, for a bit of respect.
We're seeing all the players still hiding inside the bush. They're waiting for their first super, especially from Limpizit, Edgar here. Just, not revealing his position just yet. Could, just opt for this lane swap. Yeah, it's a hidden lane swap that nobody really knows. He now gets that first super online, which is why you can see the other side of, Pizza Congolatas, they haven't revealed where Motep is either.
No hurry for either of these teams, right? Cow and Satisfy are happy to trade some gems for now. It's a Grim and Frost, and this gives Fire Murillo a staging ground a bit further forward, allowing Lipazine on the other side to start to sneak up. Flashing that super all the while, but Motep wasn't born yesterday. He's wise to it. He does not want to be sat around with it. Edgar comes knocking.
Poison there committed by Kawe. He's actually using the gadget that doesn't defend himself from Lipizin's jump here, so really just opting to go for more aggressive plays. I think he realized that honestly if a jump happens, he's going to die anyways, and Motep's going to be the first target here. Lipizin even has a hypercharge, goes straight into the back, gets one, and what? What did I just watch?
Well, there's one option. There's one answer to what the Edgar does, and that's the Fang gadget. Jubileo nowhere near, not in the same postcode as Lipzine. And so he's going to get away with absolute bloody murder. Fire Murillo gets caught out now, and here comes the net closing. It just closes a little too late. You would think some of those gems finally dropped there because they're now just super into the back line, but Fire Murillo going to make that space. Nice blast speed. Also catches onto Kawa, denying any further advance and resetting the countdown.
They're going to reset that. Jubileo has the crucial super to go in. It is committed on to Satisfy it out, not onto Lipizin. That is the key target they needed to get. They are starting to corral the team in there. Motep might get another reset and a little bit more perhaps, but this is just purgatory, honestly. I mean, they're just going to be able to defend another 13 seconds and we're just delaying the inevitable.
Interesting that Motep doubled back there. It didn't go after the gem carrier, clearly believing that Jubileo could connect, but that was a super just used to close the gap. There's a roundhouse kick, there's a stun, no elimination though. Those gems are not dropped at all. It's a sloppy affair in this first round here for Pizza Congolata as Acre lovers get out to that lead with the Edgar dive and they don't give it up.
I'm not sure if Motep is aware that Nita doesn't auto-charge the bear, so if they just AFK inside
they don't fire it, they don't get a super.
They don't really do much, while Lipizin is gladly charging a free hypercharge, which is the win condition of the team, and pops it at the right moment. On the other side of Pizza Congolatas, they're not doing that. They have to change that up for this game, and I'm hoping to see Motep actually do something.
feel like it was a miscommunication there that perhaps Motep thought Jubilee was a bit closer to the gem carrier and would be able to super them a bit more easily. Either way, we set our sights now on this next round. A day of upsets. And your coin didn't say Akalubs, did it?
No, it did not. So that should not be happening.
Because I was going to say, I don't even want you to enjoy LCQ if that was the case. I'd be very upset. I don't want you to have the worst time possible. Ah, Lipazine, dominant stuff, and that's 4 gems on Satisfyer behind him, so it's 6 in total now. Motep looks to try and make some space, but Grimmin Frostbitten makes that a complex affair.
Still flashing the super there. He wants to go on to Kawe, but the trap has been sprung by the Congeladas here. Motep was finally well positioned there. That's one way to do it, but then just burst him down with Nita's burst damage.
That's all I'm hearing. I'm not going to lie, it's doing my head in. Lipazine, another dive. Soaked plenty of damage, but Satisfyer has been bing chilling behind those sand. Oh! Jubilee comes in. Stun didn't quite connect on the Satisfyer, but he's going to get yet another super. Can he make it 3? Healthy enough, but eventually he's going to be brought down. The blast beat caught Motep, but not Boost the Bear, who now won't really know where to be looking as Fire Murillo's going to simply leash it away from the gem carrier. Lipazine has the entire horde to himself.
All that effort for what? A drop of blood? Not even that. They couldn't even get a single gem out of that interaction. Jubileo did manage to bring down Fire Murillo here, and yep, Lipazine is already home. Good try there, he says. He waves goodbye to the set, and Akalubs, they lead this one.
So many of these teams in South America left change, of course, with big roster switches. Pizza Congelada, not one of them, and they fall flat in that first set. It's a draft that looks a bit concerning because you mentioned, where is the Edgar angle? How are they supposed to answer that? Yeah, Fang Gadget's fine. If the Edgar dives the Fang, that never happened. Not even once. Lipazine, great target priority here, and you see Jubilee has spent most of the time just looking on in dismay as his teammates had their heads cracked together.
I think they were also expecting that this Lumi would be the gem carrier on the side of Akalubs, but they did this really smart move to swap the Rust onto the mid, which does 2 things. Makes Motep's life completely irrelevant because now you've got a Lumi into this Nita. It's a matchup you don't want to play into. And then you've got free coverage in the mid. Jubileo will take eons to charge a super.
And you can see Motep, I mean, his issues with that lane are reflected in terms of his DPS. Having to fight against a Lumi who outranges you and frankly can just clown you without you really being able to interact with them. Only 121 DPS over the course of the round. Control brawler here, Lumi, very powerful in that particular role. And yeah, Naja was a nuisance. She's able to get those gems dropped on occasion because her super works much like a thrower's. Still, though, an inability to maintain those gems and therefore the lead for Pizza Congelada.
I do want to say once again, we have a team in this matchup that did get a roster change. So Lipazine coming in and 8 kills on that Edgar. He did fairly well, and the team really seems to work. I want to go through it again just because I think it's hilarious. Juan Carlos displaces Pekka. Pekka displaces Ice Crow. Ice Crow displaces Melodias in Galaxy Gaming. And now we come to Melodias joining Sonadores, displacing Lipazine. Lipazine joins Acre Lovers, displacing Senin. And that is where we are right now. It's insane what happened in this region over the course of just a single month, simply because one guy decided to switch regions from NA to SA. Heading into this map number 2 now, we are in the draft already. Lumi is going to be picked up first. Really like it on a map like this one. You want to have mid control. It's all about it on Paintball Dreams. Mo is going to come in as the aggressor on the right-hand side. What we usually get to see a lot on a map like this one are the Otis, the Cordelius, the Chesters and the Nitas of the world, because you, again, want mid control. There's a lot of assassins in the current meta, so I really like that draft on the right-hand side so far.
Now, when you look at scrim results, normally they even out as time goes on, right? They play against better teams, they play against worse teams. You end up with about a 50% win rate. Pizza Congelada have not scrimmed this map well lately. They have actually struggled in general. It just doesn't seem like they're super comfortable on it. A lot of their most picked comps have just lost. They've tried a lot. They've tried Barley, they've tried Rico, they've tried Shade, they've tried Trunk, they've tried Chester. None of those have really worked out for them here. So want to see them come up with a comp that has at least some durability to it. We're not there yet. You can sort of like find a last pick and hope you don't get exploded by the Otis here, but they certainly need someone with a bit of staying power. Damien, of course, is banned out. No Mortis and Lumi to play with here. So those are your considerations, and you yourself have banned out the Edgar. You don't want a bar of that right now.
It's not too bad at the moment. I mean, with this Willow and the Lumi, they have a pretty good structure going on. It's either tank or anti-tank for the last pick, and they're going to opt to go for that Cordelius instead. I am a bit concerned still. I mean, I think the more aggressive option here, you know, Kenji was still wide open here, could have been picked up by them as well. It would be an easy way to, you know, secure ball control for them.
They don't want to walk into the Cordelius, I guess, is their issue, because they don't have last pick. But it still seems, I mean, Cord seems pretty awkward against Mo and against the Otis, respectively.
Yeah, it's pretty awkward. And with this Lily coming in, yeah, this is now basically hate picking straight onto that weakness of the first pick, going all the way back to the Lumi. Now that's 2 targets for both the Lily and the Mo to just capitalize on, and that's a timing that Acre lovers seem to want to play for.
I didn't love the Willow pick. You two didn't even press it too much. Willow this early in the draft, a huge risk. Despite pairing it with Cordelius, you still leave her wide open to get something aggressive on the right-hand side. Lily is going to be that last pick on the right-hand side. Really well drafted. So Acre Lovers picks this map, a map that Pizza Congelada hasn't been doing well in scrims, and for me, they're flip-flop.
Yeah, I think they have copper. That's totally fair. I kind of like the Willow here in some of the right circumstances. Motep's having to deal with Lipazine, but has to give up a lot of space in order to do so. In the right spots on this map, you could be a real nuisance. Like right now, Satisfyer and Fire Murillo being just corralled over towards this left-hand side. Motep will have to be hyper-aware of this Lily, who will always be lurking.
The first aggressive from Lipazin didn't really go too well, and it fed a whole bunch over there onto Motep, who will be getting that Hypnosis very, very shortly. And once he gets that, this Willow now becomes a good brawler. I mean, this is going to work out in his favor. He could get this one in there. Cower saves him in time, but still gets the trade that Lipazin there rips one into Jubileo.
That's crazy. I mean, that mute gadget was pretty impactful in that situation, and honestly, that's a trade you're happy enough taking if you're Acre Lovers. We're going to lane switch here. So Lipazine now is going to have to be dealing with this Cordelius. Not the matchup that Lily is comfortable with. Obviously, it's a weird interaction potential in terms of both of them being able to access the Shadow Realm. But Satisfy here as well, off towards that left-hand side. Wants to get good connection on Motep here and always be able to dive. Forcing that gadget early and getting the kill for free means, yes, you can dive in on someone else. It's Cower instead, who barely gets out of that exchange alive.
Great communication there from the side of the Congeladas. Passes the ball up there to Jubileo there, and now that's a kill threat onto the goal. They just surrender it over to Lipazin, though, who has that hypercharge online. Going to be tossing it out. Complete airball, though. Lipazin, what are you doing? That is a win card you're throwing away.
Oh, not ideal at all. Motep able to survive the scrutiny of the Lily, who came back empty-handed after that dive. Fire Murillo's definitely seeing better days now. Jubileo is looking for a chance to get in and clean off the Otis. No one's looking at Motep right now, and he can free fire in towards that goal area. Grim and Frostbitten buys Cower a little bit more room here. As Satisfyer, low as he is still able to avoid these questing Morning Stars from the Lumi. Motep cleans him off though, and there's Cower ignoring the walls. There should be a walk-in for the Willow. I thought I'd say that. And that's a Pizza Congelada goal.
He's still got the super there online to keep himself safe and to get a second goal online. They've only got 20 seconds left for Acre Lovers to make a play here. Lipazin limps forward and just gets pummeled there by Motep. Grim Frostbitten's committed there to space even more. They've got the ball pocketed in that top right-hand corner now. Lipazin has to try to do something. Once he's got the ball, he's just... Oh, no! Air balls, 2 hypercharges this game.
I think even if there wasn't a gadget from the Willow there, that hypercharge would still have missed. It bounced off the wall behind where the Willow was. It also missed Cower. That's about as bad as it can get, but we have seen Lily hypercharges whiffed. It's never a good feeling. And frankly, Lipazine had to use gadget to even close the gap. There was no way he was ever going to get to do that for free. Pizza Congelada so on the ball, making sure Lily paid for every inch of progress she made.
There's a trick to land Lily hypercharges really easily.
Oh, yeah?
You just get within 5 tiles and press auto aim, it always hits. Always hits. Lipazin, tip for you. Hopefully you learned it in time. Hopefully you're not listening to the broadcast while you play, because what else are you doing? This push though, going over to Motep, they're not going the best, and Jubileo is the one that draws first blood here on the mid.
Still, this is going to result in a stalemate. Satisfyer leans more over towards this left-hand side. I love this aggression from Motep. Obviously, he's a thrower. You don't always expect him to be taking safe, but he's always looking to capitalize on things like this Lumi gadget or on the absence of the Lily from the right side of the map. He'll give some of that ground now, begrudgingly, but is trading it for some free, easy damage on Lipazine now. Coming in low is the Lily, caught by the blast speed damage, and Cower finally assists on the right side as Motep ended up unscathed.
Ooh, now self-pass to himself.
Milo.
Willow walking it in. Y'all didn't like the Willow? It's kind of an East Asia thing, and I think Motep, maybe he's learned from Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I forgot about the Willow. That's wild. It was a very early pick here for Pizza Congelada in fairness, but she's not quite good in this scenario. When it comes to, I don't know, stopping her opponents from scoring. Unless she has a super. That's a different story.
They did have, like, you know, all the utility in the world, and that is a push, the timing that we talked about in the draft that Acre lovers have to get. They just have to keep getting those timings. And Motep, he's got a bit of PTSD there, dives preemptively the wounds. As you saw, Lip is in the boogeyman there, jumped for one, almost got a second there. That root didn't do damage.
Yep, not at all. Fire Murillo here, still standing tall in the mid. Oh, classy jump from Jubileo. Able to stay alive and maintain that forward positioning. Lipazine, interesting choice here. Likely to get caught by a super. And yeah, now a chance to put some damage down to Satisfy, who is terrified of his teammate. Lipazine gets a couple of hits in at the Mo. And now the ball's going to be in a bit of an awkward spot for Pizza Congelada to obtain.
Secondary win condition on the ball there for Acre lovers. The overtime could be beneficial for them. They both have the Mo and the Otis at the Ranger. That doesn't seem like they want to play with that though, with Lipperson going for
Praise
Jubileo of all people. What?
He still has a hypercharge super, by the way. That's pretty sick. Satisfy taken to the Shadow Realm, and Motep, the road seems clear for them for the most part. Now they'll look to put damage down on Lipazine. There it is. Super catches in Lipazine. A shot would do it, but no. It's wayward. Lipazine able to divest himself with the ball just in time with 3 seconds left on Cower, who simply doesn't have the damage. Overtime. Nice blast beat, and he sneaks it past Fire Murillo. Goal here for Pizza Congelada. And quite an explosive finish to the game.
Oh boy. Sigh of relief from Motep there. This is not a map that they would have wanted to be down, and this wasn't even their map selection. And yet they managed to tie this one up. This is another way you can deal with map drafts. You lose on your own map, then you dominate on the map you supposedly really lose in scrims on.
And honestly, we end up being quite critical of that last pick, Cordelius, when there's the option to take a Lily or someone who can sort of close the gap. But it ends up playing quite well because, yeah, you can counter the Lily, but also you're just a nuisance to any one player who's able to make a break with the ball. Willow worked out, even against probably her most prominent predator. I feel like, you know, good gadget usage and Kawa assisting often with those supers to stop Lily in her tracks.
In the end, using both Cordelius and Willow makes it so when both players have a super available, they can take 2 players out on the other side. There's only 1 player left to defend. Really well played by them. And I think in this one, it wasn't even a draft. I really liked Acre Lovers' draft. I feel like they looked a lot more like what we are used to seeing from them. They looked like the better team. That is all that was.
They are the better team.
Yeah, in
even
theory.
Spoo says that. Even his coin said that.
But again, I thought we were quite impressed just on the individual level in this first set of the series. You're gonna hear this. We're gonna be a little bit harder on Pizza Congelada because they have a reputation. They've been at the top of this region for quite some time and performed as such. So we're surprised to see them drop sets. But despite so many players chopping and changing rosters, there's been a real refresh in the region. It seems to actually have invigorated many of these teams affected by it, outside of hindering them, which is impressive.
Pizza Congelada, one of the only ones unaffected by it, have now evened out the score. They're still not in the lead, despite, as we said, being the better team on paper. We're now heading over to Ring of Fire. I love a Finks on a map like this one. I love a Lu on a map like this one. Lu is banned out, so Finks is the next better option, I feel, to have a good, solid mid-brawler. Now, what we've seen earlier on this map, Grey comp, is that still going to work here in these days? I said you have to ban out the Colette and Talu if you want to go at CP comp. Both of them are out of the way. Chester coming in his first pick. Could still be a potential Grey later on.
It's the M's being banned as well, which is a bit suspect to me. Also, I'm throwing back to the Ali global ban here because this is actually one of the maps in which Acre lovers use her a lot. So looking ahead, I think Pizza Congelada were just to try and take her out of rotation. She's a real nuisance when she can get into your bush side. It feels like the game can really snowball heavily from there. Someone who also can play up and play aggressive. We're seeing less of at the moment, but still at times a really bit niche pick is the Draco. Getting Draco on this map, also with the with the Grey comps can be pretty annoying. What? But I think we know how much Pizza Congelada love their control comps, but they're again going to have to fight against an assassin. This time it's the Boogeyman again.
They didn't cover for it again. I am kind of worried here. I don't really know what our fellow Pinza Congeladas can do on the last pick here to deal with this. They haven't really dealt with both angles here, and Ecolivers haven't even, you know, rounded out their comp here. They don't have to even go for a Grey here. Edgar is gonna basically always auto-charge super, find a way to weave into the back with that Scarf, and then he's always gonna be a present threat that Jubileo on the on the Chester has to deal with.
Oh, they picked the Otis as well. That's the one counter available, really.
They're just gonna chill now. I mean, they've got the Sphinx Otis core in the mid that's basically gonna deal with any tank on the map, and then you're forced to pick a tank to deal with this Edgar, which will be countered by the rest of the comp. So once again, Ecolivers, they just have the lead here, I think.
Yeah, Draco would have been an option mentioned by Uber earlier. Now not that good into the Otis. Penny could be a good last pick here. I really like her. And she can deal with an Edgar if she has a good gadget available, if she gets some help from her teammates. We do have a lot of damage on the left-hand side.
They're picking the Draco.
They're going to go with the Draco. It is one of their favorite picks, so I don't blame them. Is it going to work against an Otis? Not sure. They do, as I said, have a lot of DPS with the Lumi and Chester, so they can deal with the Edgar. Yeah, I don't know. We don't get a Grey comp in this one, which I'm happy about.
Yeah.
Didn't work out last time.
Without Ems, I still think you needed an answer against the Finks Super. Draco obviously is quite effective in the Finks Super even without Hypercharge because Finks has to vacate that area. The spread is just too wide.
Especially with Ems out of the way.
Yep. One of the other brawlers who is actually good at punishing that. So I like that. Like Pam also can clear it to some degree. She's just not as strong on this map at the moment. So here we go. It's one apiece now. Ring of Fire. It's a nice little Grim and Frostbitten off the rip to get some damage on Satisfyer.
The first Scarf there by Lipizin didn't connect, but he still managed to get the pinch against Cowbear anyways. And now Motep, yeah, this is the duty that I'm saying. He doesn't know where he is, and he has to be here the entire time. Goes on to Draco. What?
Why?
That's a free kill.
Okay, I guess maybe he's convinced that he's going to be spotted out anyway, but jumping on the Draco, who is literally popping super as we speak, is a very odd decision. Okay. You're going to see, yeah, these Morning Stars are slow returning as well inside that Think Super, which is quite annoying. But still, hits Congelata. Nice. Okay, little blast beat there. Satisfy's taken down, but I don't think you're happy with the trade if you're Jubileo.
Absolutely not. Lipizin's going to go for another super. Pops the Scarf, jumps in there once again, but that's a negative interaction for them. Without the Hypercharge, he just doesn't have enough lifesteal to keep himself alive here. Already 63% to 6 and counting.
Yeah, basically, Pizza Congelata can't leave the point for any reason now. Kawa does not want to use an early gadget. Hypercharge Super could be good, though, for making space here. And yeah, no Think Super available either, even to even slow this or mitigate it at all. Lipizine about to be spotted here, dives in. Kawa should have a gadget, doesn't have to use it. This is good signs now for Pizza Congelata. They can snowball this lead.
Kawa now desperately has to charge a second super before returning guy in the mid. Ruben Frostbite is going to be a bit of a nuisance there onto Ecolivers, but without the Draco, this bastion of defense inside the mid, it's Ecolivers that are gradually inching back inside. Great dodge there by Fire Murillo, who now popped that Hypercharge and aggressors back into the mid.
Kawa didn't quite get his super in time, and now this is where Ecolivers get more of a lead picked up. Hypercharge super for the Things, very impactful. Lipizine popping his just for the raw stats by the looks, and a fat splatter that could have watered Kawa away with the bro is absolutely not scared of a little bit of damage on the ground. Fire Murillo tippies forward. Interesting. Straight into the waiting arms of the Draco, who now is cycling those supers, revealing Lipizine early, forcing that jump on out. Motep's Hypercharge super is going to make some space, but he just got flattened by the Edgar.
Ecolivers just stat padding at this point. They count up to 100. And honestly, was that really clean gameplay from the side of Ecolivers? Lipizin made at least 3 or 4 suspect jumps and wasn't even punished for it. I mean, this is really just what happens when you pick a brawler that we are now dubbing the Boogeyman, and there is nothing. There's nothing on the other team to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I guess there are some niche brawlers that have ways to interact with Edgar, but he has so many iframes that you need to land all of those abilities in a pit. You could also take the other star power, I guess, on the Draco, but then you lose that sustainability of the health injection when you super. So I don't think there's not a great answer really to this Edgar with what was available.
This is not fair at that point. I mean, Motep has one job, and the job is to deal with Lipizin. He can't even do it right. He's going to get now in this back. I swear, if Motep loses that interaction, I'm calling Adrian. I'm telling him to nerf this guy now, because that is not okay. What is okay, though, is the fact that Ecolivers are inside the mid, and this game looks a lot closer.
Yeah, Pop Rock's needed there by Motep to stop Lipizine, and Kawa simply vaporized there under the pressure of this Edgar, who now has a Hypercharge, and he's going to just go and keep going. Good damage there, though, from both Jubileo and the assistance of Motep. It's a 2-for-1 exchange, though. Not where you want to be, as slowly Pizza Congelata are getting further and further behind in percentage.
It's a slightly better early game for them, but they have no answer for the Boogeyman. He jumps in once again, chains it off to a second. He's bought plenty of useful space, but the team got a big push. But this nuke in slow motion somehow manages to collect Fire Wheel in the back.
I mean, when it covers most of the map, it doesn't matter how much warning you have, I'm afraid, Spoo. Cow here stood inside the Fat Splitter and does not care about it. Hit by the mute gadget, though, that's a bit more of a concern, rather than the mute super. Satisfier is going to do enough to take this Draco out of the game. And Motep, well, you must be this tall to ride. Sorry, brother.
Oh, I mean, I've got a sour taste in my mouth. This is honestly really hard to watch. I'm just seeing Edgar just repeat this chain of destruction. Okay, this time it didn't really work out. That's signs of life. That's good from Pizza Congeladas. This is a really, really much needed breathing room that they need. Jubileo did flunk that super there. Bit unfortunate, but at the very least, they are equalizing in percentage.
Good damage on Lipazine. He's going to have to dive at about half health, but the mute super catches onto the Draco. Jubileo here, though, not afraid to stand and fight inside that Fat Splatter. Eventually, Fire Mirror is going to clean him out, but Pizza Congelada have a nice little lead. And the hypercharged super from Draco should all but seal it. There's no way you're taking him down, and raw staying power keeps Pizza Congelada in the set.
Thank goodness for that, honestly. I mean, it was one misplay from the side of Acre Livers. They were, and that was basically it. Like, they lost a lot of the advantage that they had, and that was a little bit too much. But on the side of Pizza Congeladas, I feel constipated watching them. I feel like they have to play so well in this just to work against this Edgar.
It's squeaky bum time, that's what I like to call it. It is uncomfortable to go up against this Edgar, but there is a way. Pizza Congelada have figured it out. Look at them take space now. Force an early jump from the Edgar. Kawa respects it, backs up. Nice little lands collections, but Lipazine dives and is brought down by a Morning Star. Satisfier in the blast beat, out of the picture. And if Pizza Congelada can get an early round lead, they can extend it just by Draco being hard to shift off the point.
Just better. Now, this is exactly what you mentioned. That is the deterrent against Lipazine. Jumping straight into Kawe. We've already established that doesn't really work out. And then Kawe just gives it right back. Just dives into the back. He does get some supercharge back in return, but this is a fantastic start from the side of Pizza Congelada.
Bit of a miscalculation there. Jubileo has to follow up on his own blast speed, but those Morning Stars are slowed down by the Fink Super. That gives Satisfier enough time to shrug off the route and get to safety. Pretty close game now. 5% separates these teams. And Lipazine's looking for another opportunity to get in. Fire Murillo just needs to heal up. Nothing else really required from the Finks at this time, but Lipazine just isn't in sync with the rest of his team. That's a solo endeavor that gets punished.
Kawa makes a similar play, but this one works out. The slow motion nuke flies out. This time Satisfier has given enough warning to dodge it accordingly. Lipazine now is going to be going inside the backline. Wants to make that same flanking play that he did from the start. Pops the hypercharge, goes into Kawa, jumps onto Jubileo, onto the next, and back onto Kawa. Gets that kill, and that is much needed from Acre Lovers to stay alive in this set.
Now I think Super. That's the next important piece of the puzzle, but hypercharge Super catches on, and Fire Murillo TP to the same place he was standing because he hadn't moved in a minute. Still, his Super persists and helps Satisfy dodge some of these projectiles, but it's up to Fire Murillo solo, who is rooted in place yet again. And Pizza Congelada have cracked the code. Constipated or not, they'll take this set away, claiming victory over the Edgar.
Hooray! Edgar does not have
for motility!
Yay! That they don't have a 100% win rate with Edgar. I love it. That would have been bad. I mean, if a top tier team like Pizza Congeladas can come back from the Brawl Cup, you know, with all this new and cool improvements, and they lose to a team that kind of just had a roster change, had a really, really rough adjustment, and then they lose just because this Edgar Brawler keeps slipping through. That's just not really how Brawl is supposed to be.
But how many times have we like berated teams for having poor drafts, right? Being like great mechanically and then just sort of falling off. That was kind of the label we stuck to East Asia for the longest time, and finally learning to find something else to talk about with them.
Nah, I'm still gonna play East Asia forever. I'm allowed to do that. But
it's such a big part of the game now, and when Edgar is like not targeted through global bans, right, sneaks through, that's 4 brawlers that you can take out of the game beforehand, Sonny. You are going to have to reckon with him. You have to have a plan, I feel like, if you choose not to ban him.
In the end, it is going to be a mix of a lot of factors, not only the map draft, now also coming into the summer split, but also global bans itself, draft overall, and then team communication. And team communication is something that we first have to learn. Acre Lovers still has that new player. Lipizin has been popping off the last few sets, but in this one I feel like it showed a bit, especially in that game 2 and 3, that they weren't playing too much together, that some pinches were missed.
Yes.
And that would have been super important against that Dracov specifically.
You're up against a team that has a lot of like zone controlling abilities in Blast Beat, Lumi Super, and Draco. And so if you are diving and the rest of your team is forced back by one of those abilities, you're going to have a bad time. It's not going to work out. They definitely need to tighten those screws up in the coordination aspect.
That's something that they only have one more set to do, potentially. They better tighten it up very quickly. And in Goldam Gouge, I don't know if they will get the same clutch that they've been getting this entire series, which is the Boogeyman, the Edgar pick. Let's see it. They ban it because they have first pick. That's completely fair to me.
This is the map they drafted. They wanted to play on this map, so let's see if they can turn things around and we get to see a second 3-2 of the day. I would be down to see that. Leon is going to be the first pick. Don't Mind It has also been their most played brawler in scrims. Pretty good win rate as well with 80%, so don't blame them. Now on the left-hand side, we still have a lot to put up against him, though. We can play aggressively, we can go with a bell to bounce between himself and his turret, and let's see what it is actually going to be. We can also just open up the entire map.
Oh, breathe in the awesomeness.
Okay, I think these are very safe picks. You are trying to leave yourself open to get a really nice, like last pick here. Love is a 4-letter word, so was Colt. These guys play a lot of Colt for whatever reason, and they have quite a lot of success. They won 6 out of 8 of the games. Colt certainly requires a certain set of conditions to be satisfied and might not really play into the rest of this comp. You may want someone else who can really help your Gene capitalize and turn that magic hand into an insta-kill opportunity to make it a 3-2. And Angelo, not necessarily the brawler that can create that opportunity for you. There's also like really defensive brawlers like RT that you can fold into this comp and just make it very safe and, you know, very good in the late game as well.
They could. I'm a bit worried now, honestly. Gene Angelo is not a pairing that I am that big of a fan of. I mean, you mentioned having an insta-kill on the magic hand and having to coordinate that with your Angelo is not the easiest of things to do. Not at all. And when Ruffs was still open, that's the brawler that I thought that they would go, you know, Ruffs +1, but instead they would let it slip through. And now Acre Lovers have Russ, Ollie, and Leon. This is a really scary comp. Yeah, this deals with anything. There's no like easy last pick that comes to mind for Pizza Congeladas that can just punish this entire comp.
I mean, I don't mind the cold shot you had earlier. They played it very often. Opening up the map is going to help them against Ollie, and they do have the damage to go up against this. Now, what I was thinking, you mentioned speed for the Gene. Jaeyong is open. We haven't seen it even once in SA, but it would be the pick EMEA would probably go for at this point. But we're not in EMEA, so everybody on the desk right now is looking very confused. We have a tick into a comp that I guess stays together a lot,
yeah,
so it's not too bad. It can also take out that Leon turret. But on the right side, we can now just wait for the late game and we win this one. Especially Ruffs is going to buff this Ollie like crazy.
Yeah, field promotion is going to be a problem.
But you're not getting to the late game. The whole point of this take on Goldam Gouge, and then it's coming as the last pick, I mean, it's cheesy. I mean, not going to lie. If this Ollie manages to get out of base once, he runs your whole combo.
Yeah, you just die.
But if you survive this literal first interaction, which we're about to watch, if they just survive this, the tick is not bad.
Okay, let's see. I mean, Lipzine is obviously looking to close the gap really early. At his own risk, of course, taking a pretty healthy amount of damage and has to gadget away back behind cover. So that first interaction is survived by his Pizza Congelada composition.
Surprised that he didn't actually pick up Hypnosis on this map. He opted to go for the jump. I thought you just played Speed plus Hypnosis, and with the Leon, you basically get out of the base that quickly. That's what I was really worried about. Without that, I mean, he's actually not that big of a threat. Now,
you can jump and then super right, like kind of double jump and get over a wall. It's a bit unexpected.
It is playing for the late game, basically. What Acre Lovers are saying here is that, you know, they're relinquishing this early game. Yeah, it's going to be super annoying. We're going to get this tick charging up like 10 hypercharges, but it's irrelevant. So long as no one gets, you know, tickled to death by this Gene, we will basically get to the end game and win off that.
Lipzine is stepped forward here out of that. There we go. Here's the jump. It's actually just a super. Then the jump forward up. And last hurrah, not nearly enough for Kawa to stay alive. And that is the issue up against this Oldie setup. Satisfyer says, okay, I might go down, but it might be a trade. And it is Fire Murillo has the damage. And Motep has to head for the hills.
The problem with this Pizza Congeladas comp is that they just don't have burst damage. In fact, they just don't have damage, period.
I'm sorry, I mean, last hurrah's burst damage? No, head first, burst damage?
It didn't connect. It has to connect.
Angelo's got burst damage. It just got to hit the shots, man.
It's like one burst of damage, you know. You put the entirety of the team's comp damage together, and they only kill Lipizin.
I mean, I was with Sunny. I thought this pick around at the comp was kind of doo-doo, but here we are. Here's the Ollie, and Jubileo, nice jump away.
This has
now
to be a kill.
He's in an awkward spot. Magic
Please.
They get him.
Okay, now we breathe for a moment, because now it should be a nice, easy consolidation. Please. Oh. Okay, Uber.
I thought the sandbags were going to do Jubileo in, because he does not have the penetration gadget. That could have gone either way.
It could have gone either way. That was terrifying. I think if you mess that one up, then you really get tilted, and then you go down by 2 sets.
Still, Akalov's here, not much left to do but to perish to the gas. Fire Murillo was hoping for a little bit of damage. Build a super. And so, the Ollie encounter is survived. It is a pretty aggressive play by Lipizin to try and dive in. So far, his tank play has been pretty darn good. Let's see what the plan is now to close out the first game of this set.
He's definitely not jumping in this time. At least he got no super to make that, bravado play going all over by himself for no reason, really. I mean, even if he got that connection, there's Motep with the magic hat, but there's no damage. They barely got it through, and Jubilee is going to try and force this one. Pops the hypercharge, then misses the next attack. Pizza Congeladas, they just got to consolidate. Just chill in the bush, guys. Hide in the trees.
Think they're good for now. The healing's been enough. Motep trying to play safe and get body blocked 4, and so Pizza Congelada close out that game with what is probably a more robust composition. Even though the tick is a little bit awkward, if they can deal with that first Ollie dive, if they can punish the cracks in execution and team play from Akalovers, then they can survive. And we've seen some disjointed moments from Lipizin and the rest of his team.
Just think of it this way, right? There's just one timing that you have to make sure that you don't die to it. That's when Ollie's got super or Leon's got super. Any other time in the game, your comp is the most annoying thing on the planet to play against. You've got Gene that you can't dodge. You've got Tick that's basically undodgeable. And then you get tapped up one time by Jubileo with poison, and someone might be dead.
Yep. Oh, look at Lipizin, so low. Ollie's just not going to be involved in this game for a minute. Big damage. Yeah, now he can take some map control. Starts to get a bit more suffocating. Oh, Satisfier! How about them apples? Jubileo plucked from the lowest branch. And now it's a 2v3 for Pizza Congeladas. Kawa and Motep are trying to put some pressure down on Fire Murillo, but they have rather slow-moving projectiles, and Fire Murillo has eyes. He can dodge.
He's got eyes.
He's got eyes and thumbs.
No, Leon's got no eyes.
He's good.
It's under the hoodie.
The assumption is that he's got something there. There's some sort of ocular organ.
They've got nothing this round, though. I mean, the very least, I want to say Pizza Congeladas got some utility out of that, but I don't think the comp's really playing for utility. They're playing to just, try to stomp the early game as much as they can, annoy them, tickle them to death, so to speak, or Motep can just land a pull.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we saw them win like that. Motep just hooked in Fire Murillo, who did not have super. Well, he built it eventually, after he took a 95% of his health and damage and never had a chance to escape. This is some good poke from Kawa. Head first here as well, be well apportioned, and it is going to soak up some shots from Lipizin, who's isolated from the rest of his team. But Fire Murillo's taking this opportunity to get aggressive from the top side of the map, though Lipizin is down. Fire Murillo caught out as well, spotted by the mines that carpet the field, and Satisfier has to pop some sound-looking sandbags to stay alive.
This is one of those... Uber, do you feel itchy?
Oh, you look emotional, though.
I feel pretty itchy.
Oh, you have hives.
I have hives watching this comp be played out because, really, it's the most annoying thing
it's very good
to play against. I mean, this gene-tick combination means eventually death by 1,000 cuts.
Yep.
You can't heal. That's the problem. Lipizin got chased into the enemy base there and had to pop his own gadget. He didn't want to waste his super to get out because that's the only way that in this third round that they can make a comeback.
You have to take space with this Akalov's comp, but doing so can subject you to an easy magic hand. You just get plucked out. So you've got to play passively while getting map control. Those are concepts that frankly are at odds with one another. And that's the problem here for Akalovers. Has a big head first hit. They're going to chase that up. It has to be Lipizin gadgeting away to safety. Now he's still in the game, and this lollipop drop means Fire Murillo can dodge some of these projectiles coming in, but it's just not a good look for Akalovs, and frankly they're teetering on the edge of a loss in this series.
Satisfier could be going down here, but we see Lipizin making a big play in the back, goes on to Kawe.
Oh, man.
He's the savior of his team there, and then he's going to have it that way, keeping his team inside this game.
This is huge. Fire Murillo just can't get tapped down by Jubileo here. Here's Lipizin going in for the dive. Motep is in trouble and finally brought to heel. Akalovers making this, what could be the last set, a little more interesting.
Ooh, it's still a close one. I think for a moment there, tunnel vision. It was what struck Pizza Congeladas. They were staring at Satisfyer the entire time, completely neglected Lipizin's position. He just got to creep up on the right side. Pretty obvious of a jump, honestly, that they could have dealt with. But with no utility from the Gene or from Head First, it was just an easy kill. Kawi fell.
Last game of the set. These comps look evenly matched, actually, and it really feels like it comes down to execution or random chance, if you will. Jubileo here charged up with a shot. Lipizine looking for him now. Jubileo knows Lipizine isn't playing with that Hypnosis gadget, can be a little bit more confident about playing the longer sight lines against the Ollie. Lipizine, though, is starting to push in. These magic puffs from Motem aren't quite enough when the damage continues to rain in.
I love how aggressive Lipizin is playing. He realizes that he's going to get super only in one of two ways. Either he takes damage or he deals damage. And the way that he's playing with that gadget to get out there and then, you know, weave his way back inside his base, you know, this is the way that they build up that utility, that much needed utility, the only way that they can win in this series.
Flashing the super as Lipizine has the jump. Cower is the target, but caught out by the magic hand midway through. Lipizine still has the health. Jubilee is going to be pulled out of a super, but is alive still, and Satisfyer gets in there, cleans him up, and maintains 2 supers for the next round.
This is a terrifying revelation if you are on the side of Pizza Congeladas. You realize if Lipizin literally makes the most obvious play ever, runs straight into your entire team, there's nothing you can do. There's just not enough damage on the team. That's what they realize. And Akelovers, they're spotting it. They're going to make the same play once again, but this time they're backed up by the fact that Fire Murillo is buffed up. He's got this Leon Super Satisfyer. Please don't die. Listen to the plan.
Don't listen to the voices in your head, but do not int. Lipizine, though, knows that there's no magic hand here for Motem, so he can't be disrupted as he tries to dive in with this Hypnosis. Now that window has closed. Motem has been able to develop his super now, and Pizza Congeladas are ready to play defensively against the inevitable dive that will come from Akelovers. It's about now or never, though. Cower's going to pop that hypercharge, kept the super. The headfirst is going to be removed. Those mines end up in a pretty unimportant location, but Satisfyer's gone down. Jubilee's able to pick him up, and Lipizine's got nowhere to be. He's too low. It's Fire Murillo now, staring down these last 3. And Pizza Congeladas are determined to get this series ended in this set. Fire Murillo will have to step into the gas.
One more round could do it for the side of Pizza Congeladas. Or Akelovers could pull this one back and we could go to a set number 5. Let's look at the utility count. It's Fire Murillo that is going on a breakaway play on the left side. He just blows up his invis though. I mean, didn't really accomplish much there. It's Jubileo that's going on aggressive here, but Lipizin, he's got hypercharge at the ready. Rebuffed there by Motem, gets the pull of his lifetime, but he pulls Fire Murillo. The damage situation is not going to be enough. Ends up, the dust settles. It's a 2 versus 2, and we've got Akelovers on the run.
Great taps though there from Jubileo, though they are keeping Akelovers honest, forcing him into the corner of the map. Now those sandbags aren't going to offer much of a buffer. Motem can develop a magic hand. You talked about the damage situation. You are missing Tick's constant pressure. So now there's a chance for Akelovers to heal, and they have a combo here in the form of Ollie just diving on in. They've got sandbags as well if they need to get him a bit more space, but Lipizine takes a ton of damage early. Look at the split. Motem, lamp blowout comes just in time, and Jubileo jumps out of that supply drop. He's forced away from his super though, and these sandbags are an issue. One by one, they had to be brought down, and we get a 1v1 for the set.
Mano el mano. It is going to come down to Satisfyer. He realizes he wins this matchup. Just needs to run at Jubileo and tool tap him. There we have it. Akelovers take the set and bring us to a set number 5.
Doesn't get much better than that. Coming down to a 1 versus 1 for the set. And both teams, frankly, are pretty bizarre comps. I think that much more standard is the Ollie setup, and you can see how it is quite effective. The Tick Angelo comp is nasty. It is brutal, tough to play into, but Akelovers show a level of composure above their expected station in being able to push through this knockout set and even the series up.
Even score now 2-2. We're heading to set 5 yet again. I'm happy. I hope you guys are too. We get to see the most possible Brawl Stars right now. We also got to see the very last round of knockouts where it was quite close. I wasn't a huge fan of that take a pick, but in the end, it did kind of work out for Pizza Congelada. Akelovers just realized in the last one finally, hey, if we just run straight at them, it actually works out.
Yeah, I mean, that's Angelo's issue with fire rate, right? He gets one charge shot and then you just empty your entire clip and tap him down. Let's have a look at the stats here on the back of this game. Now, the DPS is heavily inflated for Cower and Jubileo because this is a poke composition, right? They're constantly putting damage down, heal pressure, something that Satisfyer has to contend with that field promotion, trying to get his team topped up. But there's some inevitability to any Ollie comp, right? I think the Leon's great for damage. Ollie can get an extra drop on them. With the lollipop drop, he's invisible for a bit longer. I honestly thought this was a great set of Brawl Stars between two teams that really understood their win conditions.
Yeah, I feel like on the left-hand side, we were constantly just reacting to the picks of the right side. We had the Leon first pick, then the Gene to scout him out. But Gene didn't have too many crazy moments. Yes, he hit his pulls most of the time. But then taking the opponent actually down is not easy when you have an Angelo and the Tick who aren't really good at putting out a lot of damage in a quick matter of time. Now, we are heading to Outsiders, so neither of those two teams have picked the last map, which is Dry Season. I have to say at this point, though, for Acre Lovers, this is a map they scrimmed twice and they lost twice.
Great.
So
well,
unlucky for them.
That's not great. But sometimes, you know what I mean, that can be a good sign. You know, it means you've got nothing to lose. You're going to walk into this game and go like, well, we kind of suck at this map, so let's pick something crazy and go hell for leather.
On the other side, Pizza Lovers, Pizza Congelada, have no information about what Acre Lovers likes to play on this map. Flip side, Acre Lovers knows exactly, and that's why they're banning out some of the most played and best brawlers for Pizza Congelada. We have Naja double banned here. We have Colette once again out of the way. She must be the most banned brawler today so far. And Edgar slipped through the bans once again, immediately picked up here by Pizza Congelada.
Well, you've got plenty of warning for this.
Yeah. Do we see a Doug this time? I mean, it worked out previously against the Mortis.
Kid is both open.
I mean, in theory, yeah, we go Kid Doug here. We don't know what to do in theory. We just look at statistically what previous teams have played, and it does actually fare pretty well into the Edgar. Could be the play to cheese out and freeze these pizzas for good.
The awesomeness.
Here's Angelo, someone who is going to benefit from the pretty wide open nature of this map. Someone who also has the ability to get away from the Edgar for the first jump. Outside of that, though, you're on your own. If he's going to hit you with that scarf, then well, it can be a tough time. Still, no true Edgar counter being drafted here. Just something that's objectively very strong on this map. And getting a premier sharpshooter is never a bad tack to take early on in the draft.
Someone to try and compete with the Blue Star, maybe.
If my calculations are
Could be a Jae Young.
correct.
They're going to go with Meeple instead. They picked him before. I really like him because he has a lot of damage to dish out. With the Rage Quit, we have two gadgets now that are okay into Edgar. But as you mentioned already, the Edgar now with his new gadget has 2 jumps available. So even if you dodge out or stun him in the first one, he's going to hit you with that second one, his super usually. Charlie is coming in. Would have been a great answer into Edgar, I must say. And Gene once more. They really seem to rate this brawler quite highly on the side of Pizza Congelada. Didn't really work out for them. A knockout maybe now in Bounty. It is going to work.
I mean, I like it. I think you've taken the Charlie away, right? You do not want your Edgar to have to play into that. There are some options, but while Charlie has stopping power, she also is a pretty reasonable, like, mid to long range brawler that has her fire rate increased as targets are closer to her, therefore her DPS goes up. So that can be nice if you're going to see someone more aggressive, even like the Kenji comps, like you can hit them pretty hard. Jae-Young, very reasonable pick here. Both teams have healers. This is someone who's going to give you that burst of speed. And also, I think Edgar's got to respect that weekend warrior damage that comes out. You can find a bit of burst there if you need to, blow him up.
Can I just say, I am so much more impressed with the way that the younger, hungrier, acre-loving teams are drafting compared to, these seasoned giants. These comps are making a lot of sense. I mean, I think across the board, when the Jae-Young came down, we all just nodded our head in agreement, like, yeah, that's what they
listen
need.
to stream.
They're listening, they're taking notes, I guess. And
it's going to give Edgar a run for the Blue Star here in the end. It's still going to be Edgar picking that one up. Let's see if Pizza Congelada can finally close this one out. It is about time. 3-2 though. We're going to set 5.
A decider. I'm excited to see how this Edgar's supposed to be made effective use of here. Kawa trying to be a nuisance as Acre Lovers want to push up on his left-hand side. There's obviously a lot of map control taken away from Pizza Congelada, and also a lot of health away from the Edgar. Ooh, but he's still got the burst damage. Hitting like a Mack truck there as this time for Jubilee to go forward, but Rage Quit is a bit of a problem gadget to deal with.
Really close interaction there with Kawa, just barely getting out there. Doesn't get value there off the Charlie Soup, unfortunately. That is the weakness of Motep there. He's going to be missing the Gene Pool as well. Critical piece of infrastructure this team needs to keep the defense alive. We see jumping in that weekend warrior. That's burst damage that they need.
I told you, they do have what it takes to just have front-loaded damage to stop this Edgar if Jubilee was shielded up, and then they just tapped him down in the open. Here come Acre Lovers, looking damn good and happy now. to hand back some of that space, move into a more defensive stance, and get some free taps on Motep too.
They want to retreat too early. Amarillo does have a hypercharge on this meeple. That is an insanely good hypercharge to have for this defense, and he's holding on to it for the time being. Now going to be committing in. The whole team's going to be barreling in on to Kawe. That bursts him down there with a Weekend Warrior. Turns around on the Jubileo. Throws out a scarf for no reason there. Even if he went in there, it was just so much burst damage, he just would have died. And now he's in an awkward spot. Can't even leave the base alive. Lipperson popping the hypercharge there to boot. Motep is just grabbing air, apparently.
Yeah, bro, I don't know what he's going after. That magic hand does not connect. Jubileo, please, I'm begging you, do something. Please do something! He just gets tapped out by Amarillo. He's died 4 times in this particular round. So half of his deaths came within 5 seconds of each other. Dominant stuff here from Akelov. Straight out of Rio Branco. They later slack down here and should be clear enough to take this first game away.
They're showing us first pick Edgar on dry season might not be the math. You just mentioned there's such a massive drafting runway to deal with it, and every single piece on the Acre Lovers comp has that. Meanwhile, on the side of Pizza Congeladas, they picked this Charlie to make the Edgar better, but then there's still brawlers in the game that are actually good. You see Jubileo, once again, the same interaction play out, gets the blue stuff, but this time he even goes down!
Yeah, it's tough. Motep also has not been able to hit his magic hands. He hit that first one right at the start when now being pressured down, but I'd say the really important magic hands he's missed, the ones when Pizza Congelada have been chasing a lead, it's been a struggle. Oh, well, you just died again for free. Jubileo is literally feeding more people than Oxfam right now. I am blown away. This guy is changing the world more than Mr. Beast ever could.
The World Bank would like to chat with Jubileo here. He really is feeding the family at this point. Kind of on the desk, all of us are completely losing it. You guys can't see Sunny, but she's losing her mind as well. Let's see if Jubileo will continue. Jumps in there. The Charlie helps him, but there's too much burst damage. So Kyle is like, all right, I'll take it into my own hands. Spams his auto aim and realizes, I can't even deal damage through this wall of Jaeyoung heals.
Yeah,
this Jaeyoung really just broke Pizza Congeladas.
He has burst healing, burst damage as well, when he obviously was switching over to his healing mode and with his gadget respectively. There aren't any great windows for Jubileo to dive in here. You kind of get stuck watching what mode the Jaeyoung is in and diving him when he's in healing mode so he doesn't get free burst. That's a good magic hand. That's a good start. God, they need so much more than that. And they did note that Satisfy used his gadget there.
Yep, he needs Hypercharge on Motep, pulls all 3 brawlers into Jubileo. Okay, or Jubileo can just jump in there with a Hypercharge. That's enough lifesteal to get enough damage through. There is 1 kill. Now we see Kawe desperately throws out his super there, completely misses the mark there, but can't even get the kill on the Lipperson. The heals are sufficient. Motep's got a Hypercharge super there, pulls Fire Murillo into the clutches of Pizza Congeladas, but only 2 stars left for Acre Lovers to close this one out.
Lipperson still alive, and Satisfy gets to the 22. Game, set, and match. Acre Lovers, coin flip be damned. Take away the series. Insane showing here, and honestly, for Pizza Congelada, I would be absolutely livid with that result.
Is this my fault? I feel like every time I come in Cast Monthly Finals, we have, you know, first series almost went a 3-0 against Bounty Hunters. They managed to pull it back, reverse sweep. They were the better team here. And now in Acre Lovers, honestly, 5 out of 5 drafts, those are great drafts.
Yeah, I just think, you know, Jubileo unfortunately struggles to find timings on this Edgar. It's a first pick Edgar that is counted with all 3 picks, and he just ends up serving up a big old 10-piece McChicken every time he dives in.
I think he died 4 times in both matches and got a single kill because the Gene had hit the nice pull, basically. That was this match, and Edgar was the first pick too. Sorry, Jubileo. He's a very talented brawler, but Edgar is just not...
That wasn't it.
Not it.
That wasn't it.
I don't know. He on the Edgar, isn't it? He got 3 kills. Sorry, I said 2. Look at the damage, though. This Edgar didn't do anything. I'm kind of mad that they picked him up first as well. We have Satisfier with the most kills on the right-hand side. I called out that Jaeyoung would be a good pick. At least I listened in that regard. Acre Lovers, they played really well. They had good drafts. But you have to say in this one that maybe Pizza Congelada gifted it to them.
Well, you have 3 gadgets that ruin Edgar's life. 3. And obviously that was the burst heal.
But then don't go in.
Well, yeah, I mean, also, I think was it hard landing or it was a shield, right? I think Jubileo had a shield, right?
I think he had the scarf.
Okay, yeah, right. But like, yeah, still, I think that's Very, very difficult to play Edgar in that scenario, and I kind of hope if you're going to pick it first, then don't make it your main win condition, right? Pick something at the end of the draft there that actually ends up being what you're trying to play towards, and let Edgar just sort of troll your opponents into making suboptimal picks for that scenario.
Yeah, what do you have to say about this one? I'm just mad at this point, so I'm gonna...
Okay, cool. I honestly don't think the Edgar was that bad. I still think that he's like a game win condition. I just think things were off cycle a lot of times. Like, Edgar has 2 jumps for a reason. You should be using the Scarf, and then you can tank a Meeple gadget, and then you can come in with your jump the next time. But the connections weren't there. We were seeing trades off of gene pulls. I think it was like a team failure, honestly.
Okay.
He jumped over targets, got then hit by the teammates. I felt like...
Bro, why are you mad? You get paid the same amount if he wins or loses.
I'm still mad for the viewers. They could have seen great Brawl Stars, instead they saw this.
I don't know. I think what I saw was very entertaining Brawl Stars. Yep. And that's what I'm here for, folks. So, I got you.
Was it entertaining?
It was entertaining to me. We saw it go all the way.
Yeah.
Fair. Okay. We did see it go all the way, but set 5 was not it.
She's molding, bro.
Yeah, no, truly. It's about the predictions.
Let's help you out.
I'm also making this more entertaining for you guys because I'm playing it up a bit.
Okay.
It hasn't been that bad.
Okay.
It was just not what we expect from pro players, really. And especially from Shubile, who is an insane player, let's be honest.
The whole team is cracked, right? But that's the way it goes. It's pretty unexpected to see the most recent monthly final winner go out in the first round. But this is South America. Some time has passed, even if the meta is pretty similar. And honestly, I'm really proud of Acre Lovers, who have been on the grind. This is what their 3rd monthly final. They normally get kicked out in the quarterfinals, so this would be, I think, the first time they've made it into semis. And they do it by playing some damn good Brawl, no matter what anyone says.
I am happy overall because we got to see 2 quarterfinals already go all the way. I expect the same from our next match here. It's Olympus Squad versus Loud. Also a little rematch. Last time those 2 faced against each other, Olympus Squad actually beat Loud, and they are the reason Loud didn't get to go to Brawl Cup. They didn't get to go in Berlin. Now they want the revenge.
This team, this Loud squad, are in the worst form that I've seen them for in a long time.
Yeah.
Not since March 2025 has this team had to qualify for a monthly final through the lower bracket, and they have never lost a qualifying game without winning a set. Both of those things happened this month. Off the back of them just not representing their region at Brawl Cup, it's safe to say it's been a low point for this team.
It's got to be really, really tough. I mean, you know, you're with a partnered org. Also, you getting your top tier gear, and you go suit up and knowing that you are at a career low, right? You're picked up at the top, and now you just cannot seem to figure out what it is that made you tick in the beginning. You got to return to form. You're versus the same team that upset you last month, ruined your chances of representing your organization and yourselves and your region at the midseason LAN.
Even though they're not performing recently, they still have the backing of our viewers. They chose Loud as your team to watch. Now, what happened in East Asia and EMEA?
Didn't the teams to watch get absolutely blown up?
They both lost in the semi-finals. I hope for Loud, if they even get to the semi-finals, it's not going to happen to them as well.
Yeah, that is very true. Okay,
This Olympus Squad, they're the Loud killers. Like, Brawl has been handing L's to these guys this year already. And now they got Pekka, who I don't know if is necessarily an upgrade over Ice Crow. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But certainly brings some real experience and veterancy to this team. And if that's what they felt like they were looking for, then fine.
He's the main character of the region. So let's talk also about what has happened to Loud over the course of this season, because compared to last year, they were absolutely leading it. The only team that could really hold a torch to what they were mustering was SK Kalalis, who've also seen a downturn this upcoming year with rookies rising up instead. And yes, they have managed to make second place in March, but going out top 8 in April to the same team that they're going to face here in the top 8, we'll see. It's funny to see top 8 tentatively put there also with an asterisk. Like, is it going to happen yet? But low-key manifesting.
Well, the last time these 2 teams played, Olympus Squad were the victors. They won 3-1. Now, it's a slightly different Olympus Squad. Like I said, I think Ice Crow is actually a really quality player, and losing him might not be an upgrade necessarily, even if on paper you think Pekka joining this squad is, going to, he has obviously been around the scene for ages. So if there's any time, it's now for Loud to show us a little bit more of what's been lurking behind the scenes and show us what they're capable of, because at some point, their prospects of even being a part of LCQ start to get called into question. So they might not be representing internationally this year at all if things keep going this way.
We'll see. Summer Split is in a 1.5x multiplier, so we do get more points for winning it all, 90 instead of 60 now. So if they manage to go all the way now, this could truly catapult Loud back at the top where they belong. If we look at the last 2 years of this region, they have always been the team to beat.
Yeah.
This year, not it for some reason. But yeah, I'm super excited for this next match. I do believe it could be a little closer than last time. It was a 3-1 the last time around. Is this going to be the third quarterfinal going all the way already?
I could see it happening. I think Olimpo squad are also empowered right now, but I'm putting my faith in Loud. I'm putting my faith in the story right now that Loud have really come to their senses between the break. You know, not going to a LAN has got to be a real come to Jesus moment for these guys.
And now we want to have a look also at the maps that have been drafted by those two teams. In this one, Olimpo squad had the first pick, so they're going to go with Layer Cake. Finally, we get to see a completely new map. Haven't seen it today so far. Out in the open up next, Triple Dribble. We get to see a lot of new maps in this one. Then last pick here from Loud, Ring of Fire. And then at last, the Decider, a completely random map. It's going to be Hard Rock Mine once again. I really like some of these maps. Layer Cake, one of my favorites. It's a hard map to play. There's a lot of walls and it brings out a couple of different metas. A bounty, usually a mode where you just want to go with snipers, rangy brawlers, but with so many walls, we get to see some different compositions.
I mean, a lot of Kaze/Kenji, like your comps that do have an assassin/tank mixed in. Loud like open maps. They don't want to play these more claustrophobic arenas. So you can kind of see these two teams are drafting maps for very different situations. Loud are going to ban Pierce, though. Don't want to deal with that. Colette taken out. Damien and Shade, interestingly, missing. This, though, does still leave some very powerful brawlers in the pool that need to be banned.
Yeah, I think so. Like Naja, Crow come to mind pretty much immediately. I'm glad to see Colette gone. I feel like this brawler is just way too strong to be allowed into a competitive setting now. Interesting to see that Olimpo squad don't seem to care for it at all to get rid of the Colette. They were perfectly fine having that open, but Damien is still a no-go.
Yep.
No one wants to deal with this guy. Pierce, I think, has kind of snuck in here. I think people are way more comfortable with him being in. Yes, he is the best sniper, but there's so many different ways to run down a sniper these days that it's not really a must ban in the globals.
You mentioned Colette ban so far. She hasn't been globally banned in this region, but banned out individually for a whopping 12 times today. Probably the strongest brawler in SA at least. 88% of the people at home still vote for Loud, even though, again, the last time those two teams clashed, Olympus squad came out on top. So this also shows us, again, this picture of the team to watch is Loud. I'm excited to see if maybe the curse strikes the other way around. We had Crazy Raccoon in East Asia and then Humble in EMEA as the team to watch, voted by the community, and both of those teams fell short, both dropped out in the semi-finals. Maybe here, Loud not looking like the strongest team this month either, coming through the lower bracket in the qualifiers, will have a different sort of curse and actually win it all.
Well, you just have... They've had a lot of time, I think, to sort of recover from not making Brawl Cup. And one thing that also favours them is that the meta is not that much different since then. So all of the practice they put in since the last monthly final they competed in and now is all relevant. That's very helpful. In theory, they've had more time to sort of focus broadly on themselves and not have to scrim for specific opponents or be preparing for like LAN and those sort of things like that. And Olimpo squad, when Pekka comes into a team, or any player with as much tenure, it undeniably changes the team. You aren't going to have someone like him come in and just fit into the niche that's already made for him. You actually go after this kind of player because you want him to impose his system or him to actually have a bit more, carte blanche about how the team does what they do. So I'd be curious to see how Olimpo squad now look at their comm structure internally. They've changed much as a result of him coming in. Because I don't know if Pekka's exactly... I don't know if his stonks are necessarily sky high over the last couple of years. And getting reverse swept, getting knocked out of LCQ is only one of the issues that he and teams he's been on have faced.
Your point with the LAN events is actually super interesting, where in the past, the teams who have been playing at Brawl Cup didn't perform as well in the month following it, or not even qualifying for it. That was true in EMEA. Again, Humble dropped out fairly early. Now also Bounty Hunters looked a bit shaky today, and they've been at the top of the region for all of this year so far. Also, Pizza Congelada just dropped completely out of the quarterfinals, despite being the two-time winner of the region in the monthly finals. With that, we want to head straight into our first map, Layer Cake it is. Olympus squad versus Loud. Rings some bells. This matchup seems familiar. Last time it was a 3-on-4 Olympus squad. Let's see what we get to see now from these two teams. And if Loud gets revenge today, they could make it up the ladder in the leaderboard once more. First pick is going towards the side of Olympus squad. Could be something aggressive here right from the get-go, or something that counters tank, is usually what we get to see these days. Cordelius could be one of those. Let's see what they actually go with. Ellie is the one they usually like to pick first, but she's banned out.
Yeah, so Kaze's also banned away, so you're a little bit limited on your gap closing options. This is... Okay, I'm very surprised to see Max picked first on this map. Obviously, historically, she's been really good on bounty-based maps, usually alongside Jean. The Jean Max comp's great. I think that Max and Jaeong also is a very reasonable evolution of that little duo, and it can actually be a really powerful engine room to build your comp around. So we'll see if that's what they get around to, but will we see any of these sort of gap-closing assassins or tanks? Because the only one I see available is Kenji.
Nina?
And Mina.
Yeah, I think just to comment on the Max further, more often than not, this is a comfort pick because Max has been completely outclassed in terms of like, how can I get someone a hypercharge? Why not just use Colonel Ruffs? It's so meta right now, you can block stuff off, it's very good. Also, the speed has diminished a lot in value because you can just get a 25% speed boost from using a hypercharge. Every brawler has one. It's not really a special thing for Max anymore, so I'm curious what the response here is going to be.
Gonna get a quick restart of the draft. Gonna head straight into it in a couple of seconds. We already mentioned the Ellie and the lack of any aggressors in this matchup, with a lot of those banned out. Mortis globally banned. Was Edgar banned?
Not
We didn't even
globally. I actually don't know if he's been banned in the context of this game, but if he's open, definitely a reasonable pick. It just can't come too early in the draft, as we just saw.
Yeah.
Want to see it left open a little bit later on here. And funnily enough, like Olympus squad have actually tried to pick Mortis, for example. He was globally banned a bunch in scrims and have just like lost every game. So I don't know if they're really that confident playing like gap closing tanks. Even their Kaze scrims, they've won 1 and lost 3, I think.
Okay, yeah, that's a little yucky because Kaze is like one of the best brawlers in the game right now. It's a top brawler on Bounty, and that probably just indicates that they don't have a strong Kaze player right now, so it would be a must ban for them. You know, if you can't play it yourself, then you got to just take it away from the enemy team.
Play control comps, like I think they can like play the Penny. There's like Lumi can be found here. They've tried Bell before to like limited success. I think they're all like pretty reasonable options. Pierce is obviously global banned, so he's a decent sort of look. We've seen Squig on this map with Wind Up is actually pretty good.
Yeah.
He has the range to actually really like put pressure on you instead of just trying to control chokes. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Limpo squad, like they just maybe lean into more of that control style here with some of those, you know, the premium gap closing brawlers just not on the table.
We've seen Meeple quite often today, and I would also really rate him on a map like this one, where it's all about getting kills, countering potential assassins with rage gadget, and shooting through walls, because there's so many of them. So Shade and Hank potentially, and Meeple are definitely 3 brawlers that you have to look out for. Hank has not been the best in the current meta, but we did see him a couple of times last weekend, and it did work out.
Hank Gray, bro. Show me the Gray, honestly.
Yeah.
It's pretty decent here. Like as a brawler to like sort of set up that dive if you don't have a brawler that is as effective at closing the gap. I wouldn't mind seeing it. Also, like Rico, it's kind of nice here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, can always see a thrower come in as well. Shade's a global banned here also, so consideration. Lots of different ways to break walls, counter throwers. As a last pick, it's entirely viable, I would say, even likely. We've seen some start Juju players here in South America. It's become one of the characteristic brawlers of this region, so once again, entirely possible.
Juju has not been too strong in the current meta, and even SA have refrained from taking her.
Interesting.
Do they ban Kit? Is Kit banned in this game? To play Kit Doug?
I think so. We're going to see it in a second, but I think Kit is open.
Okay.
Could also be a good shot. Lily as well.
Yeah.
For the same reasons, go invisible and get that sneaky kill. With those two, it's most often, or more often than not, you get the kill, but then you die because you're in the opponent's lines.
Yeah.
You need to get like 2 kills sometimes.
Yeah.
You need like hyper super on the Kit to be able to, you know, find a second target. Keep moving.
Whereas Lily, you know, you get in with your super, you get your kill, and then you vanish. Or you can bail just in time with your hypercharge. It's a guaranteed kill on the opposing side because it goes so quickly. It's too quick to dodge. You can also ricochet around the side. We'll see that Max comes in once more. It really struck me as unexpected, and the Crow comes in. Must have been a misdraft, yeah, because it had me very puzzled. I didn't really understand it when we saw it picked in the second quarterfinal.
We tried to make sense of it, but Crow makes a lot more sense.
Yes, yes. Especially like as a mid, also you're able to cover a lot of ground. You have amazing anti-tank capabilities for now, you know, before the next patch.
Get nerfed into the ground, right?
Yeah,
that
good
spread on his shots.
Honestly, I'm so glad. I don't know about y'all, but I'm going to be showing up for Crow's funeral in like full party attire. I'm so done with him.
He's been good for long enough, I feel. I don't know if it was the right nerf, but we're going to find out soon. Crow is going to be picked up first here, though. No nerf so far. And yes, the highest win rate right now in this region, 100%. Pick 2 times. Very good option. Bell coming in on the right-hand side, so they do want to make sure that Olympus Squad can't all just bunch up together, play together, which isn't really what the Crow is for, but maybe they know that, yeah, the other side usually likes to do that. Steam would still be an option at that. Kenji coming in at the right side. Not the fastest to pick up Blue Star, but with Mortis and Ellie bans out, he's fine. I would still rate Amina a bit higher, though.
Yeah, I mean, Jaeyoung can get there as well. Like if you, yeah, obviously like there are a number of like brawls that can really sort of run up and try and snatch that early star. How long? I won't say it. There's one crazy pick. I mean, how long has it been since we've seen Miko on this map?
Oh my goodness. I don't recall the last time.
Last year.
I'll be interesting. I guess you could take down Penny Turret that way.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because why? Yeah, you take the star
extra
power.
Damage,
yeah.
one-shot it.
I do want to point out Edgar once more has not been banned. Still left open. Pretty good brawler in the current meta. The Boogeyman.
Are you going to play Kenji Edgar, though? I think you might feel safe leaving it open here if you're Olympus Squad. You don't want to play it. I mean, that would be kind of crazy. But there's a risk, obviously, of sort of giving that brawler up, and I don't think you've got anything here that really stops him. Okay.
There we go.
They have to pick him up. It's too good into the Bell. Can do well also into Kenji. Now on the right side, a real answer would be serious. He's left open, so good against the Penny.
So niche.
And also good against Edgar because he doesn't get healing from the shadows. If they're just protecting Sirius, it would be the pick right now.
I
also
agree with
good
that
against
call out.
Crow.
Would you almost like take hard landing and try and blow up the shades when you drop in? Nah, fisticuffs too
Not enough
good.
damage.
You gotta go. Yeah, you gotta go fisticuffs. You gotta go for survival over here. You know, you can power off of that Kenji, who's gonna be healing anyway. Just go for the sustain. Mina now coming in. We talked about her quite a bit. She's able to get forward positioning and contest the early game for the Blue Star. I still think Edgar should get to it first. However, she could create sort of a little like fortress, for everyone to push forward from Loud and get that control easily.
I kind of like you've got a brawler here that can, like, you know, disrupt the Edgar, right? Getting a connection with that super is pretty big. And I wonder if it, you know, like if you're thinking, I take reverse polarity here, or if I try and set a bunch of nest eggs up over the course of the game and kind of put the Edgar on a clock. It's like if you don't dive, you've got to be walking on the landmines wherever you go.
Well, let's talk about it. It is a revenge story, or is it Olympus Squad taking a second victory in a row over number 3 in the region? We'll see the early interaction favor Olympus Squad. Oh, okay. Like they've gone completely idle. Bummer.
Right, DCs maybe? Yeah, looks like anybody who's at the Pekka Brabau house at the moment is having some connection issues, which is a problem. Unfortunately, it's not one that really we can do a whole lot about. We might get a remake here. Pekka is, unable to move. But there's only, like, again, we're like into the game, so we'll have to see what the decision is here. And we could already tell, obviously, the player cams were starting to suffer for a bit there, but Loud saying, okay, well, we'll take the warm-up, I guess. And we'll let you know once we get word from our admins what the sort of decision is there, if we get a redo or if we just keep going. I'm not really sure, actually.
Maybe so.
The game had commenced, so...
Icing the favorite team at the moment. Loud, I think, already pretty nervous coming into this one. You know, pretty serious facial expressions. Everyone's locked in for the game, but they know that they have to win this match. Losing is not an option at all. They must make a postseason. Anything less is totally unacceptable. For Olympus Squad, obviously they're playing to win. They would love to win this and, you know, get a little bit of extra cash, make their org proud. But I think the goalposts are much different than they are for Loud.
They're also right now sitting on 192 points, whereas Loud is sitting on 211. It's not a big of a difference, 17 points apart. Loud is sitting in that LCQ slot as well, so Olympus Squad wants to beat them now, and that would already put them in the better position. Even just this one win would mean that they're third in the region at the moment. So the
Remember,
motivation is definitely there if they even get to play. Right now, it really looks like their internet is suffering.
you get 90 points for winning. Now you get the same amount of points for making a grand final as you did in the spring split, right? For winning, right? It goes 90, 60. Then 50, I want to say, no, 90, 60, 30, 15 is like the points based on like which bracket of competition you get through. So it's easy to catch up. It's also easy to fall behind if you all of a sudden are not performing. The stakes are higher, right? Every win means more, but every time you miss like a semi or grand final and there's someone on your tail, it's more punishing.
We will get a remake here, so it's not just yet Loud's set. They do look like they have the stronger comp in my books though, so potentially still going to win this one. We'll see. We do see Brawl in the camera again, so let's have our fingers crossed that their internet is going to work out in this one here. We're going to get the same exact draft. So yeah, probably going to have to wait another 30 seconds or so until they actually get through the draft here. And then we get to see this map number 1. This is the 4th quarterfinal already. We had a couple of long matches today. If you had to predict not only the winner, but also the score, what would it be?
I actually said, you mean for this game?
Yeah.
I think Olimpo squad win 3-1 again. I actually think they're going to win the whole thing. That was my prediction for this one.
No, I didn't. I'm the only one who voted Olympus Squad, I think.
True.
I think. Yeah.
Loud 3-2.
Usually it's Boom. My apologies.
I just think, to be fair, I think I always vote these guys to win for some reason. I don't know why. I just kind of rate them, but I like Brawl. He talks mad smack when they win. That's what I love. Like, you can just see him just yapping, you know what I mean? Portuguese, like a mile a minute. You know he's talking some mad-ish. I love that.
I really think that Olympus Squad should be the favorite to win here. However, I am predicting Loud just because I feel like it's better for the story. Like, can I predict with my heart for once and just say that I think that this is how the season is meant to go?
Oh, no.
We hate to see that. Yeah, don't let the truth get in the way of a good narrative, is what I say. You know what I mean?
Are they all playing at the same place, too?
Yeah, I mean, because they're hanging with their bros, you know what I mean? They're all chilling.
Yeah.
The fixtures, the woodwork, the LED lighting all looks the same in the background. You know what I mean? Yeah. So unless they've got really similar home decor tastes,
I don't
like
think
they're really into that vibe, and you don't.
This is gonna make both teams even more nervous. I really feel for the players right now, and we do want to play them under the best circumstances possible. So until that internet's fixed, we're just gonna wait, because we do want them to compete at the highest level possible. We want to see some nice Brawl Stars today.
I'd like to Brawl Stars at all. I would love to see Brawl Stars from these two teams. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, sometimes connection issues are a bit of an issue. Sometimes also in this region. There's not a whole lot can be done about it. But like our admins are pretty accommodating for this kind of stuff. The issue is that the tournament can't advance without a result here, right? This is our last of our quarterfinals. It determines one of our semi-finalists. So it's not exactly like we can double back to this game. Yeah. You know what I mean? We must approach all the semis at the same time. So basically, we stand here and yap until, hopefully, Olympus Squad find a solution.
We can theorize about how it's going to go, but I feel like we've already put in our predictions. Just based off of the first draft, it looked like Loud were coming in quite confidently. I think just an adjustment in terms of what our objectives are, like our, meaning the respective teams, is going to reflect a lot in the compositions that they play, in whether they win those drafts, because I think the objectives are just entirely different. Loud, they're looking for the grand finals. Right now, they need to be fixated on the here and now. Just make it to the semifinals so that they can stay alive in the top 4. Top 3 is a great place to be right now. Top 4, also a great place to be when a good showing in a single monthly final can get you back up to top 3 and make a postseason for you.
30 points from being in top 3 is pretty reasonable, right? You want to do, obviously, a little bit better here, but we can almost predict the Olympus Squad's ability to play the game based on how many pixels are in these camera shots, right? Right now, like, I'm not loving it. You know, I feel like they're probably still suffering here. Obviously, we are working through some connectivity issues. So.
And if we put the leaderboard back in our minds, we have Bounty Hunter sitting at the top, followed by Pizza Congelada, Loud, and Olympus Squad. Now, with the top 2 both looking a bit shaky today coming out of Brawl Cup, this is the best position Loud and Olympus Squad can be in. They're also going to have to face against Acre Lovers in their semi-finals. Probably not the team they expected to be there, and probably they're both feeling pretty good about beating those guys. So if they only make it through the quarterfinals, it could be their month.
Could be. If you're just looking at like the tail of the tape between the two teams, who are the more experienced, who are looking better this year, right? We can talk about that.
Also, map draft, I think, is going to make things a lot more interesting for a team in their preparation because, yes, you have a lot more to prepare for, but you're able to sort of morph and mold each match more tailored to your specific abilities. We're not playing different maps in every stage of the competition anymore. You are guaranteed at least 2 maps of your choice. And while that does mean that, yes, you maybe didn't put in preparation against what the enemy team was going to go for, what you anticipate them to go for, again, you're guaranteed 2 sets on which you feel comfortable. I feel like if there's any time for an underdog to make it all the way to a grand finals and win, it's got to be in the summer split.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I think it's a change that is going to be conducive to more 5-set series on aggregate, right? More of these series are going to go to a decider game because of that very fact. Like, teams can really carve out maps that they're confident on that are maybe a little bit niche, especially if you're like an underdog team. It's not uncommon to see teams in like those positions where they have to punch up to sort of select some more niche maps, right? I would even almost say Layer Cake here as a bounty map is a little bit more off the wall. Yeah, slightly. You know, you can go for maps like that as well. Maybe Dueling Beetles is not the most common, you know, hot zone map. You sort of go for that. So there are definitely ways you can game the system in order to get an upper hand, especially over teams that you feel like might have a broader map pool than you or just more maps in which they're confident. So I kind of like that, and that's kind of why I feel like we've seen some closer series today and some weak drafting exposed on some maps, which is sometimes map specific, sometimes it isn't, but we've seen some teams that we'd expect to do better stumble a little bit in those drafts, not picking comps that are quite tailored to the battlefields that end up being chosen.
Which makes it exciting. Underdogs doing well coming into the summer split. Let's find out if this is true again. We should head into game any minutes now. We just ran a little test game and it did work. So now just a couple more seconds and we will see this match. Now, to remind ourselves of the comp we're going to see here as well, we have Olympus Squad with Crow, Penny and Edgar, Loud with Bell, Kenji and Mina. So not too many targets for that Edgar on the left-hand side, with Kenji and Mina both able to just dash out of the way. Still, Edgar should be the fastest, probably gets the blue star here. And with that, the team of Olympus Squad can just lean back, farm their supers, which is so important on a Penny. And yeah, have Loud have to be the aggressor in this one.
Yeah, also I think when you're just looking at a way to break the enemy defense, that is how all of Bounty plays. Get the blue star first, play defense, and, you know, do you just hope for the best, or do you have a great strategy for denying every single entrance? I'm not looking at wall break out here, so it's going to have to be through one of the choke points, and now we have artillery. You have Penny. She's able to fire over walls. That's really cool when the walls are blocking you from the enemy, but you have ways of also defending the Edgar. You can blast him away if he tries to get on top of you. You have Salty Barrel to deal additional damage, so I'm seeing gameplay potential. I still think Edgar kind of outclasses her, but it's going to come down to the mechanical diff.
Now imagine if they had the series to get rid of the Penny turret.
I don't hate that. Yeah, I think it's very relevant that Fisticuffs is useless against those Sirius clones, but Sirius's damage output is severely hampered by not being able to use the direct component of his shot, right? As a thrower, he doesn't do a whole lot of damage, and he is rather squishy without, you know, gadgets that can buy him that sort of space that he needs if he gets sort of dove on. Here we go. Looks like we're finally jumping into this game. Olympus Squad have walked out of their spawn. That is a very good sign, but it's Kyodog who will take the blue star to hand.
Yeah, they're not committing P.E.K.K.A early with the Scarf. They're going to send him on the left side and look for the proper matchup. Looks like they want him to be on Kyodog on the right side. Duoing with Brawl, and here comes the early game aggression from Firecrow. Gonna get the kill on Golden. Oh, couldn't track the position that he was going for, but Firecrow's gonna get it in the end.
Oh, that's crazy.
Immediately hit him with a pin.
Wow. Is that one of the Adidas one as well?
Yeah, it is. You can actually buy it right now. I mean, you know, hashtag not an ad, but it's becoming one of the most popular new ways to BM.
Yeah, honestly, already learning that he is actually a marketer for Brawl Stars in some way. Being on their show, here's P.E.K.K.A. looking to throw hands, and yes, Kyodog eventually will fall. The sustain of the Edgar is far too good, and boy howdy, that penny damage is starting to add up.
It's looking quite nice right now. Brawl has to fall behind his turret at the moment, and is it going to be a premier target? Doesn't look like it's going to be some pretty meaty damage for Kyodog, still looking for the kill, but P.E.K.K.A takes him down, and P.E.K.K.A has a super, but he's not going to use it, not going to over-aggress. He knew that he could be taken down by the duo of Bell and Mina, so he's just going to practice some reservation.
Going to settle for that 2-star lead, which I think is reasonable for the time being, especially now that we have a turret set up for Penny and a hypercharged turret sat in reserve. Brawl also patient, waiting to deploy that until right about now. Firecrow knows he wants to clear this up as soon as possible, but he's going to have to deal with that penny damage up front, and P.E.K.K.A just, bro, he just dominates in that matchup against the Kenji. So hard for Kenji to get an edge.
Looking at Firecrow also sitting on this gadget, it's the one that gives you your super back if you manage to make contact. And it's great for defense, but they got to play offense now. Here it comes, cycles it, goes for the kill on Golden, and it's good. Loud running away with a 1-star lead at the moment in 15 seconds to make a play.
1 star in it, even with a blue star. Olympus squad need to do a little bit more in this game. Golden fancies himself the speed boost. This is why Max was such a weird pick, because you just don't need her for that little acceleration anymore. Pekka knew that was going to be a tough one for him. A dive into Loud territory goes terribly. Loud will take the first game.
Okay, I think there was a play there. It suggests that they were not expecting to get taken down in the final few seconds and have to totally about-face. It is so easy to defend on this map, and the clock really played to everyone's favor. Edgar was the only one who was able to get into the spawn in time. It leaves Loud with a Game 1 win. They're going to get this blue star once more. They fed Brawl actually a decent amount off that first interaction.
Brawl himself, though, quite low. Needs to give up a lot of ground. This allows Kyodog to get up by that wall. Golden also doesn't really have the range to test this bell whatsoever. Firecrow switching across now. So both assassins here are playing on the periphery. No, even some free damage there for Kyodog. Really no reason for Loud to take any risks coming forward, and it is nest egg over reverse polarity here for Edinho. So the longer that you maintain that lead, the harder it is to take it away from you. Firecrow might be in trouble. That was a bit of an overextension, and now the defensive architecture is kind of pointless.
Kyodog going for a very aggressive play. He doesn't really have an option. He was going for that kill on Brawl. Now going to look for one on Pekka, and he's just perfectly in position for Pekka to take him down. Pekka has been hunting this Kenji all game long, and they keep trying to put him on Firecrow's lane, but if the Kenji pushes right up next to you, dude, that's just like free breakfast coming to your door. Loud still hunting for this couple of stars that's going to make the difference. Try not to feed the Penny along the way, but she does have her second super. She's probably 2 or 3 shots away from that hypercharge now.
Still, though, taking damage from the Crow and the Penny respectively means Firecrow needs to duck back and get topped up. Pekka's been very reserved over this entire set. Not taking any risks outside of the last few seconds of the last game where he had no choice but to try and go for the dub. That poison, sure, Edinho ends up at a really nice amount of health. It stays alive. Here comes Pekka. Hypercharge super at the ready. Kyodog cannot sustain through it. Not even with Hosumaki healing active.
Goes to show why exactly Pekka was put on that Kenji lane time and time again, and he has yet another super. Ooh, a missed hyper for Edinho on the left side. That's going to be a little bit hairy. More damage for Kyodog. They just need 1 kill to make the difference here. 5 seconds to go. Firecrow's ready to cycle the super, but it goes on to Golden. Can't stun him at all, and Olympus squad stay in the lead by a breadth of 4 stars to tie up set number 1.
And again, so much of that game is predicated by the Edgar hypercharge, right? Again, it's Pekka playing fairly patiently, try not to take too many risks, but a Bell hypercharge connecting there could have been a pretty huge difference maker, because I believe Brawl was sitting on like 50 health at the end of the game, and he had those 2 stars on him, which was important. Still, keeping it interesting, our Olympo squad now. We are 1 apiece heading into our decider.
Love how Kyodog plays aggro just off of getting that blue star, and also look how desperate Pekka was just to get some damage out here. Tried to use a Scarf on Firecrow, which is just not really a winning matchup for him. It's very different when Firecrow has a super that he can cycle. Off the beginning of the game, he doesn't, so maybe could have been favorable for Pekka. And here come the kills going both ways. Loud managed to keep the lead with a blue star, but Pekka's down. It's yet another trade. This time, however, Olympo's squad comes out on top.
It was interesting. I've been gassing up Pekka for being so patient, and then he just walks into his bad matchup, his only bad matchup on the map. So, look, if you get put against the Mina as Pekka, you have time just to rotate out of that assignment and take some time to build up that next super and hypercharge respectively. Here's Kyodog taking a slash or 2 in Pekka's direction, and there's no punishment here for Brownie's spicy damage. Turret set up, Pekka, clever. Stepped outside of the X, but unfortunately the Penny not nearly as lucky. Wow. Golden might have 2 there. Edinho won't quite tick down low enough, but message well and truly received as Brawl gets him within 1 star.
Yeah, big stack of coins is the last thing he wanted there, and it puts Olympo's squad just 1 star shy, taking this from Loud. Of course, that blue star is still going to be in effect. Very aggressive hypercharge from Brawl, but he knows it's totally not worth it at all for Loud to aggress this. Now they're going to be locked in the left side, and here comes the hypercharge from Pekka. Really just a warning shot. Now going to go for it on the right side. It's a missed super for Firecrow. That's an absolute melee on the back right. Pekka running away with the lead.
Look how the turret puts the pressure on Loud. It forces him to make a decision, and it exposes them to Pekka, finding his way in. Decent sashimi from Kyodog, but they get to 20 to Olympo squad, and they'll take our first set.
Really nicely played there. They got Edgar just the matchups that he wanted. Looked a little bit messy at first with, taking bad matchups, going for the Scarf gadget onto a Mina matchup. Okay, some furious discussions happening over here. But
you see what I mean about Pekka's system?
Exactly.
Down.
Exactly what I was going to say is you bring this guy into the team, you want to be molded into shape by someone of his tenure.
And so far, not too shabby. Pekka leading charge from the front as well. Some great edge of play, but also really adept at seeing those moments where he can go up and punish Loud's mispositioning.
This could have been the rendition the second time in a row where we have Ice versus Fire. Ice Crow versus Fire Crow. Ice Crow is not on the team anymore. Pekka replaces him due to Juan Carlos joining the mix in South America. And
So it's a song of fire and Pex now.
I do want to point out Golden. Ice Crow used to be the Crow player on that roster, and Crow has been good for a very long time in the meta, so we saw him picked up very often recently. Golden played phenomenally. Also into Pekka, he always made sure that Pekka's targets were low and poisoned up. So yes, Pekka gets the most kills here, but he was enabled by his teammates like crazy. Also, Brawl, so much value with that turret because we have nothing on the right side to take it out.
Yeah. He was also beating a Dingo.
If you don't like the series, maybe even a Willow. Just something to take out that turret.
I thought generally like Brawl looked incredible. There were opportunities to take on the Bell and actually had her step into the Penny's range, and he did not let them go begging. That was really nice. You think of super safe and Belly, like you're chilling, got super long range. They don't have any dive outside the Edgar, who never came for the Bell. You have nest eggs everywhere. Still just got boomed in a straight, like, out in the open matchup. Speaking of which.
That was a very, very nice transition. That's why
I was wanting to back up the brick truck for you, boy.
That's why we're constant Brawl Stars, because we only get the best here on the desk. At least my two teammates are. Now we're heading over to Out in the Open. This has been Loud's match pick, so in theory they should also win this one. They do get the map, the first pick here as well, and pick up Naja. Like to see her on a map like this one with Pierce banned out. She is probably the best ranged brawler you can pick up, really. On the left side now, with Jaeyoung banned out, the best option would probably be a Brock to open up that map. Pearl is one that we saw very often. She was the first pick every single time we saw this map last week, and she's banned out though. So yeah, I'd go with Brock here. Maybe an Eve, just something to make sure that you have something who can also come on the left or open up the map for you.
I think also just like when you look at this Naja first selection, yes, she is a win condition. She is that strong, but you can tell from the bans that Loud's biggest concern is getting run down by HP. That's why Pearl is banned. That's why Jaeyoung is banned. Mina takes up a bunch of space. Brock is still going to open things up. That'll be an easy passage into mid. Should be able to break that barrel that Naja wants to hide behind a good amount of the time, but Leon is still going to serve the same role. Lollipop drop will get him into position really early, and with his shot that fans out so much, he'll be able to scout position using the vision.
It's really abusable on this map because you can also give up the map and like play outside the choke and still be relatively safe. And it's also hard to see when you walk through the choke because Lollipop drop gives a persistent invisibility that allows you to walk out of it and into the bush.
Yeah.
So that's something you're going to see Leon players abuse the heck out of on this kind of map. Fang, I don't hate here, especially if people are going to be playing within the vicinity of that Lollipop drop. You have a decent chance to connect that super, and if it's behind walls, the hypercharge is pretty nice here. The reason why I like Brock over the Eve is that Brock gets everyone into the middle of the map, whereas Eve can only just traverse that waterway, herself. So important to let everyone through, and now your opponents can't abuse brawlers that like just throw damage into chokes like Squeak and stuff. That's just not a viable strategy anymore. You've denied a whole class of brawler from them.
Yeah, Brock used to be a short ban for that exact reason in the past. Now he's left open, picked up immediately by the left-hand side. On the right side, we have nothing to make sure that your team actually gets into mid. They all have to come through the right-hand side. They're all kind of funneled through that right side with, no brawler that can either speed them up, break up in the map, or go over the left-hand side. Left side now, we saw Squeak in the past as an answer to that. Just make sure that your opponents have to go through that slowing field and really can't get into mid. I don't mind the Meeple either. He has been super strong overall today. Rage quit also against the Fang. Wise choice.
Yeah, I also think that you could honestly play with Box here. Like, it's an option. Get yourself some early game pressure. It depends on whether you want to go for, like, which Brock gadget you want to go for. With Leon, you can get into mid really quickly, so you don't need the wall break as much. I feel like there's a decent amount of flexibility. Like,
you would
yes,
take Rocket Laces here.
Not personally. I'm just saying that it's an option for them, that you have that level of flexibility here. At the highest level of play, some unexpected things can come out. They're going to go for both. Rollout on the left side and the right. They've immediately scouted Kaio Dog. It's perfect. Golden should be able to secure an early game kill off of this. Just textbook from Olimpo.
And look how the choke is getting punished because Loud don't have another way to get into the map. They're completely screwed.
Oh, no.
Completely dominated. That was nicely done. And importantly, Brawl has a super, which is so nice to bring into that next round. Naja does not have the DPS to put any threat down, and Olimpo squad in a lightning round take the first game.
It's completely crazy. Loud go, look, we're not going to get run down. We're going to pick Naja first. They won't run us down, and then it happens. It happens with a Meeple and a Leon. Just kind of unconventional brawlers to do that. You expect Leon to be in an aggressive position right off the bat, but not like this, man. Not like this at all.
It's happening again. They're being shoved back into the choke. Now, what do they have that allows them to just sort of circumvent this? Not a whole lot. They do have the Naja shots, which in theory are very long range, albeit slightly slow moving. They can be dodged. But again, at some point, you need to reckon with these incendiary fields that are stopping you getting in. Vicro understands the timing of those expiring, is able to step up and look at Adinho just getting slapped down. Oh, there's also a Meeple super active. Brawl has to respect this. That Poison Tick will keep him out of the fight for a time, but Golden can abuse this super now. Play through those boxes. Kyodog getting tapped low as well, and Pekka catches him out with a empowered, fueled up rocket. Now you're in deep trouble. I think Olimpo squad certainly have comp on this map, as pointed out, and they convert for the first game.
Wow. The efficiency with which they just blasted out of the gates. Put a hole on the left side, get Leon up early. They immediately scouted the Fang. I don't think that mistake will be made again by Loud. They will not be sitting the Fang out wide all by himself. He just can't hold his own in a range battle. He only needs to hit 4 shots, 4 flip-flops to get a super and then upset the enemy side. The only thing that awaits him in terms of defense is Golden's Rage Quit gadget. They can take down Golden early on. That's even better. And that's going to be the hurt coming on to Golden. He has to hang back, but Loud still are pressured into their own spawn with the aggressive positioning Brawl right off the gates.
Kyodog though has a super. That's a difference maker here. I don't know if Rage Quit's going to be enough if the stun gets off early, so timing between the Fang and Meeple gadgets is going to be critical in determining the outcome of that encounter. Still, the spam is real. Olimpo squad certainly have the upper hand, and it's going to take just a bit of talent from Loud to get back into the map. Fortunately, that's something they are known for, even if they've had some difficulty expressing it this year.
Basically just need to get a kill on Golden if they can, because otherwise it's going to be a super headed straight to him. Okay, jump pad. This is never a good sign. They're going to go for the spiders. They have position, and it's completely rebuffed by the Rage Quit. It is the expected outcome. Should be a kill on Adinho. Brawl needs to hit this. And where's the cocoon going, man? I don't understand the mentality there. Maybe he thought Brawl was going to go over there, but it was a complete waste of defense.
What happened to Loud? Look at what they've done to my beautiful boy. What is going on in this
how
region?
they massacred my boy.
Exactly. Yeah, it's been tough here for Loud. I thought the drafting was great for Olimpo squad coming out of this game. Pekka just yapping at them. Let them know what they're going to do. Yes, let's get aggressive. Why not? You've got this map control. You have given your opponents another way into the map, though, so this is quite braggadocious behavior from Olimpo squad. But hey, now you've got that Meeple super as well. Get some free damage on Kyodog, but the super must at all times be respected, and Pekka, he does a little trolling sometimes.
It's called we do a little trolling. Unfortunately, though, they've trolled themselves way too hard because now they find themselves in a 2v3. They've exploded the enemy side. It's going to be the easiest rollout of all time, and it won't even really matter that they have a Leon when the enemy is able to get into the zone. It's going to be some poison onto Golden. No gadget active just yet, but Golden's on 1 tap, and there's no way that they are winning this 2v3. So much utility for Loud that admittedly they're going to be hanging on to, so it's a chance for Olimpo squad, and Golden kind of entered the matrix for a moment there, had some mean dodges.
Got his super too.
Yeah, that is true. Brawl has his hypercharged super. Not all hope is lost, but a very unnecessary break into the enemy side will make the early stages of round 3 more difficult than they needed to be.
Yeah, so if I'm the coach here of Olimpo squad, my direction is pretty clear here. I'd just be asking Pekka to not do the throwing thing, and then we're going to be in good shape, right?
Whoa.
Kyodog, blown to smithereens. Here we go. Hypercharged super from Pekka, and that Naja super was headed nowhere in particular. Folks, that could have been an email. That game, not particularly close at all. Olimpo squad with a pretty phenomenal draft, even up against the Naja, realizing they can get Brock picked up early. They've got Leon, just broadly very effective brawlers, rounded out with the Meeple. It's not fancy drafting, but it's deadly effective.
Breaking open the enemy spawn as if to say, look, I can't kill you if you can't get close to me. So let's make this one a little bit more efficient. Let's pack it up and go on to set 3. But let's also reflect on what was so successful for Olimpo squad. They made it out first. That's pretty much it, but also good team play. Leon playing textbook exactly as he needed to. Right off of round number 1 of game number 1, scouted the Fang. He was immediately punished. He was the first to fall, and Fang never got to make a play.
Look, I think it's really important you point out they get out into the middle of the map first because their comp is so good at abusing being the team not in the choke. They have the the rocket fuel that lets them in. They can walk straight up. Their opponents have to diagonally walk into the map, and you can see they don't have opportunities to do damage. Kyodog, look, he's not exactly a heavy hitter if he's not up close anyway, but can't generate supers. That's the problem. 63 DPS, I don't care if he doesn't get kills. He needs to develop supers, and they were too few and far between.
And what about when he does? He has a super. You can't use that on a Meeple. Meeple is tied for the highest KD in the entire lobby right now because he's able to interrupt any ability in the game with a Rage Quit gadget. It's one of the things that makes him so strong. The versatility.
It's quite long range, right? Like, you don't even have to time it that perfectly against the Fang super.
Yeah, the range is massive. Also, you get a longer stun depending on how low you are on HP. So, legitimately, the worse you do, the better the gadget gets also.
Yeah, I don't have much to add to that. You pretty much said it already. Pick something up that can either break open the map or go over the left side over the water. I think this is something we have said ever since Out in the Open as a map exists. And this was Loud's map pick.
Yeah.
They have to know that. And they don't go with anything that can do either of the two things. They also left open Edgar in the first one, didn't pick anything to get rid of the penny turret. This is a draft issue. I hope in this one it's not. We're before the draft, so they can still save themselves. But this now, again, is Olympus Squad's map pick. We have a couple of aggressors banned out. Mortis comes on top of that. Stu is coming in here. I do like him, not something they showed us very often in scrims though, so interesting pick here. I think they would still like to go with something like a Kenji or...
They're baiting a Shade pick, I think.
On. Is Stu that good into Shade?
It's fun, he can break through.
Global banned?
Oh, he is too. Wait, yeah, he is. Okay, that would have been like a expected Loud pick there.
Kenji would be what I wanted to play if I was on the map.
So we did watch us do clown on a Shade earlier on in the day. You can like stay out of the sweet spot and like.
True.
He's not going to be in this game, obviously.
Yeah.
Just things I think about. Things that keep me up, like the Copenhagen heat.
We're up north and it's still.
Yeah,
it feels like 30 degrees in here, Celsius. Sorry already.
Pretty warm. It's not the heat. It's what do you say sorry to me for? I'm from Texas. I grew up in Houston. It's like it stays over 100 degrees for a month each year.
Do you know what 30 degrees is?
30 degrees?
Yeah.
It's like 100 F, right?
Don't quiz me on this. This is the guy who knows meteorology.
You both don't know. Okay, never mind.
I mean, I have had to work. I worked in Celsius for most of my life, and then I had to switch over to Fahrenheit. That's just how it goes.
Talking about draft here, Edgar slipped through the bans once more, and he's going to be picked up, of course, this time around by Loud, so I already have higher hopes. They went with the obvious choice, which worked out for Olympus Squad twice in a row now.
But let's talk about what's like available in terms of stopping power against that, right? I don't think like Cordelius is a crazy pick on this map, right? Triple dribble, we've sort of seen it every now and then. So nice, I think, if you have the option to take the Edgar like out of the picture. You know, it's kind of crazy. You did bring up Sirius and how it can be quite good. Sirius is definitely a pick we've seen from Olympus Squad on this map as well, but there's the Cord to have some stopping power.
Yeah, I trust the Cord a lot just because the way that the walls are structured on this map, I feel like Cord has a great way of getting to the enemy side. Also, you can charge super off of people that are kind of wandering around mid, so you're not really going to be deprived of those opportunities. Also, can mute Edgar if you want. The meta is generally to go for the jump, but it depends on what they're facing. I think mute absolutely has a place here for Olympus Squad. For Loud, for their last pick also, they're facing like some decent damage at range from Cordelius. They'll be facing like probably a Stu mid. I think they could outrange mid if they really wanted to get some free damage right off the beginning. I think at that rate, though, they're just risking getting run down by the Cord and by the Kenji.
How bad is Kenji against Edgar? Because so far today, we've seen it being a difficult matchup.
I think Edgar usually wins it.
Yeah.
Kenji can win it if he times catch it and super correctly.
So
it's a hard one, though. Now, for last, we could still do with a little bit more range here. Meeple could come in once more. Never mind. They double down on the aggression, and BB is not something we have seen very often. I think this is the first time actually we see her today. Last weekend, maybe once. So yeah, not something we see very often in the current meta. I don't mind it. Now, do any of these three brawlers have a good matchup into Cordelius though?
No, not necessarily,
exactly.
but
and
as
Loud
health
needs
pool.
this point.
Yeah,
as health pool, I think they should be fine. BB has a ridiculous amount of healing, you know, in the Shadow Realm, that's fine. She'll still be able to kill Cordelius in, what, like 2 whacks? You don't get the heal, but Still, I think there's a lot of potential there. Mitch, I think maybe this is the one set that we're looking at for Loud. You predicted it would be a 3-1 favoring Olimpo squad. I trust the ability to run things down, but so far Olimpo squad are absolutely tearing this apart.
They're guiding the BB so well. Oh, surely not, please. Can't let that happen in this game. No.
No.
Oh, no. Please. Well, he has just plucked them. That is brutal stuff. A walk in there with the high health. Kenji gets the job done. Still, they've kited the BB well, right? She is quite fast. She's actually hit by the gadget there of the Cordelius. Still a 1-for-1 trade taken. This is so good for Olimpo squad. Dog though is tanky, and Brawl doesn't exactly have the burst damage to deal with the BB, so she gains them some ground. But that's all they have to hang their hats on, and Firecrow just got debated. I
feel like Edgar is so good. He can play into this. Kenji should be winning the matchup, but he's getting completely mogged by the counterplay from Pekka. This ball is in the back left corner. It's perfect. They just got to daisy chain this over to the goal. Dog has a super, but it's never even going to see the light of day. It's match point coming in for Olimpo squad.
Bro, look at him. He's like, these guys suck, bro. What is going on? It's like, I can't believe how straightforward this has been. It's a nasty comp, but honestly, it's not even a composition into the BB. It's how they're playing, like physically playing around the BB. I think they're respecting her adequately. They've got the mobility. The fact that, like, the fact that Edgar is diving and Kenji who can just dash back is just like not where you want to be.
No, okay, Firecrow in a forward position, immediately put in the realm, but he does win in the realm. Right side looking for Pekka, trying to get in range. Dodges the shot perfectly, but he's still too far out of range. It's fine, as long as he can find the correct matchup versus Pekka. But Pekka's playing this so carefully. At range, also, isn't going to win this versus Mo.
He's got the heal capture, bro.
Look at that. Just wonderful, wonderful Kenji play out here. Maybe it doesn't matter the matchup.
He's good. Oh, he's so good.
No.
That is dirty. Firecrow. I mean, Fisticuffs is pretty good, but Bow's like, can I score? Yes. Eventually he sneaks one through on the right-hand side. And Loud are up against the ropes. Their last chance to stay alive. Are they going to get kicked out in another quarterfinal? This is
entirely possible.
Qualifying into the lower bracket of qualifiers.
Okay, Pekka, hypercharge style, looks for the kill on Adinho, gets one, but no kill just yet. At least he has position for the team. They've got this effective line of scrimmage really forward. Excellent mute onto Firecrow, but he still picks up the two-piece and now wants to put this in the goal. Dog has the HP to do it. Brawl doesn't have the HP. This is what we were looking at in terms of a run down, and now Loud also have a couple of hypercharges at their disposal that will be absolutely crucial.
Firecrow just been kited though, absolutely ran away from. Okay, we still score. Okay, fair enough. Loud have done it. Sheer weight of supers, and you can see how quickly the game can snowball out of control if Loud can get ahead and build those hypers up. Now they just need to do it again in the next game of this set. But we've seen just how powerful their comp can be, and it looks like they've woken up. I mean, bro looks like he's about to sell me a home TV and internet package right now. Like, he is absolutely on the beaten trail. But don't sell this game, that's all I'll ask.
Yeah, I'm sure Olimpo squad also wanted some different internet off the beginning of the last game. And now that they've shaken off those pre-game jitters, it's just like it was never there at all. 15 seconds is all it takes them to come within just one goal of winning the entire thing. 3-0 against Loud.
So much work to be done here still. Pekka, he is getting about it. Second slash doesn't quite connect them. Here comes Adinho with the dive forward, but the ball's in the hands of Dog. Stopping power, nowhere to be seen. And it'll be an equalizer, scored easily enough.
We're looking for the HP from Loud. That is the one thing that they have at their disposal right now. Firecrow also looking for an ideal target. Pekka's going to dash away, and Firecrow planned for this. He knew he was going to go for that. Now ball pass to Pekka, wastes one of his shots. It's almost amazing, but Pekka still gets a slice online. It's an open goal here. This one's going to be passed against the wall. Dog needs this so badly. That's going to be the bubble of a lifetime. Keeps him online in this match. Now Brawl running for the hills, wants to stay alive. We'll get it. Dog once more trying to pocket this ball and afford his team some time to pick up the pieces and get back to mid.
Brawl needs to do something with his positioning here. He needs to be careful not to get backstabbed. That's a nice sashimi. Dog doesn't actually have any room to dodge away from the double slash. And Firecrow is getting kited pretty effectively by Brawl, who's run out of fuel at an inopportune moment. So Firecrow hits him where it hurts, but is brought down instantly by Gold. He pops his hypercharge now. He's going to be able to take out one of these defenders. It's Adinho in the Shadow Realm, but Dog was able to expertly intercept the ball.
Golden in the enemy spawn. It's an easy kill for Firecrow, but he's muted. Is he going to be taken down in his own spawn? It was looking so likely for a second. Even popped the hypercharge. Ball now rolling down the field in the back left corner. It is a kill for Firecrow over Golden. That almost went completely haywire. Now a jump in for Firecrow. Looks for two. Pekka still with the dashes. Going to find Firecrow in an over-aggressive position. Just amazing the way that he baits Edgar towards himself and wins this match.
Here goes Brawl looking after Adinho. That's the matchup he's going to be hoping for more often than not. Gold needs a super. Needs to build it up. Gadget there pops, so Kyodog is going to be nice and healthy yet again. Vitamin boosted, doing its best work, and that's Edgar taken out of the game. This is now looking dangerous again. And Inu has to pop that super. And it's going to be Pekka pushing in. Big fight, big damage, and that'll do it! Unreal! Loud banished, not only to the Shadow Realm, but unceremoniously out of our June monthly final. That's brutal stuff.
Roll out the red carpet. Olympus squad are here to stay, and Pekka with his new team already at home. That's right. An impeccable performance. Turns out all you need to counter the Mega Knight is a mini Pekka on your squad.
Oh, that's crazy. And even with the concerns of internet issues at the start of this game, Pekka's so animated. Like, clearly, even after a win, he's looking almost frustrated, right? Wants to make sure these guys are perfect. These drafts have been fantastic, though. They handle the BB really impressively. And now Loud normally wouldn't be going up against an opponent of this stature so early in the tournament, but they got 0-3 in the upper bracket, had to qualify through lowers, and they go up against like a real Goliath of the scene in their first game. And I can't believe the household name in Brazil has again been booted unceremoniously out of our monthly finals. That is crazy.
Olympus Squad make it a 2-2, facing off against this team twice. First time it was a 3-1, now a 3-0. Well played. Ice Crow's not here anymore, but I'm sure he's still celebrating in the background once again, because Loud is still that team. The name still brings a lot of fame with it after the last 2 years. Thank you. After the last 2 years of constantly winning every single match, being the top team in this region for the longest time, they now...
Oh no! Man, come on.
And yeah, the jinx is real. The team to watch, voted by the community. In East Asia, and EMEA dropped out in the semi-finals, today in the quarterfinals already.
I mean, again, they go up against their Kryptonite.
Yeah.
And they get blasted for it. I mean, this team seriously is struggling. I don't know. They need to make some changes at this point. I don't know what it's going to be, but it's going to have to be soon.
Okay, well, puts them in the second semifinal where they're going to face Acre Lovers, who likewise upset some regional favorites in Pizza Congelada. But up next is Bounty Hunters versus Galaxy Gaming, who upset SK Kalalis in the second quarterfinal of the day. It's been a lot of upsets here in South America. I think there's no question, though, after we saw how the monthly qualifiers went, that this is the top cut of the region. We have consistent top 8 teams, no outliers really breaking in.
We have Bounty Hunters versus Galaxy Gaming. Now, just looking at this, Galaxy Gaming comes out of the quarterfinals with a clean 3-0, and Bounty Hunters, who have been playing at the Brawl Cup as well as Pizza Congelada, are a bit shaky. Both of these teams, coming off an international stage, are focusing all too much on that, international other teams around the globe, and now back in their domestic region, they seem to struggle quite a bit. Now, for predictions today, we're not looking too good, not even Spoo is. Uber actually got the last one right, at least. But yeah, those household names, the old guard is struggling today. It's the age of the new teams. Now, every single team here, almost, has had a couple of roster changes, so we could call all of these teams new. But yeah, the players, the household names are struggling. That's true. We get Spoo back as well. You watched that match. Happy with it? Happy with the showing we have from Loud?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I think Brawl is a hard counter to Loud. And once again, masterfully just completely outdrafting Loud. 3 out of 3 sets where, you know, we've been building this narrative about the Edgar, the boogeyman, and they just completely contained it in a way that I've been expecting from these teams now that it's been around for a while.
Semi-finals are up next. Let's have a look at our predictions there as well. We're probably going to jinx half of the matches again and have everything wrong. Spoo, you're going to stick to Galaxy here, and also you just vote against us again. Bounty Lovers, Bounty Hunt. I love the word lovers today. Bounty Hunters are looking a bit shaky today. I still believe they have what it takes to beat this new roster. I just talked about how the new rosters are doing well today. Maybe I'm eating my words here. Olympus Squad, though, looked so strong. I believe they can beat them. Acre Lovers in the semi-final number 2.
I think they're probably the strongest team today that I've seen so far out of all of the South American teams that have performed there. I think Galaxy Gaming might be able to, you know, put them against something that's a matchup that we're only going to be seeing in the grand finals. The coin did predict Acre Lovers. And yes, folks, I am continuing with the coin. That is how these predictions are coming about. I'm not trying to be contrarian for no reason. It's the coin. And according to statistics, I've gotten 3 out of 4 wrong so far. So if it's 50-50, I should get the next 2 right.
Okay.
I mean, I used my mind and still got 3 out of 4 wrong. So this region is just surprising everyone, even just pure luck with the coin. Now we want to head straight into semi-final number 1. It is, a little late already over here in Copenhagen. So let's get it rolling, boys. We have Bounty Hunters versus Galaxy Gaming. On paper, Bounty Hunters definitely the favorites here, but Galaxy Gaming showed up big time in the quarterfinals today.
Oh, yeah. They beat Loud. That's a big statement. And then now they beat another team. So coming into this one, even though we're saying that Bounty Hunters are the favorites, honestly, after that performance in that first series where they almost lost 0-3 and made me the happiest predictor ever, well, no. I'm actually favoring Galaxy Gaming coming into this one just solely based on today's performance.
Okay, I still think Bounty Hunters have this one. I think that it's just a difference in preparation for some of their matches, maybe. I don't know, it's so different with map draft now because there's less information that you have to conceal for each match. Also, you get to mold each match more to your personal preferences. However, yes, it was really, really shaky against a team that they absolutely should have wiped 3-0.
Oh, yeah. And given the way, I mean, we're looking at some of these replays again, then the entire time when I was sitting in the back watching you guys cast this, I mean, too fast lucky I wasn't on the desk because he would have been the target of many insults here. I felt that was just so much that Senin was trying to do to carry this team. This player that just came into OCX, and then he kind of was handed a roster that A, was picking drafts from the past, and B, has, a little bit of a OG that's not playing the best.
Yeah, the draft has been a huge topic today overall. I feel like Bounty Hunters had to wake up first. They were swept their opponents in the end. The first 2 sets were miserable, both gameplay-wise and draft-wise. The last few sets were okay, so I still think Bounty Hunters will take this one against Galaxy Gaming, who made it a quick 3-0 in the quarterfinals against SK Kalalas, also a household name in this region. Draft-wise, once again, Galaxy Gaming just looked so much stronger, and it's also the only time that a Colette slipped through the bans, by the way. Got picked up, and yeah, they 2-0'd SK Kalalas in nearly every single set.
I'm curious though, like in the conversation of brawlers that are so strong that you must ban them, where Colette stands, because it seems like we were really excited to see Edgar finally shut down, but I still am tempted to say there's almost no context in which you can really play Colette, save for like Shooting Star, for example, where you can consistently outrange her. Aside from that, you have to always take her out of the mix.
Yep, that's pretty much what happened, and you see what happens when you don't take her out of the mix and then you pick Max Sandy as your 2-3. You end up being a TikTok clip for the rest of your days, and you're gonna get mocked and by me, I guess.
Well, let's see what those 2 teams have for us in petto in store now for the maps here. We have Kaboom Canyon coming out as first. Now, we talked about Colette. You better ban her out, otherwise pick her up. She's quite good on a map like this one. Pin on Punt, Crystal Arcade, Dry Season. So a couple of new maps in the mix here. Crystal Arcade, I can't even remember when we have seen this map last. And then New Horizons as our decider in the end. I'm excited. We had 2 matches that went all the way today already, and then 2 3-0s, nothing in between. So which side are we leaning here? 3-0, 3-2?
At this point, I think it's got to be 3-1 for Bounty Hunters, we'll say. I see a strong possibility of it.
Choose the third.
Okay, well, you know what? Maybe I won't take a middle ground. Maybe I'll say it's a 3-2. 3-2 Bounty Hunters. Let's lock it in.
I want to be outside of boxes, but at the same time, I don't know. I mean, looking at these global bans, I think both of these teams, they started to lock in a little bit more about exactly what they want. Now, interestingly, in map draft, there are 2 ways you can interpret this. Either you see it as less work to do because you just prep the maps you pick, or you can see it as, well, now we have to prep for all 18 maps because anything can be thrown at us. Interestingly, Bounty Hunters, they didn't repeat maps from their quarterfinals. They're picking 2 new maps, which means this is specialized prep for their semis.
I think the first one, we just saw them pick the maps that their opponents haven't scrimmed at all. And now, you can't say that about Galaxy Gaming because they literally scrimmed everything. They just prepared no matter what. The votes on event.brawlstars.com, so everybody at home watching this right now also had a vote in what they think will happen. Bounty Hunters get the most votes. Makes a lot of sense because the website also shows you where they are standing in the leaderboard, and Bounty Hunters at the top look like the stronger team on paper for sure.
if you're number one, you have won more of your matches than anyone else in the region, so you're going to have the highest win percentage out of anyone. If you're just going on win rates, then you should be predicting bounty hunters every time. I expect them to be strong favorites as a result of that.
And if you think about it, they also have Brawl Cup on top of that, so they quite literally might have the most career games this year in South America. But on the other hand, you know, I don't think Galaxy Gaming deserves 7%. Like, chat. No. You saw them. Look, they beat Loud in qualifiers, okay? And they just made a fool out of Reddy's favorite North American player, who's now in South America. I'm gonna say he's your favorite because he's your one South American player, but yeah.
Bounty Hunters, last time we saw them in the grand finals, they lost to Pizza Congelada. Well, they're not here, so they definitely want to make it, but Galaxy Gaming will try to stop them. Let's watch our first map, Kaboom Canyon. Bounty Hunters, Galaxy Gaming. Once again, old guard versus new roster here on the right side. We have the first pick coming in with Crow, already a lot of damage, and Colette and Colt would usually be the two brawlers that are my first picks in ranks when I am on this map. Both of those are banned out. Cordelius ban, a bit of an interesting one for me. Potentially want to play an aggressive brawler for. Those are already banned out with Kaze, Edgar, Mina, and Mortis globally banned.
It's like a chuck and a half. I mean, on 2-3, it's really, really strong. I would not be shocked at all if they decide to pick up Otis and Chuck at the same time, considering that they've gotten rid of one of the best ways to deal with it already in Cordelius. It's interesting that they're willing to let Crow slip through in pursuit of that, though. They're also taking their sweet time. Chuck or Miko? I mean, either one are possible. It could save the Miko last, but I feel like it's really, really plain that they want this brawler.
I think they can just leave it open. They don't even need to snag it up here. As you mentioned, they have last pick available. There's greater priorities here. They're gonna just opt to just go for, I think this is the safest. This is a setup that, you know, honestly, you could cover the map and this would work in like 90% of maps, right?
True.
Ruff's Otis is like, it gives you practically everything here. They just run Vision Gear. They do have something to compete for the mid, and it does leave themselves open to get either the Miko last pick or check if that's available to them.
Right side now, they really love to play Glowy, which is not a brawler I would expect in Kaboom Canyon, so covering the map works for me in that regard if they really go with it. Glowy was also globally banned once today, has not been rated high on any other map in any other region so far, but South America seems to really like that brawler. So let's see if they're still going to go with it. Brock, obviously another choice to just open up that mid, get into that grass a bit faster, take mid control, and Brock also dishes out a lot of damage. They have two damage dealers now with Crow and Brock. Potentially have to pick up something to defend is what I wanted to say, but this is the opposite of that. Ellie coming in as last pick. They're just hyper aggressive. They want to throw down a lot of damage, which is usually one of the two strategies against Chuck that you mentioned, Reddy.
Yeah, I think it's just plain as day by the bans that Bounty Hunters have gone for with the brawlers they've selected so far that they're not really locking themselves into anything. They could decide that they want to counterplay here, but I'm just sensing a lack of damage so far. Otis can get damage on the enemy side, but are you going to be able to deal with that? Whoa,
what?
Okay. That's mid position right there, but also like some decent safe damage. It depends on what star power you decide to go for.
We are in Kaboom Canyon, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. You can go for the vulnerability star power, get a crit every other shot on the safe.
You could, and I think that's exactly what they have in mind in terms of damage. They're just not convinced by the fact that there's enough damage on the side of Galaxy for them to stop this Draco from quite literally press W, walk up into the mid, and just get full control. What I am concerned about now is, does this Brock just not take rocket fuel, blow up the mid side of the map, get full mid control, and then that's it?
Let's see, it should be an instant break here for Brock to get into mid. Looks like it is going to be. It's less position also for Bounty Hunters to hide behind once they get control of mid. And that's actually only if Prosy going to get diffed by Fire Crow, who's able to expertly leap over these sandbags. So that's not a concern for him either. It's a total shutdown by Galaxy to start things off. A wonderful draft that gives them the mid control pretty much for free.
This Crow is just an absolute menace, and I can't wait for him to phase out of the meta, but we've got to deal with it, and so does the Bounty Hunters for the time being. The slow is completely destroying them, and so is Ice Crow. Now 2 kills to their name. The plan is very simple, right? They're just going to keep this mid-tension the entire time and just get some small chip damage, and so long as you control this position for the rest of the game, there's nothing Bounty Hunters can do.
Interesting to see that wall break from Galaxy. We're going to see some more from Bounty Hunters, in fact. Who is going to get that power up? Prosy is going to try and take on the entire enemy team, or not? Nope, it was just a bit of a ruse, I suppose, as he goes to the enemy side. Now Ice Crow has the damage, but he's not going to try and get the save just yet. Oh, no, never mind. Going to go for it. Or not. Just waiting for an enemy to respawn, maybe. Going for Portox. A little bit early there. Not sure about that hesitation because he could have gotten the crack much earlier, but now Doritos is in position in the perfect time to get the second one fired away. It's a huge tempo lead for Galaxy at the moment.
Now 2 layers of shielding brought down. Doritos is about to get the third potentially here. Just needs one more swipe with the arrows. Can't get it down though. That's a critical one, but inside the mid control's completely yielded back. Great dodge there from Ice Crow onto that Otis Super. A big resource wasted.
Still waiting to see anything from Bounty Hunters. They're getting completely diffed by the alley. It's a free kill for Ice Crow, and now they should be able to get this safe, but Ice Crow is not going to commit his HP for it, instead opting to sit back. They have the Crow Super, they have Ice Crow, and they have all those shots in from Derp. This one's got to be in the books just a few seconds here as Ice Crow needs one more bit of damage to get this knocked down. This looks like a total outdraft to me. They have mid-control. There's no way for Bounty Hunters to get to the enemy side.
I wouldn't go so as far as to say it's a total outdraft just yet.
Okay.
The nature of Kaboom Canyon is if you win first interaction, you do control the pace of the game, so it does make it look pretty snowbally. But you saw the potential to Draco. The one time Prosy snuck through there, he was single-handedly capable of, you know, shredding an entire layer of that save. That's the strength of the vulnerability lance that you talked about.
Still, though, he's got to make it past the enemy team, and I feel like that's so calculated. Galaxy just decide, no, it's actually not worth going for him. We're going to go for damage on the safe anyway. That's just how it goes. And it would be the same in a Chuck, by the way, if they knew they could just out-DPS it. So Bounty Hunters went for something really flexible to see maybe if they could bait anti-Chuck, and they didn't really. They got really aggressive stuff in return that Portox is going to be weak into. But here comes Draco looking for a kill. He's still just out of range of Doritos. Look how completely the slow shuts him down. He gets a little bit of damage on the safe, but barely tickles it for 2%. At least it afforded some room for Wesley to start getting mid-control, and now finally Bounty Hunters are in position. They're not as spread out across mid as they would like to be, but with Prosy now reapproaching, oh my goodness. As soon as it looked like they'd gotten an inch, Galaxy come back and take a mile.
That's the nature of this alley selection, right? And it's the problem of, you know, flexing this Ruff's Otis. I mean, it left this vulnerability of this alley who was absolutely just chewing Bounty Hunters apart there. It's bought so much time for Doritos to even get his hypercharge online. Doesn't matter if he dies, that is an entire layer of shielding tempo. Whatever you want, the Galaxy have gotten.
Wesley on the right side looking for the mute on Ice Crow. Needs to time it correctly. Does get it, but still eliminated by those hypercharged rockets from Dirt. Now it's all about defense. They should be able to slow down Prosy. Still hanging on by a shred of HP, and Portox cleans up Prosy on the right side. In comes Doritos for a super that serves no purpose at all. Now Bounty Hunters have an open window to get one of the shields taken off of Galaxy safe. Still, they're behind by an entire tempo. It's not a good look, but now that the battle's been brought to their side of the arena, there is a chance for Bounty Hunters to bring it back.
This is a strength of the Bounty Hunters combo. One push potential is there, but Ice Crow, he's got targets locked and centered, takes down the Ruffs once again, pushes back the entirety of Bounty Hunters, but percentage-wise, the save is looking pretty even now. Both teams could potentially take this one.
But I'm looking at who is at mid. It's Galaxy. Only problem, they have no way of dealing with this hypercharged super from Prosy. He's also invincible, down to 1 HP, but it clears the way for Bounty Hunters to come in and drop this to 24%. Galaxy got to make a major move here. Doritos on 0 HP, same for Derp. He needs a hypercharged super now more than ever, and they've only got 5 seconds to do it. Derp now press back, has to play defense versus Prosy. The hypercharge is here, but Doritos is stunned at the worst time possible. It's going to be a tied up set now. Bounty Hunters still with a horse in this race, or maybe I should say a dragon, because that's what Draco's riding after all.
Well, Galaxy's got a crocodile.
That's
the
true.
actual crocodile up against dragons.
A battle of reptiles.
A battle of reptiles, but one's made of plastic.
It's starting to get drastic with the plastic. Let's see who is better, the real crocodile or, oh, actually, never mind. I think she's an alligator. Forget it. Same difference in the end. What matters is whether you're able to get to the enemy side most effectively, and Ice Crow is already putting on a show.
Cortox is doing this as best as he can, honestly. It's a similar kind of a thing. Might look like he's inting, but that's just one of the many ways that Draco can get his Hypercharger supers online. He won last game, by the way, off the backs of 2 separate Hyperchargers, and the entire team following up on that. So Prosy, he realizes just how important it is in this early few seconds of the game that he has to get these supers online.
So fitting also that Prosy would be on the execution-heavy brawler. He is the guy who joined this team and brought it to these new heights, brought them to #1 in the region. Playing defense versus Ice Pro on the left side, decides, no, it's actually not worth it. Let's get position on the enemy side. But now with the slow, it's going to become that much more complicated. They'll get a little bit of damage here and not much more. Now mid belongs to Galaxy once again. Doritos has the hypercharge. They can just get a bit of damage on a Bounty Hunter safe, drop it to 75. That's going to be Doritos' cue to jump in.
Some great taps there from Wesley. He's going to consolidate mid control. Ice Crow is running out of bush to play across here. Wesley should be able to get this one down. There he goes. Cortox and Wesley continuing to stay in this mid control. Doritos might just have to burn that hypercharge to, get back mid control, but they don't have a time to do that with Prosy popping the hypercharge of his own that's given to him by the Ruff's going to burn down half the team and the safe to follow.
Need this kill on Wesley, but he's too far out of range. Prosy's dead. Now, next one should be on to Wesley. Ice Crow and Doritos need to team up. They'll get it, and Doritos has the hypercharge now. The shield has also been cracked. That means it's time for Doritos to push in, but Prosy has to be dealt with first. That's what the hypercharge from Ice Crow is for. He gets one. He's looking for more, though. Doesn't really want to go on Wesley, but he might not have a choice. This is a green light for Doritos to come in and get yet another shield, but it was a bit wrong. They didn't manage to crack the shield. It's down to 51%, and now finally, the shield should be popped. It's a tight game so far, but Prosy is in position to further the lead for Bounty Hunters.
Yeah, this push is gonna do a little bit more. Might just get down to 25%. There we go. As the crack onto the safe. Galaxy now desperately behind by a whole 29% or more. They need to get the safe cracked open and do a little bit more just to even tie this one up. But Prosy, he knows he's just going to be running it down. It's going to be Ice Crow that's on the safe to try to do this. He's a bit indecisive. He realizes that he might have to defend instead. The game's already over, bro. What you doing? No time for hesitation. Gotta try to make a play, but it's not mathematically possible to shred through that shield. And just like that, Bounty Hunters, they recover from a poor game 1 and even out and take the set.
Kudos to you for believing in the Draco, because I was being a bit of a hater. I love the way that he played around his hypercharge. He got so much position. I was just so sold on how easy it was to take the early round for Crow, especially Ali getting the assassinations. It completely shut Bounty Hunters out of mid. But once the walls broke down, once those bushes were open, it's like it became even more possible. Worst places for Ali to jump out of, basically, is I think the biggest one. She's able to dodge damage at the same time as dealing damage, especially with the range that she was boasting. I love the support also to empower this Draco. And once again, to comment on the performance of Prosy here as the executioner, we should say, for the team. He was the right player to bear the mantle of the one that was the win condition.
Rightly so. I have to point out the fact that if you notice in the last game 2 and game 3, there's a runway in the mid that's been built by all of the destruction there. And oh my god, these stats, they tell the real story here about who is actually on defense and control the whole game and who is the team that was actually playing on the objective.
Yeah. The defense was here. I think if it, Chuck had been played here, then there would be adequate defense, and just pivoting slightly to go for a Draco instead served a decently similar role. It's not free damage, right? You still have to work for it, but you're practically guaranteed that you're going to get a super as Draco. So a winning composition for Bounty Hunters. Will they be able to pull off the same here as we head on to Brawl?
Opening up with this Lumi first pick. This has been the most picked brawler so far, I think, in today, out of all the first picks, I mean. And for good reason. It's just flexible. Grim and Frostbitten is still ultimately one of the most annoying resources you can have in the game in On Pain Hole Pan, where we talk about donut control, right? This is the most easy way. You literally put circle on left, circle on right, and I have full mate control.
Who's close? Yeah, also some main characters banned out here. Gotta mention that Leon has been eliminated by Bounty Hunters. M's not a consideration thanks to Galaxy. And you look at Lumi, she's able to deny both of the key ways of getting into the donut of bushes. You have a couple paths around an indestructible at mid. Now, she is going to be outranged by Pierce, so I see the potential there. Also, there is counterplay into the Grim and Frostbitten, the 2 circles of ice. Damien, it is about time that we see this guy in play, but how are you going to do this? Because he's got really bad matchup into this Lumi. So are we hoping to get a Poco out here? Is that why we banned Ems?
Good news. Big Damien doesn't care about matchups because it's one of those brawlers where in its current state of the game, you can die, you know, basically 3 times.
Sure.
Guaranteed you get a first super.
Yeah.
Once you get that first super, you're guaranteed to get the second super. Once you get that second super, you're guaranteed to get the third super and the hypercharge.
What about goals?
And at that point, if you haven't scored 2 goals, you're doing something wrong.
You're guaranteed to be clowned by Spiel on the Desk? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, let's hope for the sake of Galaxy that they are not countered too hard. Interesting to see a Fang come in here. He does have that stun that's going to be pretty useful. Also, he's able to get into the back lines. He should be getting super really easily off of the Damien. The only issue is that Damien gets a lot of value for free just by nature of being him, of course. Just having a bunch of HP to get forward. Also has the wall that should get in position early on, can block off some of these long-range brawlers. And Fang has to work for it. Also Sirius. I think a lot of times I see him come in as a last pick, but I feel like he's very necessary to deal with the Damien. Keep in mind that the shades from him are also going to have knockback on their third shot.
That is wild.
Yeah.
And it's also, I mean, if you're copying a brawler, even though it's, I think, what, 60% of their health, 60% of 10,000 is a lot.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, it's 6,000 and you get a knockback?
And you get a knockback. That the Damien on the other team has to account for. Not to mention, bots have a really fast unload speed, if you guys didn't realize, because they have negative ping.
That's true. So, wait, so you're calling them bots?
The serious clones.
Ah, I see.
Bots.
Not Wesley.
Not Wesley. Wesley gets to control the bots. Even though that might have happened. But Ali, once again, makes a showing from Galaxy. I don't know if this is a comfort pick at this point, or honestly speaking, it does make sense because both this Sirius and the Lumi have a common counter. It's the Assassins. They don't really care about the Fang because why do you need to really counter Fang, right?
Yeah.
It's just a Fang. So
he's not that important. We'll see how quickly he gets to super. There's the wall also. Bounty Hunters don't have a way of retreating, but do they really want one? They're already making beeline for the goal. Prosy slowed down, but finds the angle immediately. Make it an 11-second goal. Why don't you?
There's one way to beat the Damien before he gets his first super. If you get 2 goals before he dies thrice, it's game over. And that's not going to happen, though. We're going to see it happening this time. You see Doritos gets caught out by that Prosy super yet again. And it's just Derp left on the defense. They don't want to push this one through just yet. So Galaxy, they're not out of this one just yet.
Not quite. The Derp is forced into an uncomfortable position. Has to flank around the right side. Also, Doritos getting beaten, but now the ball has shifted out of Bounty Hunter's clutches. It's going to take some effort to get it forward, and here come the Shades positioning for Wesley. They're all eliminated now, but they managed to keep Galaxy back long enough. But now, all eyes are on Doritos. 12k HP, the wall forward, wants to isolate a target. Not going to catch Wesley on the edge, but in fact, had his knockback at the perfect time. Who cares, though? Portox has the ball. You got to keep your eye on the ball, man.
Literally! He's tunnel visioned on this series. He's like, hey guys, I got matchup. What? What's that? Oh, you need me at the back? Oh, we lost the game? Oh, what happened?
It's okay, guys. I'll do better next game. I was so looking forward to seeing what Damien could do, and yes, I did see him get kills. I saw the wall come down. Check with the wall coming down again. Actually makes it more difficult for Prosy to play around here. It's not going to keep Ice Crow alive, unfortunately. Doritos also has gotten a bunch of damage, even though he's been battered and bruised all the way back to his goal. Also, look at this. Wow. Putting the ball in the back left corner already for Galaxy is not a good sign at all, but with them surviving the initial goal much longer than in game number 1, it spells some hope for Doritos.
I'm not really sure the wall tech is working in my favor. I mean, it's blocking some of the Piercer shots as well, and it's allowing Wesley to just walk up mid and charge, free super as the semi-thrower that Sirius is. But, well, at the very least now, Doritos now has this first super. He's going to be jumping onto Prosy, but can't even win the matchup. Lost to his own clones, as you mentioned. This is not the Damien that I expected.
Yeah, and have fun with the knockback. Now you got 2 different Damien clones going wherever you want. Here comes the wall. It's going to block something off. There's the knockback also. Probably would have gotten the kill on Doritos, but they get it finished anyway with Portox. Now the ball's passed over to Ice Crow, but oh, that wasn't pretty at all. That's not where the ball was meant to go.
Doritos now manages to catch the ball in the last second. Jumps onto Prosy though, but doesn't have that knockback immediately onto him. It's Ice Crow that has to come in to clean up the kill, and now with another onto Portox. It's some level of mid-control on the side of Galaxy, but you've got Shadow Allies, you've got Wesley in the back controlling them. This is such a difficult battle for Galaxy to climb.
Okay, here comes the hypercharge utilized onto Derp. Prosy would love to cycle it. Instead, makes Doritos slip out of position. It's an easy kill. Ice Crow's the last one remaining. The best he can do is dash in front of the goal to deflect that pass in. Gonna go for the kill and still goes through both of their legs. Nutmeg over here to get 1 point up for Bounty Hunters.
Put everything between yourself and the goal, and it's still not enough. We see Portox diving in there, though, giving a freebie there to Galaxy. That's some much-needed breathing room, and now Doritos coming in there. Vulgar display of punch into the mosh pit with the hypercharge. It is enough, and Ice Crow continues. It's just Portox against the wall. This should be a goal, right? Absolutely is, and Doritos finally gets one on the board.
Yeah, pretty early attempt on goal there from Damien. He didn't want to get stunned by the Fang and lose possession. Now they're headed to overtime, and Doritos does not have a super. He's going to need some assistance in getting in on Prosy. He's trying to slow him down, but Ice Crow out of nowhere from the right flank can still slot it through, and I'm just so impressed.
I'm gobsmacked by that, and it might have been a miscommunication there from the side of Bounty Hunters. The ball somehow ended up between the two of them, and Ice Crow was just like, yep, it's mine now. Auto-aim spams it even, and he just gets it in there. That was a little bit lucky, I have to say, but it's a break that Galaxy needs if they want to pull back the series.
Look, luck if it may be, but you just got to be there at the right time. That luck is ready to find you. It is opportunity. What they're calling it. Doritos in position, by the way. Galaxy win mid right off the bat for the first time in this set. And game number 3 would be the best time to do it. You don't have the lead already after game number 1. Doritos successfully defends this Fang push in. Now he is just cycling and farming super, but I digress. Derp was blocked off just a little bit by the wall. Could be a walkthrough for Doritos, but they would really like to stagger this a little bit more. What's going on here? A pass over to Derp? He's not going to be able to walk that one in. And I guess Galaxy fall back to mid with almost no HP. They're going to completely concede it.
Yeah, I think they made the call there a little bit late. Just fed to so much value as a result. At the very least, though, oh, Ice Crow there, nicely dodging the stun there, but it's too much damage from the side of the Sirius. Wesley just came in to help there. We see this jump there from Doritos. There should be a kill onto Prosy. Nice and easy there from the Damien here. Doritos finally gets some value.
Acknowledge also the target prioritization. Doritos has been staying away from Wesley a lot more, putting up the wall on the right side. Ice Crow is going to have to tank a lot of the hits as a result. Also, the hypercharge ready for Prosy. He could catch Derp possibly on the right side. Not going to go for it. Doritos with a vertical super. Really interesting. It's not going to go anywhere and doesn't help him cycle towards his next one at all, which means that Bounty Hunters now get to pass this up the field.
Passing it straight to Ice Crow. He's now cleared the ball to that right lane. You got hypercharges going out here from Prosy. Just eviscerates through the entirety of Galaxy. And that's the easiest goal if I've ever had to see one.
Okay, now what is going to happen to this mid control? We see 2 hyperchargers on the field already. Derp! Whoa! Double kill for Portox, but Doritos is going to try and do this all on his own. Gets everyone stuck inside of the super. Gets 1, gets 2, gets 3! And that is the wrath of Damien. Has the super to put this one in, and that is what we needed to see from Doritos.
Didn't even need it, to be fair. It's still 1-1 in the scoreline. I got we all a bit excited there. And jumping back into this, I mean, I would have been as well. That seemed like the play of the game. Doritos does it once again, but no hypercharge this time, and no flashiness going to be happening here. Ice Crow tried to, beat Doritos Jr. there. Couldn't really get the job done, and we are headed into an overtime there where it's going to be Pierce that's the strongest bowler on the map. He just has to be worried about Portox and his super.
Okay, here it comes. Ball position at the back right. Ice Crow gonna have to waste some ammo to get rid of it. Otherwise, Portox could very much ricochet off the entire enemy team. And he's thinking about it right now. Gotta be just one shot off of his super, but he needs to connect. Wesley also with the shades is gonna be so troublesome. Now we see Portox trapped inside, but he cannot be hit off the bottom right. Now a pass over to Wesley would secure the deal. It's a blocking wall, but it's still fine. Wesley waits for everyone to fall. The pins are in the air, and Bounty Hunters, y'all, this is only your second set. We should not be spinning and pinning yet.
Psychological damage inflicted. My excitement level, 1 level higher.
Oh yeah, dude, Damien
destroyed actually.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I mean 0% win rate today. Almost globally banned every single time. The one time that we get to see it, we see it up against. I think this is honestly one of the hardest Damien games that you can have. I mean, you already mentioned that they are picking this into the Lumi. Conceptually, we saw what the Damien was supposed to do one time. I think there was an amazing triple kill that he got that did allow them an amazing goal. I think we're going to see it here, but aside from that, that was only enabled because Portox was, this is like a perfect suit, but Portox caught on the wrong side of that Unbreakable. He had nowhere to go. And then, yeah, they get to an overtime that they're still worsened.
Yeah, it really stinks because in so many cases we talk about, man, this brawler's so busted right now. If it makes it through, it's gonna like almost be guaranteed to win. And yet in so many cases we are wrong on that because it's only permitted through when people know with a certainty that they will be able to beat it. Now that's not a hard and fast rule all the way across the board, but it doesn't really help us prove our point that Damien is really that strong. This one, I think, is just one of the best, sets of brawlers. This is what you said. Into Damien, really, really bad Damien game. He still managed to make some plays. Getting a 3K, I think, speaks pretty much everything you need to know about this brawler.
And Icecrow with his 10 kills on the board. I mean, he did as much as he could, but got a zone in on Portox real quick there. Fang has seen a surprising resurgence in the meta, and I have to wonder, is it because like it just does well into both assassins and fills that same niche as well? It seems to be settling into the new meta quite nicely.
Yeah, I think also just with global bans, you're able to get rid of more stuff, and you get rid of assassins, and then you also see anti-tanks make it in. I think also it's quite effective into Lumi because you can play at range with her, and then you can penetrate. She has no way of defending herself at close range. Now we see the bans. Fang is completely open here on Crystal Arcade, so I would say it's probably a consideration, but other key things have to come to mind. First, you see some of the main characters have been banned here for bounty hunters, as of course Galaxy had that first pick. So what did they go for on the 2-3 turn?
Energy!
You're kidding, man. So it wasn't an error? They really want to play Max here. In
I
mid.
Think it's fine. I think it's fine.
Into the Lumi?
I think it's still... you might not even see the Lumi in the mid. I think roughs to follow here. It's just basically the cleanest opening that you can get from bounty hunters if they just want to keep things, pretty cookie cutter, pretty versatile. Save your aggressive pick for the last pick on Crystal Arcade. There's just so many options that you can go for. You already know that Lumi has an assassin weakness, so you're always going to have like a Kenji that can follow up or something. You don't have to go around. I mean, Kenji here is fine as well, but Ems instead.
Okay.
All right, throw the roughs out the window. They're just playing on synergy then. This is some East Asia stuff.
Yeah, I actually believe now. The Max has just failed me so many different times when I've observed it played in competitive, but you pair it up with the Ems, and this is such a classic matchup. It's why you see Ems on, like, Pinhole Punt, for example. Any speed boost that she gets is so powerful. You put her in the bushes, that's where she gets the speed gear utility. And now with Max alongside her, it'll be even better. You have better uptime for that speed since she has a hypercharge. And it's worth mentioning that her hypercharge is really, really strong. You get invincibility from the buffies also. So a lot of praises to sing about the Ems acid spray in the side lanes is so viable. Get through those roughs bags nice and easy, so they're just going to be facing the asteroids.
I think they deliberated for a very, very long time before they decided to go with the Zems, and I think they calculated correctly. As you mentioned, it does deal against the roughs pretty well, at least in the early game, and then eventually the roughs will get a wall break, it'll tear open the map, and then the Ems kind of struggles a little bit more. They probably weighed all that, and they thought to themselves, well, I guess this Ems plus the Max still sufficiently, reaches there to a point where the Ems will still be relevant. But that's why we see this gen, as the final selection come out here, that's going to be the safety of the gem carrier. You always have, two ways to escape. You have the super, you've got backstage pass up against that max speed. On Crystal Arcade, it's one of the more forgivable gem carriers.
Yeah, and also Lumi is going to make sense on the side lane too, because you can fire your Morning Stars at both sides and then retract them at the same time to get nearly guaranteed damage depending on how far back your opponent is. Ali is one that I was kind of expecting to see here. Intuitively, it just makes sense. You have a lot of different terrain to make use of. It's going to be perhaps a little bit more difficult to play into Doritos over here since it only takes him a couple of supers to break open both sides and severely diminish the value that Ali can get here.
Realistically, this looks like an outdraft. Gotta call it when I see it on the side of Bounty Hunters. I love this Assassin last pick that really, really is going to tear apart both the Roughs and this Lumi selection. And as you mentioned, we've got a Max Ems on our hands.
Yeah.
If these guys can execute at a fraction of what Crazy Raccoon can, bring that back from the Brawl Cup, this might just be a 3-0.
It was the story that we were focused on at the beginning of the day, and then we kind of had to hold our tongue because Bounty Hunters had to reverse sweep in order to take it all and even head to the semifinal to begin with. Now they're ready to sweep this in just 3 sets. Looking at the initial matchups, Wesley on the right side is going to be losing this ground. It's a trade on the left side also, and Prosy is just keeping pace with Doritos on the gym count.
barely doing so though, and with this speed going to be coming online, Portox, he's barreling straight onto Dub. Dub has nowhere to go. Yup, there we go. Boop, boop, and he is gone. There is how simple that interaction plays out. Honestly, not the hardest to do if you're an alley. You've got Prosy backing up the speed as well. And Wesley though, he is kind of losing ground here on that right lane against Icecrow with the map being torn up. And all things considered, somehow Galaxy are still, you know, somewhat relevant in gems.
Yeah, they're getting consistently pressured back by Portox. Also, Portox going to actually completely barrel through the Grim and Frostbit down on the field and eliminated by Doritos. It's going to be wall break also on the top right side. Keeps Prosy in the game. Nice dash backwards there to stay in. And here comes the hypercharge. Everyone's getting juiced up. They've got their supers ready and a bit of hypercharge to speak of that we just can't see it yet. Portox going to go for derp. Not a good play at all. Prosy, whoa! Good thing he had that gadget back just in time to stay out of the way. They still need a couple of gems here. No way they're getting them off of Doritos. And consistent trades there on the left side also. Need to see Ali break through.
Doritos pops the hypercharge, and just for stats at the very least, you know that Ruffs can just provide him with yet another one if he needs it down the line. This is going to be relaxing for a moment, but then with all 9 gems up on the side of Bounty Hunters, they could start a countdown here. They have to fight for this gem really carefully here. We see Icecrow going to be going in there. Just with the hypercharge to scoop up those gems in the last second. It's going to just barely be enough there. And this hypercharge there coming in from the entire team. Doritos and they go forward. But Doritos doesn't take this guy just use the backstage pass just to jump out, just to save the 10th gem.
Looking for gem at number 10. When's he going to spawn? Prosy gets it, but we're looking for that gadget. Whoa, good dodges as he keeps his team alive. Still looking for the next one. Why are we dashing right towards that? For Portox to get it? At least they'll hang on to the countdown. But what about gem number 12? There's no way they'll be able to get this, but Portox was willing to risk everything and put it on the line. Prosy now going for the aggression. Guess he saw Portox getting battered the entire time and was willing to go aggressive instead, but this next one almost looks like it should belong to Galaxy. Really metered gameplay here as neither team are willing to risk their gem carriers.
The gem counts 12 to 12. We see Portox now becoming this customary gem carrier honorary position. He's going to be going down for an instant. Grim and Frostbit is going to be covering all of these gems. Portox has to desperately come in here and try to scoop out most of it there if they want to even it out, but it's just a death trap that Galaxy have set up. There's nothing that the Bounty Hunters can do here to stop this one, and Galaxy get a game on the board.
This is a seriously close game right here. Everyone playing exactly at their range. And also we saw Ali not exactly doing what I was expecting. She was getting on top of Lumi, and it's as if Lumi were placing her maces in the perfect way to deal with an Ali going in aggressive. I think maybe that's why they decided to have Portox pick up all the gems here, because they decided that he was actually going to get more value as a gem carrier than he was as an aggressive brawler. Once more though, we'll see the same exact lane matchups. For Bounty Hunters, they're hoping that it will go their way this time.
Might have to eat my words if this doesn't go the way of the Bounty Hunters on the draft, but Wesley is actually winning the early game matchup. That is something that was discussed. I mean, it was pretty uncharacteristic to see the Ruffs completely dominate that side lane and see Wesley get no value. Not going to be the case this game.
No, not at all. Wesley on the right side has the position, has the speed, has the slow onto Icecrow. It's a full kill from so much range also. Portox just barely hangs on by 700 HP on the left side. It's what we needed to see. Bounty Hunters own both side lanes at this point. And here comes the initial wall break from Icecrow. Going to eliminate some of Wesley's cover and start to challenge that position.
Really useful there on the side of Derp, and they managed to get a nice kill onto Wesley. That's pretty uncharacteristic. He could have just held onto the push control, and that would have been massive for Bounty Hunters, but they still have a gigantic lead here in gems, 8-2. And Wesley getting back onto that right lane. It should be Bounty Hunters kicking off a countdown real soon.
Bounty Hunters are willing to hand over a bunch of control in exchange for gem number 10. Portox is going to end up taking it. It's honestly okay if he dies. They should be able to re-aggress in time, but ideally they hang on to it. Here comes the hypercharge, and Prosy is speedy as can be. With 5 seconds to go, it's him versus the world. He's going to dash through, phase shifter on the left side, runs into the cones, but Wesley respawns just in time to tank, and almost allowed for the interruption. One little pellet from Ruffs' attack made it around.
You talk about luck?
That's luck.
1 in 3 chance to spawn in the right spot to block shots for your teammates, and you get it happen. But to be fair, even if they got the reset there, it's really hard to get out that base. I mean, it's not like Doritos had a super to get in there and fly out or anything.
That is fair. Yeah, Doritos would love to fly away with all the gems. Look at this forward position that Prosy's forced into. Ugh, oh my gosh, man. Shot around like a pinball in a pinball machine. It would be fitting for the Crystal Arcade. Looking for gem number 3, but needs a bit of assistance. It's going to have to come from the top side. Portox is no longer one shot, and now he is. And, okay, never mind. He's not dead. I was about to will it into existence, but he escaped just in time.
Good adjustment there from Galaxy, opting for the lane swap there, but not scouted or, called out there by the side of Bounty Hunters. We still saw Wesley run straight into the Morningstar as it was brought down, has led us in this weird position where somehow we've got Galaxy halfway inside the Bounty Hunters base, and it's a spawn trap that's starting to emerge.
Yeah, now Galaxy have flipped the script. This is what Bounty Hunters did to them last time, but I'm not sure what the method is going to be for Bounty Hunters to break out, because last time Galaxy had to coordinate a Lumi super in order to get a kill on one of the sides. They also needed some pretty sufficient wall break in order to open up that possibility to begin with. And now Bounty Hunters are just hanging on to whatever walls they can. Portox waiting, does manage to get out one attack from Derp, now looking for the kill, gets it, and finally Bounty Hunters have picked up some ground on the right side.
It's going to be between Portox and Prosy on this Bounty Hunters roster to get this game. Wesley's mostly just puckered out and out of this game at the moment. He's just completely dominated there by Icebro. Can't really get out there. Good dodges there from Portox, wasting that precious Lumi Super. But gems-wise, Galaxy, they just need one more to kick off this countdown.
Well, and that they shall receive. It's 9-1 for Doritos and Icebro. One kill would be enough to unseat them as the gym leaders. 10 seconds to go, and Ali just wants to get onto Icebro, but Icebro's ready to throw that super down on the ground. Doritos also used his backstage pass gadget, but now gets to fly up into the sky, and the mental warfare has been returned. It's a 2-1 series.
Very clean there from the side of Galaxy. I think they understood this comp way better than the side of Bounty Hunters. Gotta give chops to them for adjusting the lanes there. But I'm surprised that, with that lane adjustment, we didn't see Portox just immediately capitalize and, go straight after that dog, bring down the roughs. And he took a long time to win his matchup and then convert. And by the time that happened, Wesley had lost his matchup twice already. So
yeah, this one was really, really challenging. I think especially for Ali, because as Ali, you're supposed to win into that Lumi, and so many times it just ended with a trade, which, no, you're not supposed to be really trading as Ali. I think it went fine for Lumi as long as she's able to trade there. And we'll see Portox actually got a lot of kills, but again, I think a lot of those were trades and didn't get anything significant for the team.
They kind of swapped brawlers in this one. We had the Ellie twice now on the side of Galaxy Gaming, lost twice. 0% win rate so far for this brawler, has never been played today outside of this match. Now Ellie swaps over, gets a lot of kills, but they still lose the set. Ellie's still on 0%. Mex as well, by the way, picked up twice, lost twice.
Yeah.
And on the other side we have Lumi, the most picked brawler here in this region today, and with a pretty decent win rate here of like 60% as well. So yeah, there you go. Just go with what works, I feel. Maybe don't repeat the mistakes of your opponents. I was super surprised in that pinhole punt match that the pairs Damien and Ellie, 3 very good brawlers on paper, actually lost. Galaxy seemed to have finally woken up. It looked like Bounty Hunters would sweep them 3-0, but we said it's going to be a 3-2, so they can't, right?
Yeah, because we always, predict correctly and we never curse anything.
And I said Galaxy would, the coin said Galaxy should win and stole the statistics. So
this
blame the should coin be. Again. Sure. I'm not blaming the coin. But statistically, this should be a reverse sweep. Right?
Enjoy
3-2 can go in either direction. Kicking off the draft, they're looking at these brands. What do we have here? It's Damien slipping through.
Okay.
Not relevant on dry season, right?
I actually think entirely relevant on dry season, because you can afford to die several times and then go in and team wipe the enemy side. I think you just got to enable him to get there. Also, you can block off a good amount of the middle of the field if you use the wall. I think he's totally in the discussion. I wonder why Carl was prioritized. I guess they want to get the blue star that way. I see Kaze has been banned, Mortis has been banned, Edgar's banned, Jae Young is still viable, but he would be slower than a Carl, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we don't see Carl too often, if then on Bounty to just pick up the blue star. So yeah, I go along with you on that one. Still a surprising pick, I must say. Fang on the other side now, we have the aggressor and also the counter to it picked up from Galaxy. I really like that draft so far from them. Almost better than what we see from Bounty Hunters so far. With that Byron, they need something else to be empowered by it to heal. So potentially another aggressive pick there. Kenji could still be in the mix here. Mina too.
Mina is banned out, yeah.
Global bans are literally just 4 aggressives. It's insane. Brock to open up the map, so they probably also think there's going to be another aggressor on the left-hand side.
It does leave them open though, right? Exactly to it. I mean, I don't know if Damien is still that useful here. They're definitely thinking about it at the very least. Or maybe they're just, I don't know, thinking about Ali again. I mean, there's some Ali obsession going on in this set.
Kenji.
Kenji is better. Kenji is healthier for us.
For the rage quit against the Fang?
Could be.
Yeah.
Can you get boost star and then you just throw the up? What?
It is SA. Don't be surprised.
They can play for control. If they get that blue star first, it should be a pretty solid defender, in my opinion. You can play at a reduced range, like the range doesn't matter as much, but I do believe that Brock will be breaking open these walls, so it's going to be mostly around the indestructible. Also fairly good at dealing with the spiders, but Carl's already good at dealing with that, so I'm not sure if I get it so much.
This is the return of the Squeak Carl meta. Who hasn't missed it?
I guess I missed it.
Only Mr. P is missing in that comp, honestly.
Oh, goodness.
Oh,
well, we're going way back. That's a deep cut.
Let's not go back there. Let's close things out nicely here, Bounty Hunters. Let's see if the Squeak actually pays off though inside the set. They do, as you know, prescribed, get the blue star, and now you know they're wishing they had Meatball because it will be a much easier defense here.
Okay, yeah, it would make things easier for them, but that's only when Galaxy decide to poke their head out, and they would also have to be playing at a respectable range. I think every brawler on Galaxy has a favorable matchup against Meeple in terms of range. We'll see also these walls have been broken open, but Prosy doesn't seem to mind at all because he has this indestructible to work with. Also, Wesley doing a great job versus Ice Crow on the right side. Spiders want to change the game just a little bit. Portogs messes it up just a little bit, but it doesn't matter that much. Still, looking at this Squeak, we haven't seen a gadget from him just yet, so he's probably running like a DPS build, going for wind-up. Here comes the super in from Doritos, and no kill. Oh, just manages to make it in, but a punish for Portogs confirms the kill onto Brock.
The dry season theorem continues. The defending team always has an advantage there. Doritos is the first to get in, but not the last to get out. They needed to get a full team wipe there to get this. We see more rocket fuel going in there, tearing out more of the Bounty Hunters map. That should allow the Doritos to easily find the targets a little bit more, but they've only got 40 seconds left to find that opening.
Yeah, it's not going to be provided to them easily. Portogs with the gadget away. Wesley now looking for blood on the right side on very low HP, but it doesn't matter. He still has the indestructible to work with and thinks about going up and aggressing at Derp, but no, not really worth it. It's going to be Portogs' responsibility. And Wesley just stays over here on the right side to outrange Ice Crow and keep him from cornering them in the end of the game.
Only 15 seconds left on the clock here. Galaxy desperately needs something. Doritos finds the target there. It's Wesley that's going to be the first to go down. He wants to chain onto a second. They get 2 kills here, but they can't even get a third just yet. Derp is going to be the next to be going down. We see Rocket Rain not connecting with absolutely anything. And Doritos at the last second, okay, he equalizes it, but the blue star, the dry season theorem, it's still in play.
What a lead, too. I mean, you have so many stars on Carl that it doesn't even matter. Your teammates can die 2 times each, and still you manage to keep the lead by the blue star. It is that important, but we did start to see Galaxy punch up there towards the end. That's the same vigor that they're going to be starting off this next game with. Some damage coming onto Portogs. It's only going to be the impact of a single Brock rocket, and here comes a gadget that's not really going to find its spot. Prosy also playing very aggressive. No need for that, but thankfully he has Wesley at his back ready to heal him up.
So Galaxy trying to make some adjustments here. They seem to be insistent on trying to get Doritos onto Prosy. That is one of the better matchups. And Doritos, okay. Oh no, not like this. You spend the first 30 seconds charging that painful super. All those slippers thrown away, so have to get out with it.
Also, looking at a difference on lanes, I believe, Doritos. No, actually, he's migrating right back over to mid. Double wall break by the time... By the way, this time, Ice Crow going for the wall breaks on both sides of Bounty Hunters' spawn much earlier in the game than he did last time. But how is it going to play to their advantage? It doesn't really help them that much, unfortunately. The chokes are slimmer, but that's not really the way that Prosy is opting to play the Squeak here. Also, keeping tabs on the hypercharges. Portogs has one already, and Wesley is working on his, but he's been reduced to very low HP.
He's got a hypercharge online on Portogs here, and Ice Crow on the right lane gets picked up by a long-range gadget there from Prosy. Excellent snipes there from him, just widening the lead here. And we see Doritos. He's thinking about going for Portogs, but I think kind of burned there by the flying hook, the reaction speed from Portogs the last time, so opting to not go for that.
Okay, here comes an aggressive move in from Derp. He's going to be punished, and Wesley reacts with his hypercharge. A gadget away for Portox. Can't quite confirm the kill onto Doritos, and Prosy was thinking about it. Gets eliminated by the Rocket Rain. It's a 2-star game, but still, that pesky blue star, it actually goes over to the hands of Galaxy. 10 seconds to go, and what is the plan for Bounty Hunters? They have no utility to keep this going, but now the hypercharge is out from Prosy, from Portox. We need to see a kill out here. That's one, and Bounty Hunters bring it back at the last second.
Off the backs of Ice Crow, they almost saved it, but he was iced out in the end. Portox there found the right entry point for the team. Bounty Hunters, they achieve our first 3-1 of the day. That's a good scoreline. That's not pretty bad, and advance on to the grand finals.
Yeah, and I was told this was, not an option. It had to be 3-0. It had to, be 3-2. That is a false dichotomy. False dichotomy, by the way. 3-1 is an option. In the end, it sends Bounty Hunters all the way to the grand finals. It looked like Galaxy might steal it away at the last second, though. I mean, that was a pretty impressive acquisition of the blue star towards the end. And the recovery from Bounty Hunters was just that much better. Just one kill on Ice Crow is all they needed. I was so impressed that they reached there in time.
Yeah, true. You actually said 3-1 until I forced you to choose otherwise.
Yeah, why'd you do that? Yeah, what are you, Meeple? You trying to box me in?
It's the first 3-1 of the day. It's actually called Mansions of Meeple,
okay.
not box.
Yeah,
but
anyway,
correct. We see Doritos with 3 kills overall, which were the 3 kills he got at the end of game 1. It was actually an insane comeback, and it still wasn't enough because of the lead they built, especially that Carl worked out wonderfully. I did not expect to see Carl and Squeak today on my screen, not gonna lie, but it worked out for Bounty Hunters, so props to them for bringing some old meta back. You were a hater of the old meta today, Spoo. How are you feeling about this?
I'm feeling as well as an old player would feel, which is why I'm retired, because this should not be happening. Maybe this is the theme for SA. I keep, ducking at East Asia for not being able to draft. I keep hyping up NA for having the most drama. EMEA is the best masterminds, blah, blah, blah. Maybe SA is just old.
But they're not. That's the thing. All the good teams are actually like the next generation. All their old players are getting spanked regularly. So I don't know what's going on.
We get Uber back on the desk, and with that also words like spanked back on the desk. We love that. We're now heading into semi-final number 2 already. That first one did show some really good Brawl Stars. We didn't see too many supers and hypercharges missed in this one, so I'm already happy. Now I hope for another close, at least a 3-1 in our match number 2 here, which, yeah. Do you think it's going to be close?
It shouldn't. I don't think
What do you mean it shouldn't?
I don't know. I feel like Olympus squad of them.
It's an upset season. I mean, and at this point, both these teams, in theory, have done their upsets, right? But Olympus squad kind of, I'm going to use your word, is spanked out of existence. Akelivers, on the other hand, they had to fight tooth and nail to be here. And I think they very much deserve to be in the semifinal just solely based on the way that they've been drafting today.
This is probably the most brutally honest desk you get as well. I just get mad whenever somebody actually plays bad, and I will call them out for it. And yeah.
I think you just get mad when anyone plays, because that's what it's been like tonight.
Well, they haven't been playing great, I guess. I get to see some more great gameplay now, though, because we are in semi-finals, and only the best teams make it to this point. Also in South America. We're now heading into Olympus Squad versus Acre Lovers. Acre Lovers came through the lower bracket today and then still spanked Pizza Congelada, the number 1.
Everyone.
It's the number 1 seed of the region, and still Acre Lovers made it look easy with a 3-2 in the end, but they still won. And the other side, Olympus Squad, as you already put it, they beat Loud today.
I think they are low-key them. Yeah. I mean, in fairness, I think the Acre Lovers got pushed to the edge by a team who's not as good as Olympus Squad. So they have to step up again in this game. Now, being warmed up is important. I'm pretty impressed by them. I thought their drafts, especially, were really, really good. So if you take care of that, you're going to be sorted. But I don't think Olympus Squad made too many slip-ups in the drafts. I also think they went up against the team who struggled, I think, to develop strong drafts on a lot of these maps, even the ones that they picked. So I do expect this to be more competitive than the last outing from Olympus Squad.
I just hope that Acre Lovers still have juice in them. Because after that 3-2 and after going Giga Brain and out-drafting in so many of those sets, I don't even know if this is the right opponent that they prepped for up in this semi-final. The good thing about map draft, though, is that now it kind of is irrelevant about which one you're prepping for. There's no set map pool anymore.
You just have 2 good maps.
You just pick 2 good maps, and honestly, that might be enough to carry you at least for 2 sets. And then maybe you win tiebreakers or you just get lucky in one of those drafts.
I think by listening to these two, you already know who voted for what. Uber calls Olympus Squad his boys, and then on the other side we have Spoo really defending Acre Lovers. Now, why is that, Spoo?
Oh, your Preds suck today, Holmes. Holy moly, what is going on?
Hey, if I get everything wrong, it just goes to show that I knew the entire time. But unfortunately, I can't say that because I got one right already.
Yeah, how lucky.
Yeah. Every circus needs a clown.
Okay.
I don't mind being that guy.
Look, I think coming into SA and predicting upsets is like not the craziest strategy, honestly. It's one that can work for you, but there are a couple of known quantities in this region that produce quality results. It's just not your Louds of the world necessarily. It's funny that also Pekka's teammates, ex-teammates, Motep and Juileo, have both already been boomed into the stratosphere in this tournament. Normally he's the one that drops out first, and he's the one that has struggled to find the results on either of those 2 teams. So let's see what he can make happen.
Now, once again, we have one team that got hit by all of these roster changes in this region versus a team who wasn't. Let's see how Lipizin really fits into this team, fresh into the roster, and they did beat seed number 1. So on paper, they can also beat seed number 2, right? Bounty Hunters. Acre Lovers looked really strong in their first match of the day. It was a 3-2 in the end, but I still feel like they had the better draft in all 5 maps.
It's an advantage to definitely play with 5 winning drafts. Yep. I have to say, this ex-teammate of Pekka curse kind of coming through. I mean, almost all of his teammates are in the stratosphere now. You're absolutely right about that, Uber. And I'm really disappointed, honestly, with the way that Pizza Congeladas drafted today. Yep. I think, honestly, Acre Lovers didn't, they do some, amazing, big brain play. They really just, out-drafted themselves. Like, this Edgar draft that we saw, I don't want to see it ever again. Like, I went on socials after this and I saw someone said, I've never seen a 100-0 draft before, and that was one of them.
It was pretty sick. The Edgar first pick, right? The one that gives a lot of quote-unquote runway to counter it. So in this matchup, we actually got 2 teams who are drafting really well today. It means that we should have some pretty compelling scenarios coming out of the draft phase. I do think that Olympus Squad are the kind of team, if you do make a mistake in draft, they are going to punish you pretty badly for it. Talked about Pekka coming in and instigating and sort of instituting a system, right? He's very clearly the leader. And it might be something that Olympus Squad have just been looking for much of this time. Golden's playing fantastically, clearly fitting into whatever Pekka's trying to put together. And obviously, we knew Brawl was the loud killer of the region. Now he's going to have to go up against a completely different team. But it's pretty hard to find fault with what we've seen so far from Olympus Squad. I think it could be a 3-0, guys.
I don't want to say that this win would be a little bit more helpful for the side of Olympus Squad here, because they're sitting in that 4th slot at the moment. Already beat Loud, catapult themselves into slot 3. Now, if they win it all, they might even be 2nd seed in the region. Pizza Congelada is out of the question already. So again, this is the best possible situation Olympus Squad can be in. Acre Lovers, on the other hand, well, they need a lot of points to get themselves on the board. Still, it would be a cool upset. We always like to see a good
postseason yet. Yeah. I do, and SA is full of these underdog stories, right? That's why it's Volta region.
Technically, if Acre Lovers win this one with the 1.5 times multiplier, you are suddenly in contention for postseason. You just have to win another one, and then Pizza Congeladas can continue to freeze themselves and send themselves to stratospheres or wherever they want to be, and then suddenly you could have one of those unicorn stories, but they're just in fantasies at this point.
We want to have a look at the maps as well. And Olympus Squad has chosen the same exact maps they've played in the quarterfinals already. They prepared those maps, why not? So on the other side, we have Acre Lovers going a completely different strategy with completely new maps. We haven't seen Pit Stop so far today. Golden Gulch has been showing up quite often, but it mostly has been the decider. Yeah, Layer Cake, Pain on Punt, the other 2 chosen maps here by Olympus Squad. And then Jamford as our decider. Any map you're looking forward to the most?
Pit Stop means trying to abuse Edgar.
pit stop means coin flip.
Yeah, I mean, it is like, it tends to be one of these heist maps that's just a race. But
yeah,
we've seen literal world championships won on this map by picking Edgar. He is kind of cracked.
Or Bull. I would always like to see him on a map like this one. It used to be the only map really where he's viable. Edgar's banned out, Mina's Wall, Damien, and Pierce, of all brawlers. Pierce has been not showing up too often today, suddenly then picked up in the most recent matchup, and now globally banned.
And he wasn't winning either.
Exactly.
So
insane. They don't like Pierce. I respect it.
But there's so many other like really solid sharpshooter options. It's just that Olimpo squad, I'm quite happy to pick up Bell, for example, on quite a few maps, and maybe are favouring sharpshooters, not Pierce, that are kind of superseded or counted out by him in some way. Everyone get on the Olimpo squad bandwagon. I want to point out that only 10% of you at home voted for them against Loud, and y'all got your lunch money taken. So
they came around. Now it's 33%. This is one of the closer votes we get on the website, so it's not too bad for Acre lovers here.
I would be really confused if I didn't follow the scene and I came into the semi-final and I had to make a prediction. Because honestly, you're like, who are these guys again? And then you have to go through the players. And then once you go through the players, okay, on Acre Lovers, there's not much. But on Olimpo squad, it's a star-studded roster. You see Pekka immediately. That's a household name that you have to come into. Brawl is now being touted as the Loud Killer, one of the biggest minds, brains of South America. Just been out-drafting since the days of Alpha 7. And now he's here, and he might just go to a grand final if he can just get past this last hurdle.
Well, both of these teams are Loud killers. Loud lost in the qualifier to Acre Lovers, so... No? Okay, never mind what I just said. Well, we're ready with our match number 4 now, so let's kick things off here with Olimpo Squad versus Acre Lovers, our semi-final number 2. My bad, it was Galaxy who won against Loud. Now Acre Lovers still has taken down some formidable opponents already today. I still believe they have what it takes to at least make it a very close match. Against Bounty Hunters, they faced off in April, lost 3-1, so it was an early finish for them in the quarterfinals. Today they have the chance to upset the whole bracket, not only coming to the semifinals, but also make it through to the grand finals in the end. Mortis is going to be picked up first here by Acre Lovers. Don't mind it. Of course, once again, for Blue Star, the best option to already have that head start, let the opponents come close to you. Now on the right-hand side, Benji is going to be the answer here. Could be backed by a Byron, just so you have that healing pad.
I would not want to go Byron here with Mortis. Going with the same runway theory at this point, now that you've already seen this win condition, this brutal, overstimulated, over-buffied Mortis that is an
over-caffeinated.
Just over-caffeinated, over whatever. Just put over in front of it. It's over-tuned, right? It's what I'm trying to say. It's in a state of the game now where it is able to single-handedly kill almost any brawler in the game. It is unchecked. But that is not what Brawl and Olimpo Squad have in mind. I think the moment they saw this Mortis, Brawl was like gesturing. Probably like, he sprung my trap card. This is exactly what we prepped for. Meepo, Kenji, these are already 2 brawlers excellent into Mortis.
I was going to say, it's funny here, these bans, it's Olimpo Squad banning a lot of their go-tos on this map. I'm surprised to see them actually ban Penny. Maybe they feared it would be first picked, but with global bans featuring Edgar and not Mortis, you know you've got to be dealing with Ali or Mortis on this map. So obviously they make that one ban and Colette just don't go against Colette on maps like this. It's going to be a bad time. So Naja gets picked up here. This is already a very powerful draft for Acre Lovers, but do not sleep on this Meeple and this Kenji. The latter, highly skill expressive. Whoever's on Kenji can certainly have a big impact over the game. And if it's Pekka, for example, someone I'm looking to who was on Edgar in previous series, he's so patient. He knows how to pick his spots to go aggressive. And obviously, having a powerful gadget for disengage as Meeple or using mansions on this map is also really potent. He is scary when he gets that super cycle. But it's a very solid, well-rounded composition here for Acre Lovers.
Yeah, very safe pick here for last pick. Ross is going to come in here to either break open the map or buff his teammates a little bit with field promotion. Don't mind it, honestly. Again, comp on the left-hand side, really solid. Doesn't really have too many weaknesses on the right side. They still want to pick something who's good into every single brawler on the left. I don't really
never
see the answer
misses.
though. Bell, fine, especially against the Robs. You can't really play Sandbags now. Into the Naja, decent. Into Mortis, not really. So we'll see how they deal with Mortis. Now it's really just the Meeple that has to pull most of the weight there.
Nest Egg is good, obviously, if you can get that blue star earlier. I don't know if you can outrace Mortis to the blue star. That's kind of the problem with picking Bell here. You don't get impactful Nest Eggs straight away. You need to extract the lead via some other means in order to do that. I do think there's some decent answers, though, against the Mortis. Like, you've got ways to slow him down. The problem is that even if you pick, like, anti-Mortis brawlers, even if you have 2 out of 3 brawlers or anti-Mortis, you still lose to it. If Lipazine can pop off.
It is a pop-off brawler that you have to watch out for, and Lipazine freshly joining the AK lovers, finding himself in this awkward semi-final that he might not have expected to be here, to be point, but now he has to carry the weight of the entire team, and kicking things off here. 20 seconds have passed, and aside from that blue star interaction, nothing else has really happened.
Yeah, Lipazine also hiding in the bushes here, though, waiting for Pekka to pass by him. Now he wants to get behind him. Now, Olympus Squad can ignore this and actually just push because it's like a Ruffs and a Naja. They can go after, but Pekka's in trouble here. Oh, okay, dodges the combo spinner, but still eventually gets caught. And Olympus Squad don't extract any value of their own out of that interaction, so it's just a straight loss of 2 stars.
I'm very puzzled by this Bell selection. I don't know what it offers just yet. I would think that grounded star power has some use against Lipazine, but you can tell Lipazine is not touching him with like a 10-foot pole. He's just going to play as far away as possible. Let Fire Murillo continue to fire away at these Danger Noodles, these snakes, and just continue to, you know, duke it out here. But they've been shoved all the way to the back of the base, and meanwhile at the back, we've got Lipazine and Pekka playing a game of tag.
Oh, nice.
And Lipazine is still trying to get out. He's going to be caught by Pekka in the end.
Okay, so eventually you have the doubling back of the Meeple that allows you to take down the Mortis. Good little push up there, though, from Satisfier. Fire really credited with the elimination, but now it's a blue star lead, and all of a sudden this defensive stance from Bell starts to become a bit more problematic for Acre lovers.
You got Nestic, but you've got a Mind Sweep on the side of Lipazine to be able to clear it out here. Got the Hyper Charge though. Missed! Completely whiffed onto 2. He wants to make up for it. Desperately dives in there. Sir, you've got to accept your mistakes because this one is a big one.
Yeah, look, to me, this shows the difference in quality between these rosters right now. Satisfyer goes down to gold, and Pekka had the invulnerability frames from the Slashimi, and it ends up being a landslide round victory for Olympo Squad.
That was the easiest.
It looked easy.
Easiest kind. It was so clean from the side of Olympo Squad. I mean, early game was messy, sure. I mean, it took a while for them to extract value, slowly push in with the Bell. And I think I kind of get it now. It's a slow grind. They realize that, you know, Naja, not the hardest of brawlers to push up into. Very easy to dodge up. And so long as Kenji just puts pressure onto Lipazine, it's not really that big of a factor.
All right, well, Blue Star obviously is going to be picked up in any case by the Mortis, but this is something the Olympo Squad played into pretty effectively. Eventually, Bell starts to become an issue. Now, when Bell shoots a sandbag and her shot actually destroys the sandbag, there's no bouncing element to it. So she can't be a nuisance if the sandbag's already taken a hit, so to speak. Lipazine, though, gets a free kill on the Bell. Pekka probably rattling off orders now as he's started to close the net on the right side of the map.
You Commander Pekka here wants his team to cooperate here, but Brawl is going to be, I think at this point, he's a big flash of meat there for the side of Lipazine, who opts to actually swap lanes over to Pekka now. He's opting a more, defensive stance there, now duking out against Pekka, and inside the mid, that Satisfy gets beautiful taps, that Lipazine makes the rotation, and all of Pekka's team, there's nothing to command if your entire team's dead.
There's also no mistakes here to punish in this round. Frankly, Akelovers gave an opening to Golden and Brawl at the start of the last round, and Lipazine is not pushing up behind them anymore. He's not doing these wide flank, these very obvious backstab attempts, and Pekka does not know he's right there next to him inside the bushes. Lifeblood being thumbed at. Lipazine doesn't fire off the super in the end. Naja, this AoE has to be respected by Brawl, who doesn't really have a clear shot on anybody at the moment.
Very patient from the Mortis. This is what we expect to see. I mean, he doesn't have to dive the opponent. They have the defensive lead here. Now Pekka now is going to be chained up there by Lipazine. The combo completely missed there, but still managed to get the connection from the Danger Noodles to clean him up there. And that's 11-0 in the lead.
Now, Lipazine just outplayed Pekka. There's no two ways about it. Waited for the Kenji to go for the Slashimi and waited for him to land. That's a nice hypercharge super this time for Lipazine. Does find a connection, and he knows that he has got Pekka handily beat. Slashimi dodged away from now, and an insurmountable star lead is put together by Acre Lovers. 17 plays 6.
This is a lot more of what I expect from the Mortis, not in the last game where he had to play comeback really and then had the entire team push back in. You get the blue star, you just hurl it in really nicely. You've got true brawlers that can hit around the walls with his Naja and the Ruffs. It's supposed to be very difficult to push in. I don't know how Olympus squad did it in game number 1, but whatever they did, they're going to try in game number 3 if they want to pull this one back.
Again, easy blue star for Lipazine. I'm curious to see if the lane assignments change here at all for Olympus squad. We need to see that aggression coming out from the Meeple and Bell combination, something that was notably absent in that previous round, but we saw in round number 1. Good taps on Fire Murillo. In theory, this should garner you a bit more map control, as the Naja needs some time to heal. Again, Pekka runs onto the wrong side of Lipazine, though. Combo spin is always a scary extra bit of burst damage in that matchup.
Yeah, it's deceptive. For a moment, you think like, yeah, there's no way this Morty is going to bring me down. I've got Hosomaki healing as well. And then the next one, we're like, wait, what? That's just too quick.
Combo spinner, super, he gets health back. It's like, oh, okay.
And sometimes you just collateral damage, right? Like, even if he doesn't get this kill here, he is charging up super. And there we go, the chains of death combo spinner. He didn't even have time to push green button to heal. Yeah. There's nothing you can do that.
Brutal stuff. Brawl here trying to make his way back in. Golden was tapped down very low. Brawl doing well to dodge these shots, but now Pekka had to come in with a body block with that star power. Brawl will be spared for the time being, but AK Lovers are in no hurry now. 3-star lead with the blue star picked up early. They simply wait for the game to come to them.
Pekka now all the way inside the enemy base there. Sashimi Slash is going to be committed, but no kill for him. But in the back though, the Boogeyman was taken down. Okay. Promising sign there for Olympus squad. You've just got 5 more stars to catch up.
Yeah, again, you picked up 3 stars, but the lead has widened for you. Taka now gonna have to come forward and do it all again. Do they have anything to stop Lipazine here? Oh, big super. Gonna be a 1-for-1 in the end, I surmise. Yeah, Pekka walks away, definitely poisoned down. This is still a gain for Olympus squad. Now just 4 stars to go overcome.
They need to get 2 kills if they want to get this one. Brawl commits the hypercharge there, but Lipazine has one of his own. This chain is good though. Misses on the return there. Almost gets Pekka. Chooses to chain aside of the hypercharge. Danger Noodles is nom as you go. He brings down 1 there. The lead is now completely insurmountable. 3 seconds left. Lipazine's even just gonna, yep, let me flash my buttocks here. You can have it. You can have these 2 stars. You can have more than that. Nothing you can do here. AK Lovers, they close out the set.
You know, this is definitely going against the narrative of the 3-0 that I so painstakingly established in the pregame. Mortis is insane, but Lipazine also is very much worthy of that mantle. Fantastic tank play from him. Honestly dominating one of the most storied players, in fact, the most storied player in this region. In a 1-to-1 matchup, the Kenji looked pretty atrocious going up against the Mortis here, but most brawlers do tend to. And he picked it first. He gave them runway to come up with an answer, and they just didn't find one.
Exactly, that's the important point here. Usually the first pick gets counted out. We had a little bit something against it with the Meeple, but that clearly wasn't enough, Spur.
I have to say, I don't think the Meeple or the Kenji was the issue. I take issue with the Bell last pick. Like, Pekka was gesturing and gesturing, kind of like, I think we just go this and it's basically over, and he looked like it was gonna go really well. Just look at that nice egg below Brawl. Yeah. That's not great.
I know sharp edges to it. I do enjoy the aesthetics of it. Unfortunately, in this context, it means not a whole lot was done.
I don't get
Always
it. Like,
finds the great words.
What's the point of it exactly? Nested?
Yeah, I mean, I think during the draft we weren't happy to see the Bell. Neither of us. It was kind of an answer to the Ruffs, so he couldn't really profit off the sandbags. But
it didn't look that good against them anyway, because
Ruffs
you don't
wasn't the problem in the comp. It was the Mortis clearly. Now let's hope the draft goes a bit better in the next one. Pit stop is gonna be AK Lovers map though. So I fear for Olympus squad at this point, especially for Uber here, calling them his boys.
I'd like them. I think they're really good. I just don't like that draft.
On pit stop, what we usually see is a mix of super aggressive brawlers like the Kaze, Buzz, or BB, Bull, all of these brawlers. And the best answer to it always is Cordelius. Usually on Heist, I shout out the Colt, the Colettes. They're really good on every single Heist map at the moment because they just dish out so much damage. Colette is banned out. So of the brawlers, Chuck is not that good on pit stop. There's too many walls. But again, from the brawlers I just mentioned, Colt is the only one still left open. Cordelius, the best counter to aggressors, is banned out. Colette as well. Shade is good because he can really easily deal damage to save whilst staying hidden in the wall. And Otis is going to be that answer to defend.
I got it. Miko is open. Miko is open, guys.
That's a good shout.
Yeah, honestly, Toxic Lotus abused the bejesus out of that brawler.
I like the
back
Eco
at Brawl
shell
Cup.
better than Chuck.
Okay, well, yeah, okay, fine, that's fine. But Chuck is open. Just wanted to make everyone aware of that one.
I was once insulted by my ex-teammate saying that Miko on this map is so easy. Even Wiggly Spoon can play it.
What the?
And
That's crazy, bro.
yeah, and he said like, yeah, I could play it against Crazy Raccoon and I would win with it. That was in an era where there was nothing against Miko. Now you see this Nita and the Otis. Both of these are actually, designed to actually check the Miko. They are recognizing that it's a big problem. With the Nita and the Miko interaction, how it works is every time you dive, you are feeding back a little bit because you are giving hyper bear onto this Nita, and with this buffy Nita at the moment, one single push from that could just be the end of the game. So I like the way that they're drafting a bit defensive here. No offensive pick from them, and they're gonna give Olympus squad the Thanos in the current patch. Kid in her support form on Akaze is nigh unkillable.
Yeah, plus the healing that's given over. The yarn balls that can go over walls that are extremely short range in fairness, but do an unbelievable amount of damage. Also, Kit's ability to lock down individuals, even if you're not in support form, that is going to be very powerful. But how do you round out a comp that has so many sharp edges, unlike the 0 that Brawl earned himself in the previous game?
I think just a bit gloomy here.
Check out my gun!
Oh, that.
Finally, I was shouting it out. I don't mind it here, especially since we don't really have anything aggressive yet on the left-hand side. I do think it's a wise shot. We have a lot of damage now on the right-hand side. They do not want to defend whatsoever. They are just gonna go aggressive and want to make this a base race. On the left side, we have 2 defenders. It's actually insane. The Nita will just want to farm Bear. Once she has it, she will go aggressive and throw that onto safe. Now, last pick could still be something aggressive. The boss, for example, that I mentioned at the beginning, Melody instead, which is also aggressive. This is a tough one. I think
Melody
if I would
Kaze
have
is
to
such an
choose
interesting
a
matchup.
comp, I would probably go for the left-hand side one.
Really? I like the
But
Kit
if the
lockdown
right
here
side
is
gets
tasty.
through, they do so much damage.
Yeah.
I don't see a world where Olympus squad don't get through here. Unless, like, the kid just plays absolutely abysmally. I think the play here definitely is to, ebb and flow between both the aggressive. I mean, if you can shut down Melody and then jump onto Kaze, hit your right to the other side of the save, that could be a battering ram of damage that's just absolutely unbreakable.
Obviously, Colt has the option to break over the map should that be necessary. Golden already steps up and is actually dealing with, a crossfire being held between Firemurler and Satisfier. Pekka, a limited amount of shots are being hit here and running headlong into the Nina can be tough. Still, Firemurler is going to get some free damage on the safe, whereas Brawl has to reckon with Libzine. Obviously, a very effective defender here. Some damage is put down, but Olympus squad are certainly behind.
It's behind by an entire layer of shielding. It's massive, and Satisfy's already got a pair ready. He's going to be jumped on by Golden, but Brawl is a little bit farther, so he did manage to get a little bit more damage on the clock there. Second defender, Lipizin, is on the duty here, defending long enough for Satisfy to have a hypercharge ready, and there's the combo from the kid. He's going to become a thrower for a moment, but he just disengages completely, gets eviscerated by Satisfyer.
Pekka here, very low, and it is a Brewster Bear running straight on at him here. Satisfied, though, just melts. Golden able to cleave through both him and the Bear to take them down both at the same time. Brawl stunned up there by the Hypercharge Super, and Firemurler gets more safe damage here. Acre Lovers, where had this been? They are looking fantastic here with a comp that can be both aggressive and defensive when needed.
They get down there with that hypercharge, will clean up most of that offense, but they are still down by one entire layer of tempo, and that's really difficult to deal with, especially when you've got Firemurler inside the back there with the hypercharge, just for the stats actually, not even having a super to back with it is a bit greedy there. Didn't really get full damage, full value out of it, but it's sufficient to put them still 10% ahead.
Good moves there from Golden, staying alive, actually getting a bit of healing here, bro. It's hard to catch for Lipizine. Still is eventually going to get tapped down, but allows there to be a pretty far forward line of scrimmage drawn. But, well, Pekka ceased to exist there. Firemurler is able to push up, but does not find any safe damage as a result of those music notes. But Lipizine can pick the off angle up here. And frankly, there's just too much here for Acre Lovers. It's an avalanche of damage from all sides. And Golden, yes, it's a Brewster Bear, not the hyper variety, but still is hitting very, very hard. That star power, the hypercharge is what empowers him. And that safe is toaster suited, basically.
Can someone sneeze on it? Okay, that's not the one that they needed. Please? Sneeze on it. Blow.
No.
Say something. Okay, there we go. There we go. Put it in the grave.
I mean, again, look, great comp here from Acre Lovers. One that allows them to play in both phases of the game really quite effectively. They had two very defensive brawlers, and then they go with a Melody who looks pretty good against Kaze. Favored in that matchup. It's got high mobility and can nuke a safe down very, very quickly if the conditions are right.
They were missing a damage dealer, as Sunny called out there, and I think this Melody is honestly the perfect one there. I mean, can hunt down the Colt, break through the defense by herself, and yeah, it's also very easy to charge super off Golden, who misses the first super of the game. I might have cursed that move when I said that the one way they lose is if, you know, whoever plays the kid just plays badly, because that, I think, is what I'm seeing.
Yeah, for Golden, I mean, you just need to connect that super. You have limited stopping power for the Melody, and Golden has to be the one hit by the mute button right now, so Lipazine randomly is able to get some safe damage done. Normally, he's on defense, but here, there's no one to really test him. We are knocked to 50%, and this game is not even remotely close. Satisfier wins out eventually as the Rooster Bear is thrown at the safe, but we are down to this last phase of shielding. Wow, this might be a quick one, folks.
Yep, check your watches, guys. This would be a quick one. Satisfied now with a hypercharge down there, and poof, he goes. He blows down the save. Akerlover is now up by 2 entire sets. After all that hype I gave to Olympus Squad and the kid and everything, this is a pretty disappointing result.
I mean, yeah, I might be responsible for the inflation of these Olympus Squad stocks far higher than it otherwise should have been. And we're talking up their drafting, how it was so good in the previous game, and they've got a true game veteran on board now to sort of steer them in the right direction. And we liked how the first 2 picks of this comp looked. We did have to identify, though, it looked really aggressive. And then they rounded out this aggressive comp with Colt. And now we're surprised Pikachu face about the result. I mean, the Melody was such a nice pick to answer this.
Good last pick. I mean, there was a lot of good ones. I mean, even Miko wouldn't have been half bad in the same role. I mean, it fills the same purpose, but Melody is the sharper one. It forces a reaction from them, because for Miko, you really just leave the kid in the base and then you just trade out a bunch of times, and then, you know, the other two can, you know, go play 2 versus 2. But instead,
Look, I mean, a Colt does no safe damage.
Yeah, in what world does that ever happen? Also, you two, I said I liked the comp on the left better, and you both
I didn't like it.
showed me some really weird faces, and we're like, I see no world where Kid doesn't win this one. And now you're like, oh yeah, the comp was clearly not the better one.
Unless he played badly. And
So
I'm not saying
You're
that
saying
Golden,
Kid is playing badly?
I'm not saying that Golden
Listen,
was,
you're taking an L either way. Either you were wrong about the comp, or you actually said he was playing badly.
You know what? I'll go with that. He was playing really badly. Did you see how many missed supers he had? Come on! That was... You picking Kid. And the concept of the Kid in this meta, guys, I'm going to educate you real quick.
Thank you.
They buffed the support kit to the moon. It does so much healing, it does so much damage. I just see this Kaze just go in and just rip the safe in half. Instead, I see the kid airball the jump twice. I see him chasing the Melody, and she's like, GG yo-yo, bye-bye. And I'm already out, and she's still chasing it for no reason. Yeah, I don't know what he says, but... That is not the kid I expect, and Pekka had to fill from really big shoes there. I'm not going to blame him for the 0 damage, because he was doing a role that he was on defense, which is like, why?
Did they not want to race? It looks like they chickened out of racing.
Yeah, it's an all-in comp. Why are you not racing against the Melody?
Yeah.
Well, I could have told you that Acre Lovers is going to take this one. For me, they did have the better comp. Maybe there's a world where if they would have managed to all 3 get unsafe, and that is what I said, if they managed to all 3 get through, then they can win this one. But that was never the plan.
In this era of the game, you have the shield thresholds, right? So you can't play a true all-in style because there are respite periods between each of those shields.
And that's why Acre Lovers had the better comp.
Okay, that's fair. All right.
They learned it now too, folks. Now we're heading over to Pinhole Ponds. We predicted Olympus Squad is going to win this one, except the coins said Acre Lovers is going to take it.
I hate your coin.
Is it going to be a 3-0 today? That's insane. Olympus Squad does look like the better roster overall on
3-2.
paper and
Reverse
also
sweep.
today, honestly.
Don't worry about it. Pekka is going to calm down. He's going to do some Wim Hof breathing, some Wusa, and he's going to lock in.
He's real mad. He's
This
real
guy's getting a nice
right now.
This is now once again also the comp that Olympus Squad, the map that Olympus Squad picked. So I do have hopes for them to turn this one around. I also look at my stats and I see Pinhole Punch has only been scrimped twice by Acre Lovers.
Did Olympus Squad pick the first map in this series? Yeah, they also lost that one, right? I'm not really that confident about it, Matt. I want to see a really solid draft here.
Didn't Acre Lovers also scrim exactly dry season twice up against Pizza Congeladas, and then they completely picked the most Thanos-looking comp I've ever seen ever?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, here in Pinhole Punt, though, we are looking at a little bit more standard theory. Crow on the first pick for the last time in Balance history. Thank goodness for that. And on the other side, Ems and Meeple. Meeple this early seems to just be like PTSD, right? They're like, we don't want to go Mortis because we don't really feel like playing it, but we know that it's in the pool, so we kind of have to check for it. But then now, Lipizin is still going to pick it, or they're going to go for his cousin that's in crocodile form, and we're still going to lose anyways. Wait, what? Sorry, lose?
I did look. Yeah, I mean, again, you got to leave it open. I think you've got to pick it last if you're going to pick it, or you try and have an answer to it. I do think it's risky, though, not to take the Mortis when it's available, because there are not a lot of natural Mortis counters out there that actually let you advance the rest of your game plan on a map like this. We've seen teams play like two Mortis counters out of 3 brawlers and still lose to specifically the Mortis.
Call me honey.
B's going to be picked up, though. It's going to give them some nice control. Wow. It's obviously going to allow the Crow and the Ali to go to work on these side lanes. And again, you've got to be respecting what the Ali's capable of. But you've got Rage Quit. You've also got Friend Zoner. You've got some options for your control balls.
B is a brawler we haven't seen in quite some time. That is because she has many counters at this stage. We have Charlie still left open with her Spiderlings. The B is going to take a while to chip those all down. And Charlie wouldn't be a bad shout also into Ali. So that would probably be my choice here if I was playing right now. They're going to go with something completely different. Why not? We're going to be going with Poco. Now, we have not really a lot of range on the right-hand side and the B on the left side. Now, suddenly that B becomes a really good pick.
I can't be feeling good about this Poco picking with this comp.
It's good against the Crow because of the gadget.
I feel great, guys. I feel absolutely livid about this.
You just want Acre Lovers to win.
I feel absolutely great about this. Well, I mean, it's not like we've got anti-heal, B hard counters, Poco. I mean, in the past at least. Yeah, I mean, it's great.
This can't be a 3-0, please.
Okay. No, I'll delay my judgment till later, but this would be 2 sets in a row where you've completely thrown draft and this doesn't work out. Okay, so there's enough healing at least to stop the Ali, but she certainly left a mark on the rest of the Limpo squad. Still, they're going to make their way to the map and actually take possession of the ball in a moment, if I'm not mistaken. Brawl does have it super available. Lets it go. Such screeching solo, so some damage potential to people that are standing behind walls. Does mean less on-tap healing from DeCapo. Still Golden to look after himself, apparently. The outranging of the B could be an issue, but oh, that's so dirty, bro. Come on. Good mentions. Very good. I like that a lot.
That brings a whole new meaning to the penalty box, man. I mean, that is a no-no square.
Sin bin, bro.
It's a sin bin. It's a no-no square. It's a no-touch-me zone. And offside. Someone called a ref here. Me? I mean, that's one of the funniest goals I've ever seen. Yeah. Not gonna lie there. They need another one more of that to make this one work. They did clear the early game, which is basically the hardest part of this Olympus squad comp. I do think that Lipizin needs to calm down a little bit and stop feeding...
Goals?
Yeah.
Feeding goals? Oh, man. Okay, so taking stock of this, obviously the Ali's playing quite aggressively, but there's a lot. You've got the Poco gadget plus like the healing of the super. It's enough. If you can get a 1-for-1 trade against the Ali, you've kind of done your job. That's kind of perfect. You can sort of walk into the rest of the map and still abuse it, obviously, with that Meeple. Just really solid stuff here from the Limpo squad. Honestly, impressed with the composure they displayed. And that's a nice friend zone stun there. Good knock into the wall against Lipizin.
That's what you want to see, though. The 1-for-1 trade that you mentioned. A good slow there from Satisfyer. Otherwise, Pekka could have potentially just picked up the whole Rage Quit and just shot the goal in there. That's not what we want to see. On the side of Acre Lovers, the way that they have to win, honestly, just get to the overtime, man. Overtime is more than sufficient for them to carry through this one.
They got the B. Trying to get some use out of Fire Mirror here. Brawl playing very aggressive, maybe looking for Satisfyer there. Lipizin, though, pulls up on him. Here comes Lipizin into the middle of the map. Golden here, but to make his way back up. Notice Pekka here's pretty far forward on the right. Oh, yes. Once again, Friend Zoner to answer it. Remember, yeah, no Rage Quit from Meeple. We've got Mansions, which has been hilarious so far over the course of this set. Pekka looking for another one. B is going to be locked in for the time being, but Brawl needs help. And Golden, unfortunately, that gas will not be healing.
Acre Lovers are now back on schedule to be making this plan working out. Lipizin could force this one in there. Olympus are beating themselves up now. Now they're wishing that they had the Rage Quit to stop it. That would have been a way to save this, but they got Mansions of Meeple instead, which, was great just now, but right now, not really working out for them. We see all the hypercharges on the planet being committed there from the Olympus squad. They're desperate to claw this ball back.
Yeah, look at what it takes to mimic make a fraction of that Ali's power. But nice little double tap there from Pekka, but it's super active. Don't think there's a way to sneak a goal through here. Pekka is a little on the squishier side, and Lipazine loves his steak tender.
I mean, the Crocodiles really like it tender. I think they prefer it rare here, and that's kind of how I feel about Olimpo Squad's odds here in this game. I don't think there's much of a chance here to come back here. The ball's been parked all the way off screen, can't even see it. You're gonna need another 10 more mansions of Meeple to catch up on this one, Pekka. Because at the moment, I mean, yeah, Golden Finn's even popping. This is just wasted hypercharge. Symantec would be mad about that one.
Bro can't be bothered for the bees to make honey. He just eats a face full of them, hoping for a sweet treat. Nice little rattle hive. Here comes the team. Okay, all right, Corsi Charisma comes at a pretty decent moment here. Fire Murillo, give a bit of ground. Rabao has the healing to sort of push through this, and now that ball might be scrutinized here in the bottom right corner. Golden, up we go. Okay, Mantis is going to make a lot of space here, but it does isolate Rabao in his epic fight against Lipazine. Golden is solo against 3. It's not going to be a winning situation for the Ams, and so we can have an even game here on Brawl.
Bear in mind, that is match point as well. One more game will do it for AK lovers and make the devs very unhappy.
This is crazy. I won't be unhappy, honestly. Like, I live for good Brawl Stars, and frankly, AK lovers are giving us more of that at the moment.
Are they, though?
Yeah, dude.
I think it's the opposite of good Brawl Stars when the opponent is outdrafting themselves. The Poco last pick is not making me feel very well.
I believe you make your own luck. And AK lovers have just drafted fairly well short. Have there been holes that could be exploited by correct drafting? Yes. But that's, you know what? That's Olympus Squad's issue. So far, AK lovers have done everything they need to put themselves in a position to succeed.
Are you? Oh,
there's no way. We're walking that in. Why are we doing that here? Okay, Satisfyer dives on away. This is going to allow for the ball to be recovered. We're about to try and make a bit of space. We talk about Poco being outranged, but it is a little bit oppressive when you're playing within these smaller areas of the map. Here comes the Zine. Good damage. And more. Friend zone? No friends. Hate to see it. And that's going to be a goal here for AK lovers. Dirty comp. Nice execution.
One more goal will do it. And we'll send Olimpo Squad's dreams through the stratosphere.
I mean, that's what they would want. They're going to be blasting off again like Team Rocket, not in a good way. I can't believe we are here right now.
I can't believe what we're seeing, honestly, either. And with this comp, by the way, just letting you know, if you're one goal down, it's very hard to win, because even if you get that goal to equalize, you're bad in overtime as well.
Yeah, not good at overtime. Right, you're going up against the Bell, and frankly, even the Ali can find a way to walk it up on you in situations like that. Crow's very spammy. Okay. Ali's dealt with. Can we work off the back of this big hypercharge super coming in from Satisfyer? The damage is going to be there, but Pekka slots it in. They needed that so badly. And maybe another one before overtime to stay alive in the competition.
This is going to be popping the hypercharge preemptively. Goes straight for the Meeple there, but Golden was ready. And there, a big push there from him. He's going to be almost gets the ball in there, but Murillo was there to catch this one. Pekka now is starting to get value there off this super as well. Rabao goes in there with a hypercharge super, passes up. No! He wanted to pass it to Pekka. Could have just committed it for the shield, maybe forced it in. That's a big opportunity wasted.
Yeah, would have thought they would have passed to his teammate, not a shot on goal. Perhaps Olimpo Squad, they're getting a little ahead of themselves in a very crucial moment. Now Lipazine is free to run. Rough shot over them. And it's only 2 brawlers on the field right now for Olimpo Squad. That's not really enough to deal with this alley, but they are able to defend. They're going to be walking into an overtime that heavily favors AK lovers. What do Olimpo Squad have? It's time to throw down and defend their spot in this tournament.
Hopes and dreams on the line for Olimpo Squad. Could have been second on the leaderboard if not for this incursion by AK lovers here. Well, the overtime begins. Brabao starts to push there. Nice kill there onto Lipazine. It's going to give them a little bit of breathing room, but it's the B, this menace that they have to contend with.
Slow there from the Iron Hive. Tough for Brabao to shake off. He's going to be an easy meal if Pekka doesn't deal with Lipazine. As Brabao end up having the damage. Golden over a little bit low, getting poked down by this Crow, who's sitting on a hypercharged super. It is tough for Olimpo Squad. They look haggard, but one super shot on goal could change everything. Pekka collects the ball, corners it. Not nearly quite so safe at this stage of the game, but I do enjoy that super there to make sure Lipazine is punished inside the mansion. More like a horror movie than a real estate film. Pekka wants to move up now. Fire Reload tapped away, but the slow could be a problem here for the Meeple. One more, that would do the job. Here's the dive from Satisfyer. Not quite enough. Rabao's able to find the super. There's a friend zone and knocking Lipazine back. 10 seconds left in the round. Rabao, 1v2, fighting for his life. One tap on Lipazine will be enough, and he gets the 1v2. That's enough to keep Olimpo Squad alive and give them another bite of the apple.
going into a game number 4. Well-deserved, great defense there from the side of Olympus squad. I gotta give props to the timing on Brawl. You know, blocking out those slows there could have been the protective tunes that come in clutch that to completely diffuse all of the utility that Acre Lovers had. Could have ended there, but yeah. We have another game to watch.
Yep. Okay. We do have to watch Olympus squad try and find a way out of the prison they've created with the comp they picked. But hey, who says they can't get away with it again? Finding goals outside of overtime, getting that early lead is going to be important. You want to slowly take sort of suffocating control of the map and convert when you are set up in front of your enemy's goal. Here's Brawl, lucky to avoid that last little kunai. That would have been the end of him. Okay, Mansion. Right on Hive, though, going to stave off Olympus squad. They've got to respect that damage. Here's a Maple Super now. Lipzine forced to dive on the ball.
Olympus squad seems to have unlocked a new level to them. They're playing a lot sharper now, a lot more aggressive, and a lot more in tune as the entire team, with Golden now leading the charge there onto the slow. They've scouted out Lipizin there. Ball's kind of just thrown into Lipizin, just wasted his super there. It ended up being supered backwards to it, and this Mansion of Meeple is setting up for a nice walk-in from the entire team. Should be able to get this one in, and Pekka does. Forces it into the goal, and the Olympus squad have just fired themselves up.
It's satisfying to see a control comp played cleanly like that. Tough to do against this alley, though. You've got to be very much on guard for those dives in. Here's Satisfy, Hypercharge Super. Pekka's definitely going to fall that one. Golden might fare a little bit better. Sarah Pekka still standing. A second super might do the job, but good Mansion to protect them and give them a bit of breathing room, but Brawl will fall. Satisfyer slots it through.
Look a bit odd there to see both your entire team jumping into that. They're like, guys, did someone get the ball? Oh wait, our last guy is dead. Well, in the past now, you see full map control being going out for him there on the Acre Lovers. Olympus squad are running scared just momentarily. They bring down the Crocodile and bring the offense back to the other side. We see Pekka with a hypercharge down there, just barreling down. He wants to snag that ball. Olympus trying to go down to Olympus. Wanted to shoot it in. Instead just feeds off the kill. And that's going to leave the mid wide open with Lipizin of a hypercharge. This could be the beginning of the end for Olympus squad.
35 seconds. Even if Olympus squad make it to overtime, they're not necessarily favoured in that phase of the game. And Lipizin is looking durable, able to soak up much of that M's damage and looking for more now. Pekka, one shot would do it. Nice super from the Poker, but it's not going to be enough to keep them alive. Eventually, Brawl must succumb. Fire Murillo has enough health to get it through. And not with a roar, but with a whimper. Olympus squad are dragged, kicking and screaming out of this tournament. It's Acre Lovers going all the way
to the top of South America, to the grand finals. Olympus squad, you wanted those leaderboard points at the top. You're not gonna get it. Today is gonna be upset season for South America as we have a new grand finalist that is going up against an old face in the form of Bounty Hunters.
Who would have thought that Acre Lovers is a team to stand in the grand finals today? Well, the cone knew that was the only prediction you got right in the first rendition of the quarterfinals, and now it is also your pick in the semis, Spurs. So the coin spoke well.
That's so dumb. I hate this. I hate this reality, man.
We haven't seen Ali winning yet today. This is the 4th time she's picked up, and the first time she actually gets a win. I thought it was over at that point already. In the end, the Poker worked out to defend. I didn't like the comp once again. I don't know what to say, really, other than that.
Okay, I do think the Poker last pick was really interesting because all signs were kind of pointing to... Yes, interesting. That's the castaway of, you know, like, speaking nice about something we don't love. Well...
22 kills!
I mean, again, the alley was able to do a lot. I understand maybe the Poco is a consideration against the alley. Give yourself some durability, but you don't have any displacement. You just have raw healing throughput. And that can be pretty ineffective against like burst damage, which is what Ali has in spades. Also mobility. Like Poco is somewhat directional when it comes to healing with that super. You're not guaranteed to get value off the back of it. Maybe we see more hypercharged supers from the Poco, then there's different stories. Maybe you think DeCapo's a better option over Screeching Solo just for extra healing. But either way, I think the comp was great. The Bell was a good shout. You know, even when you're forced back and you have to give map control, that Rattled High was quite good to give you a zone to move back into.
B worked out better than expected, but that was also due to the Poco last pick, which didn't make sense to me, at least, into a B where you just don't bring in any range. Yes, 22 kills on the LA. I do also want to shout out Golden on that M's, got 20 kills. That's also a higher number than we've seen most of today. And Pekka, for me, had the best showing so far with his mentions of Meeple. He both defended and enabled his team to get so many goals in. It still wasn't enough in the end. We haven't pressed our big red button here yet today. I was close to pressing it because of Packers' performance, but now I can't really because they didn't even win.
Okay, but what if there's an underdog win in the grand finals? Would that be worthy of a red button press?
That's worthy.
Yeah, I
Lovers
think so.
making it to the grand finals.
Well, they've done that, but do they need to win it for us to press the button?
And then also winning it, thank you for letting me finish my sentence, would be
The gap, I thought.
would be a good reason to press the red button. So stay tuned because you're going to get 200 points if you're watching an event of Brostars to come. If one of us decides to actually deem something a highlight of the day. We haven't seen enough yet, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I guess not. You know, upset victories all the way across the board have not been sufficient. We have very high standards here at
How
PSC.
much would it be trolly if we just walked out of this building without hitting the button? How would you guys home feel? That would be
I would
her
feel a little bit
idea, by the
betrayed.
way.
Yeah, sure. It's my fault.
She's the host. She's in charge. If the button don't get pressed, you send
I'll
all your
also make
feedback
sure
to
you're
Sonny.
going to get that button pressed. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
So will it into existence? An upset in the grand final?
Manifest a button-pressable occurrence.
Yeah.
That's what I'm asking for. I think that Acre Lovers make it this far already is extremely notable. It's funny because on one side you've got the expected team that sort of, ground through pretty effectively. Bounty Hunters don't look like they've really, dropped any momentum since Brawl Cup. But on the other side, it's a complete dark horse. So this region somehow gives us both consistency and upsets in equal measure.
I think Bounty Hunters had the most map votes or most votes from the people at home so far. In this one, Olympo squad took the lead with 67%, and unfortunately the people at home and most of us, all of us on the desk right now, have been wrong. We are voting against the coin today.
Yeah.
That is Spoo. He just flipped a coin and he actually got this one right. Acre
Yeah.
Lovers looked so much stronger in this one, despite Olympo squad taking down Loud. They really looked like they had it all. Now, for the grand finals.
So if we're wrong here, we have lost to a coin.
Well, no, because if Spoo gets this right, he is going to reassume the responsibility for these picks away from the
Exactly.
coin.
He's going to be like,
just
for
gonna-
the grand finals, actually, I did not use a coin.
I feel better hating the coin and not an animate person, so that's fine. But like, Acre Lovers have made me, I'm pleased about this region. Whenever I see like these underdog teams come up and show great results, it bodes well for the region in general. The other side of this coin, though, is that Loud just got boomed in the quarterfinal.
Yeah.
So when one team must rise up, another team must fall. And it is a bit disheartening to see that household name now struggling to find results.
Now, up next is the grand finals. And before we crown our June monthly final champions here in South America, let's take a moment to look back at our very first international competition in this 2026 season.
What would you say to a cameraman, to a caster, to a talent, to a fan? Let's find out. Guys, what would you say to the cameraman?
Show our signs.
We need a cameraman. Camera guy. The fans want you to film their signs. Can you do that?
Sure, I can do that.
Yay! Okay. But if you could say something to the fans, what would you say?
I would say just give it all you have and enjoy yourselves out here.
Guys, the cameraman wants you to give a lot of energy. Can you? And if you could say something to Ark, what would you say?
Press the button!
I'm in the makeup with Ark, and Ark, the fans, they really want you to push the red button.
I know, and I love pushing that red button. And we've done it once already, and maybe if you keep watching on event.brawlstars.com, we'll do it again.
But if you could tell Trav one thing, what would you tell him?
Trav, your golf swing is terrible, mate. Sort it out.
I'm here with Trav, and Trav, Ark wants you to know that you have a terrible golf swing.
Oh, if you've seen this guy swing, it is absolutely terrible. Looks like a 4-year-old child swinging a golf club.
I'm definitely not 4 years old, man. I'm standing right here, so.
But your friends, right?
No. No. I refuse to use that word.
Trav, if you could say one thing to Ash, what would it be?
How does it feel to be a literal trash can?
If I see one more kid.
Ash, I have a question.
Yeah.
Trav wants to know how it feels to be a literal trash can.
Well, it's good to be providing something useful for society and somewhere for people to put all their rubbish. Because if I see any rubbish on the ground, that's when I get angry.
Yeah, I can see that. Do you have a question for the fans?
For the fans, I got a question. Are yous ready for some more Brawl Stars?
phenomenal weekend of esports. And welcome to the Brawl Stars World Final!
Renew their rivalry one last time, not remotely enough from Humble. Crossing Raccoon, Quails, King of Brawl!
Stop right there! You've got this!
That's right. After Berlin, Brawl Stars is also heading to Turkey, China, and Japan at the end of the year. We are super excited to also get to visit these countries, hopefully, for the players as well. It is the goal of the year to make it to LCQ and then also to World Finals. Some of these teams are already locked in, at least in the EMEA. We have the first teams to lock in Worlds. It's Foot and Humble. In this region so far, in this contention, are Bounty Hunters and Pizza Congelada, which one of the two teams dropped out in the quarterfinals today. Bounty Hunters did make it through to the finals, and they face off against a huge surprise. Acre Lovers actually made it all the way to the finals. Now, this team has knocked out some really phenomenal teams. First up against none other than Pizza Congelada, the #1 seed at the moment in this region. And then also Olympus Squad, we just watched them win in a 3-0 series. Now, against Bounty Hunters, the last time they faced off against them was in the monthly qualifier of this month, and they lost 3-0 in the upper bracket.
Yeah, that's a little strange, isn't it? No. Do we expect, really, Acre Lovers to be able to take it now? I mean, they faced opposition, they faced prejudice at every single turn to get here. Will we have a new monthly finals champion in South America?
I think your answer to that really depends a lot on what you think about Olympus Squad's performance in that previous game. Like, if you think Olympus Squad kind of just threw and had just very poor approach, then maybe you feel like there's still a gulf between these two teams. But if you give Olympus Squad credit and say this is still a quality team, then I think on a day like today, Acre Lovers can certainly play up against this Bounty Hunters squad. It all depends on your perception of how that previous game went, because Olympus Squad getting 3-0'd is pretty shocking. By Acre Lovers makes it even more surprising. And momentum in Brawl Stars is a real thing. Yeah. If that can be carried through for the previous game, along with the confidence a win brings, then we might have more than just a game on our hands. It could be a blockbuster.
So yeah, Bounty Hunters at the moment in that #1 seed, actually 22 points ahead of Pizza Congelada. They were taken down by Acre Lovers. They can beat seed #2. Can they also beat seed #1? We had Prozzy sit down with us and talk about why they're so strong in this region this year.
So your team is currently the #1 team in South America. This is a very big improvement compared to your previous years. So what makes this team so strong this year?
Yo creo que, a pesar de todo, nos complementamos muy bien con los brawlers. Tipo, Fortes juega los tanques, yo juego prácticamente todo, puedo jugar tanques por el Igual él juega muy bien todos los shooters. Entonces, nos dividimos bien y aparte, todos tenemos muchas ganas de ganar. Y bueno, nuestro coach también es uno de los mejores coaches del mundo y los drafts y cómo analizamos las scrims o las partidas es mejor que la de cualquier equipo de la región actualmente.
I think our secret is that every one of us has different strengths. For example, Portazo is very good when it comes to tanks. I have another specialty. Another of us is really good with shooters. We also have amazing coach, and we can analyze the games in a way that we've never been able to before.
Make a good team in the end. I hope one of them is good at drafting, because that has been the biggest talking point in this region so far today. I feel like many sets have been dropped already at the band stage, where Olympus Squad was also not shining. Acre Lovers had really good drafts, and I feel like that was their main strength into Olympus Squad today.
I think also, like, Prozy's being very humble here in terms of giving himself accolades, because he is the guy who joined this team and whipped them into shape, right? He is the catalyst for them rocketing to the top of the leaderboard. So, yes, he is the drafting mind behind the entire team. He is the one who sets up his teammates for success, and it's so fitting that we would interview him, right? Because if anyone knows what brawlers, what their specialties are, it's going to be the guy who's giving them those brawlers with the draft.
Yeah, I think it's multiple parts. You touch on it a little bit. It's about understanding what brawlers are good in the game, and it's about understanding what brawlers your teammates really shine with, right? And I think a combination of those is really important. You want to set your teammates up for success, sometimes even to the extent where you put yourself on a weaker role, or one where you have less room for skill expression, because it's a brawler whose utility you really need to bring into the game. And in situations like that, Prozy has been able to take a back seat and say, okay, guys, go do your thing out there. It turns out that good drafting doesn't just come from like veterans of the game or people that have been around a long time. Otherwise, in East Asia, we would never have had an issue with drafting. But it's people that just seem to cotton on at each snapshot in time in each metagame and find the right answer quickest.
Yeah, I really like the point you made there already. I'm still coaching a couple of Tier 2 teams, and I'm also drafting for them. Now, I really feel like I have to get to know the players first before I can really do that. If you just hand out some meta brawlers, that doesn't mean that you're going to win automatically. This is the map draw for the series, Kaboom Canyon. I feel like we have seen this map picked up from Bounty Hunters before. Then Golden Gulch, Ring of Fire, Painhole Punt, and our decider is going to be Layer Cake. So at this point, we have seen all of these maps already. Is there something that we haven't seen yet, a brawler that you two still would like to see?
Shade, personally. I think we've seen a little bit of Shade, but it's been banned out so consistently. I just think that this one's really entertaining to watch, but if Shade is permitted through the draft, a critical error has been made by either team.
Miko.
Okay.
Show me the monkey magic.
Is that a double red button press if we see Miko?
I will hit it with my forehead.
I would love to see that. Someone pick Miko right now.
Please pick Miko. I would like to see that as well. We do see the global bans on our screens now. We have Mortis, Crow, Edgar, and Mina banned out. So once again, a lot of aggression. And Crow, I think for the first time today, showing up in the global ban stage. So maybe the last potential showing. Of course, we have tomorrow NA as well before his nerfs, and he's going to be global banned.
Fitting. I'm ready to see this guy gone. I am a real hater. I feel like he just slows down the game so much, and then he acts as an anti-tank as well. Just like, show me the action out here. Of course, it means that some other things get to... What now?
So fun to play, though.
It's fun to win, obviously, and Crow just pretty much wins everything. It's also another permaban that is taken away, so, maybe some more flexibility in what is played here. Damien makes it through, so probably another permaban.
Damien, yes, make it through as well. Ali, through global.
Oh, right.
On this map, ban that immediately. Wow, she is incredibly good on this map. Oy.
Now, Acre lovers have lost a couple of percentages against the Olympus squad. At least 33% of the viewers at home voted for them, now only 27. To be fair, it's Bounty Hunters, not Olympus squad. It's the 4th and the 1st seed here, so it makes a lot of sense. I would like to see a new winner, though, today. Like, my mind says, yes, Bounty Hunters is going to take this one, but I voted twice already against Acre lovers, and they did prove me wrong, so my heart is now going with them. I want to see an underdog win the grand finals.
Okay, but yeah, I mean, it's not like having an underdog win the grand finals in this region is a crazy prospect, because it's happened so many times. Remember, there was a couple of months ago where, like, every region had a team that had never won before win in the same month?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I mean, in this region as well, I feel like it's honestly more shocking that the team who has most of the votes actually wins. So I'm going with Bounty Hunters.
Yeah.
That's a B and that's a H.
Do you just make a new symbol for them? Well, okay, obviously they should be doing it when they win, because I'm manifesting it too. I really think this is a Bounty Hunters match to win.
Again, mind versus heart for me, so I can only win.
Okay, all right.
If Acre lovers win, I'm super happy.
Okay.
If Bounty Hunters do,
Who do you predict for on event.brawlstars.com?
Bounty Hunters.
So if they don't win, you don't get your points. That seems like a loss to me.
I have a method for us to acquire points.
We can insider trade our own points. You can hedge. So even if you... That's diabolical. We have all the power.
Yeah, see, I only win.
Damn.
Okay. Can't go wrong here. Now, I hope you at home are ready for our grand final of the June Monthly Finals in South America. We're going to get it rolling, guys, on Kaboom Canyon. Now, I want to see Colette either banned out or picked up. I want to see Colt banned out or picked. Colt is double banned, so sad. Well, but yes, those two are the current favorites on Heist, at least for me. Seems to be also for those two teams. Now, on the right side, we have first pick here. Didn't scrim this map too often either. They like to play Angelo, Charlie, Cordelius, Kaze, and Lumi. A lot of those are still left open, and Angelo is going to be their first pick. So they're going to go with the tried and tested brawler here.
Yeah, pretty much immediately gets him in the mid. I wonder if Brock would be a better method. You certainly get more damage on the point. Thanks, very interesting. And Melody. Okay, so a strong defensive brawler plus the Melody, instead of reserving it for the last pick, curiously.
If they get pierced around this compound, they are cooking, man. They are absolutely cooking. Get a really powerful sharpshooter, someone that can sort of match the Angelo, can punish like potential like a wall break as well with that super. I like this a lot. They've got great mid control, good safe pressure, also good pressure on someone like Angelo as well. Like, you can sort of run up on them. I just want that last piece, like a sharpshooter to round this out, and they are in such a good spot. I think you have to start thinking about Charlie.
Yeah.
Right? Brawls like that, some more control. You're probably a bit worried about seeing this Melody picked.
I'm worried seeing that Ross pick, honestly. I would have liked to see the Charlie against the Melody to counter her really, really well with the Spiderlings. Can't really get her nose flying around her against it. And yeah, to defend her. But no Charlie. We're going to see some aggression also on the right-hand side. Now with the Daryl, which we haven't seen in quite some time with good reason. He has so many counters. He is not even last pick here. Now on the left side, so far, no counters to be seen. So fair point, I guess. We have the Finks, who we don't get to see too often on Heist. But on this map, he's good because it's all about mid control. And this guy holds mid alone pretty easily, usually. The Melody will struggle to get her super against the Ruffs and Angela, at least. Against Daryl, it's going to be a free feed. And then BB coming in as last pick.
I think like
I don't love the Daryl or the BB, really.
Yeah, I think seeing the Daryl picked here, or at least like realizing there's wall break, means like you can't go with like a Lumi to really be oppressive, like with control brawlers on this map. Someone who can obviously displace is going to be pretty important against this Daryl. Having an answer there is crucial. I think Wesley's still going to be like well apportioned going, you know, into the Ruffs or into the Angelo. But all of a sudden, you don't have anything that really matches the Angelo in range. So you need to close that gap. You need to abuse whatever map exists until that first supply drop comes and sort of blows it up.
Bounty Hunters in the grand finals. As expected, they're at the top of the region, but Acre Lovers, an unexpected contender to make it all the way here in place of the other regional leaders, now relegated to a free agent roster on Pizza Congeladas. They're not here. Here's the first break also for Bounty Hunters. They've already come out of the gate swinging literally with this BB that makes a beeline to the enemy side. I really don't trust in Acre Lovers to have enough DPS to deal with this BB consistently. I feel like it will be consistent running down from Bounty Hunters, and Daryl will not be able to out base race.
I mean, there's just too much to deal with. I'm going to make my Minecraft villager noise at this comp because yeah, just a little suspect. BB needs to go down quickly, and the problem is if you're paying all your attention to Portox, Posey sneaks past with 3 music notes ready. We're down to 46%, so we are 2 shield stages knocked, and this is the first one coming up here for Bounty Hunters.
Okay, and it's off of that Daryl super as well. He's going to have to match the offense of Prosy over here. He just needs a few shots off of Lipizin and Farmerolo. Could not actually find the contact at mid, unfortunately. And here comes a hypercharge. Really well aimed from Portox to get additional damage on the safe. How often do you see that hypercharged BB tech? And here comes the base race in full swing. It's going to be down to Portox to defend while the offense is cranking up for the remainder of the Bounty Hunters roster.
Portox is a great defensive option here against this Daryl. He's in great position. Also, no one does any damage to the BB. She's just going to ignore you. Basically, 1 hit away is the safe. 5% standing, and Bounty Hunters still have an entire shield stage to keep them inoculated from any sort of all-in, which is exactly what Daryl's going to go for. Prosy taken down, though, so full defense for Bounty Hunters for now. They do not want to let the safe fall below 25%. Wow, that's cheesy. An angle doesn't quite connect, but still that safe is low, and all-in could be a problem. Portox is trying to get there. Satisfy, though, doesn't quite go all-in, but one more swing, and that's all she wrote for our first round.
It was all but guaranteed once BB had that hypercharge. She has so much speed and HP. The hypercharge Buffy is just ridiculous for her. And the damage wasn't there. Like, Angelo can fire off a 4,000 damage projectile, but then he has to spend so long charging up the next one.
He picks his nose until he gets the next one.
Yeah, pretty much. He's just kind of floating around over water until he's afforded yet another chance. And Portox is going to be able to heal off of his gadget. It's further empowered by the gadget Buffy. So it's really, really rough. Double stacking the aggros on the left side while Wesley takes up the right with Fink Finks, he's able to do tremendous damage. Here it comes also with the use of the gadget. He's able to knock this first shield off all by himself, but does it really matter? It's already equalized by Bounty Hunters. It's about that mid position now, and so far, Acre Lovers are not able to go to back.
Oh, I like this from Fire like staying inside the inner ring of Music Notes to not take any damage there. Survives a long time, able to take the trade, and now Satisfy can come forward yet again. Prosy, though, of course, will return. Or he start to build Music Notes relatively easily off that Daryl, and then look to try and go in. But the Angelo Super certainly is a cause for concern. And Prosy's getting tapped up, man. Holy!
Yeah, really nice there from Lipizin. He landed both of his max charge arrows, it looked like, to two-shot Melody, but now Prosy just has one more dash left. Wants to get something off of Fire Morello. Also has a hypercharge, but opts not to use it, interestingly. Lipizin also rotating away from the safe to opt for defense instead. And he's really going to have to commit here. No, actually, could not catch up to the charge in time and won't be able to defend properly. It's a huge push from Bounty Hunters, but they won't really get that much off of the Fink Super. Not able to get that crack. It's 2% away.
Angelo just doesn't really do enough safe damage, so clever for Lipizin to double back and just go for anti-personnel damage. We have a lot of Music Notes up here for Prosy, which means a lot of shielding if the gadget is popped. But here's Portox, a couple of swings at the safe, going to be matched here by Daryl, who gets it down to the last knock. 5% and counting. Can Wesley do it? Not body blockable. These shots, they cleave through you, and so Bounty Hunters will take the set.
It's the risk of Angelo. You can absolutely be run down. If you're going to select this brawler really early in the draft, then you better be ready to play control for the entire time, but that was just not it at all. They had Daryl as their only means of offense, and when you see Daryl playing defense, you already know it's over. It's the health pool of the opposing side that they were not able to deal with. Colonel Ruffs, run him down. That is the way you deal with him. Same goes for Angelo. If you're able to run him down, that's perfect. They just don't have the DPS for it. It was very smart to draft an assassin and a tank to pretty much soak up all the hits.
I think the displacement on the Daryl is a bit of a nuisance as well, but Portox hits very hard, and then Vitamin Booster gets overcharged by the Buffy, which means you can, like you said, soak so much more of this damage. And frankly, Wesley's being disrespected. They are looking at the Finks, who's able to walk up and get a ton of free safe damage at the start of that last round. So solid compositioning for Bounty Hunters, and this was my only concern, Sonny, is that if Acre Lovers walk into a team that isn't going to make a huge mistake, slip on a banana peel in the drafts, these games could look very different.
Actually insane to see that Wesley got the most damage onto save from the three brawlers, where we have a BB and the Melody who are designed to do save damage. Really, really well played. We still have 13 kills on Lipizin. You said he was run down. Most damage on him as well, alongside Faramarillo. 478 respectively, 79 damage points, which is insane to see, but it's not about damage, it's not about kills in this mode, it's all about save damage. And on the left hand side we just had three brawlers that did a really good job at getting to save on time.
You just got to give credit where credit is due. Lipizin not only actually played a really great Angelo, he managed to two-shot a BB with the use of his super. That's what Angelo is supposed to do. He fulfilled his function. Angelo here on Kaboom Canyon is just to clean up. But
fight enemy brawlers only.
Yeah, but when the enemies are constantly throwing themselves at you, you're completely playing into their plan. You're not countering the strategy at all.
I do want to say, once again, this has been the map pick for Bounty Hunters. They win their map pick. Now we're heading over to Golden Gulch. Let's see if Acre Lovers manage to even this one out, because they feel really comfortable on a map like this one. And I kind of do hope that we don't get a 3-0 in the grand finals after really exciting matches today. I do want to see Acre Lovers. Yeah, and the red button's still not pressed either, so we want to see some nice plays. Acre Lovers had such a nice run today. It would be so sad to now see them lose 3-0.
Well, this is a good map for them, like you mentioned. They're really comfortable on Golden Gulch. So, I certainly have faith. And looking at these games, I don't think there's not a glaring mechanical issue. Like, there's no skill gap that we're seeing in that first map. I just think that the Daryl in the draft is a little bit of a flop for me. It doesn't really fulfill any particular niche. Yes, you can rush, but you kind of get outdone by BB when you're having to play into her onto that enemy safe. So tighten up the drafts a little bit, maybe benefit from a last pick, being able to throw something that is unexpected by your opponents. But there's a reason why Bounty Hunters are the best team in SA in terms of international results. Is because they do their homework, they do their due diligence, and they come out with some really good ideas for drafts.
I've been liking it so far. Also, just have to note that BB, when she did use her hypercharge super, managed to split the bubble perfectly onto the safe.
Yeah,
I mean,
nice.
These are comfortable brawlers for them. They're able to draft them and run down the enemy side, so they're able to counterplay at the same time as playing stuff that they're good at. It really just seems like there's nothing they can't do. We're waiting for Acre Lovers to expose their weaknesses, as they have done with their other opponents throughout the day.
Let's see, with the bans in already, the sharpshooter Pierce out of the way. Naja a bit too strong for their liking, as well as Colette. So Bounty Hunter spans the meta, really. On the right-hand side, we see a good last pick and Kit being banned out, Byron, and I believe it was Ruffs here, a very solid, safe pick. Also for a bit of cheese to just wait out until the last moments and buff your teammates with field promotion. Leon is a decent first pick, also the one that has worked best for them in scrims so far. Don't mind it. Now, if you break open the map, usually not the best pick. Jean also left open an easy way to scout the brawler out when he's in super.
Damien, I think you either pick him here or you accept that you might have to give him up. He has been, both teams have played Damien on this map at times and have had great success. So I don't know how they want to leave it. This is, okay, so the Jaeyong is one of the most picked brawlers here for Bounty Hunters. They really like to draft a support control brawler. So it's usually the Ruffs or Jaeyong straight away. The win rate's not been spectacular, but again, I don't think Jaeyong is ever at fault for that. Like, he's just a really, good brawler on this map. I do think having some burst damage and burst heal available is pretty insane. Obviously, the kind of brawler that, especially with hypercharge, you just don't want to sleep on. He's really good at dissuading those all-in attempts that we can see.
That was a piece of
And the
cake.
Pearl, another brawler who says, "Do not dive me." It'll be like hugging a cactus.
Yeah, also, this is just such a classic response to Leon. If Leon gets close to her, then she's going to activate super or just burn him, really. I think, honestly, it could be a waste.
Really nasty.
Yeah, it's quite good. Look, you just build up so much shield, and then you have a gadget also to repel anyone who decides to aggress you. Notice that Bell is completely open, so this would be a pretty typical response to it. But I feel like Bounty Hunters, when you pick Bell, or excuse me, when you pick Pearl, you know that this is awaiting you on the other side.
Yeah.
So Bounty Hunters are possibly trying to bait the Bell out and take advantage of it being vulnerable in close range.
Yeah, they need something to close us, right?
I wouldn't mind a tick here either to do the same thing, just make sure that they can't play together, really. They do have an option on the left-hand side here to open up the map, so if it's not tick, then just pick up something with range again. Byron, Pierce both banned out. Maybe an RT. We did see him very often in the past on Knockout. Hasn't really been picked up yet today. Now Ollie coming in. They double down in the aggression here. Don't really have any heals to speak of to back those two brawlers up. On the left side, they can now just go with a tank counter and should be fine, right?
Well, yeah, there's no map opening, really. I don't know if Ollie ever wants to really walk up on the Bell, rather the Pearl, frankly. Yeah. You could play Tick, I guess. I'm not sure if you're wanting to open up the map too much against this comp, but you'll notice that Brock is auspiciously still open. A couple of options here, but you are mindful that there is a late game all-in that you're... What?
I speak of...
That's so good.
I speak of tank count. Isn't they going to go with the tankiest tank there is?
Okay, well, he opens the map, potentially, so that's good. He also... His gadget now is harder to hit, but pretty powerful. Long range, you can sort of drag someone in.
The thing is, if he gets hypnotized by the Ollie, he can't take him down in time, and then Frank will come out of that super, having a faster reload speed thanks to...
Can Frank cleanse the hypnotize with projected tune? Rather with his gadget? The active noise cancelling?
If he presses it before.
It has to be before.
Yeah.
That's not really an option.
So this is the grand finals. Let's see what those two teams have come up with, what they cook in this second match.
Frank is putting a big tomahawk on the steak. It's about as big as it gets. I'm here for it. Again, you can kind of see the Ollie coming sometimes with that super. So you have a moment to use active noise cancelling to shrug off the hypnosis, but Portox is... Well, he knows he's being healed up by Prozy pretty effectively, so Portox just closes the gap. I like this. Prozy gets big damage off that Weekend Warrior. It ends up being a trade, so Portox now no longer has his pocket healer, and he is out at sea without it.
Yeah, also a little confused. I really thought Frank was going to be able to get the attack off, but despite being on low HP, the attack didn't go down quickly at all. That was a little bit bizarre, unless my eyes are playing tricks on me. It's just Wesley against the world now, and really this one's quite hopeless. He's tanky, yes, but with the bell mark applied, he is sort of left for dead. He can at least play for a super or hypercharge, try to avoid giving things to Firemarilla and Satisfyer, and that's exactly what he's going to go for. Not getting any cookies impacted onto Acre lovers, but still not feeding them any DPS or any utility charge.
Okay, so what's the middle ground? What's the middle of the spectrum in terms of this Jaeyong Frank push? Because I feel like we got the extreme end there, and it blew up in their face.
No, I really think that that's the only way to play it. They could decide to play defensively, try and catch someone inside the super. They have played for that at least. maybe that's one end of the spectrum, but I feel like generally the way that you must play this is you must run down the enemy team, utilize the walls to your advantage, especially when the poison makes everyone get close together. That's when they will want to use it, but they got the utility early game. Nothing more to ask for.
But the spectrum only has one end. In fact, it's just a point in space. That's all. You are playing Frank, you are running it down.
0 dimensions.
Okay. Wesley here. Finding his spot in the card he's been playing. Close to the origin as all these players certainly want to benefit from Jaeyoung's aura.
Playing some polar coordinates around Frozy's radius, perhaps. We'll see how Wesley aims to perform here with 2 shots on a Fire Murillo. The Fire isn't enough to take him down, and here's a double-pronged approach towards Portox. Still not enough to shut him down. Frozy and Portox need to form the duo to take down both Satisfyer and Lipizin, who's going to force everyone out of position and back everyone into the poison as well. They played that surgically. They managed to separate the Jaeyoung from the Frank that he was adhered to. Really well done.
I'm blown away. Lipizin looks like he's filming a YouTube video about how to topple the Titans of SA there. Straight into the camera. Solid comp. Really nice looks. I like the Ollie here. Of course, you mentioned there's not a lot of healing for the Ollie, but a lot of these fights are over in a matter of seconds. And the Bell certainly does fancy a bit of a longer game. It looks like Portox has, honestly, a lot on his plate here ready to make this Frank work. He is guaranteed to be hypnotized. And he doesn't have active noise cancelling to prevent it by the looks, or at least he hasn't been able to make use of it.
Yeah, best case scenario, I suppose he, gets a stun onto someone, just has to find their position. Now looking to pinch from the top onto Lipizin. It's a bit of burning for Wesley. Nearly managed to trade, but comes up empty-handed, and there's the stun from Portox, but it's going to go completely off course. It even results in him getting marked. It's just worst case scenario here for the Frank. And Prozy's going to try and do this on his own, take it into his own hands, but he can't 1v3. He's got to be stuck with this Frank in the end game. And really, that's just a big old super battery for all of Acre lovers, and everyone wants a bite. Even Lipizin's going to go for it. Bring him close to the side so that everyone can get their hypercharges farmed up. It's just wonderful for Acre lovers here.
How do you feel about the Frank gadget choice here? Wants to have something that's a bit more proactive, but can't do a darn thing about the Ollie now.
I still think it's correct. I think they came in with the mentality of being able to run down the opposing side, pretty much what they did in set number 1, where they hurled their bodies at the safe and were able to win off of a composition. And when it didn't work in round 1, they immediately decided, we're going to cut our losses here. This strategy is not going to work, and we must find something new. And we've seen 3 different approaches in playing this. Playing for the really late game, playing only for the early game, playing for the mid game, and I don't know what they're doing at this point, honestly. They seem like they're out of options, a little bit lost, just trying to wait for everyone from Acre lovers to get closed into mid and then play off of them.
More energy, more footwork.
All right, hypercharge here for the Bell. Good sign. And yeah, Acre lovers are looking and feeling comfortable, and I would be too if I were them. Their comp looks great. The Frank looks a little bit telegraphed, and they can kind of see him coming a mile off. And they always seem to have an answer. Lipizin being able to chain, basically, hypnoses. He has the Hypnosis gadget. All eyes on me, and that's a perfect catch. I mean, look, there's no opportunity for Bounty Hunters to intervene at all. Completely comped in this game. They're going to have to concede defeat now, and Acre lovers are going to make this a much more interesting series with a great showing here. Demonstrating they are of the quality in draft up against a team who also knows their way around that phase of the game. I am very impressed by that set.
Yeah, that's ice right there from Acre lovers. Their hit was something that is pretty unexpected, I would say off meta also, and they managed to keep their composure really, really well. They play their own game of Brawl Stars. A lot of times when you see these newer teams, underdog matches, they are tempted to play response, give a little bit too much respect to the expected winners, in theory, the tougher team. But again, Acre lovers are able to play their own kind of Brawl Stars here. They play really safe brawlers, stuff that is so typical on this map, and they're totally unfazed.
Deep breath here for you Bounty Hunters fans. There's still much more set to be played here. Remember, 90 BSC points on the line now as we're in a 1.5 times multiplier world in this summer split. So a win here also, conversely, for Acre lovers, catapults them all of a sudden into the conversation for a postseason berth.
I get what I came for. I get to see as much Brawl Stars as possible. At least we have no 3-0 in today's grand final. That is really, really nice to see. Now that Frank worked out okay-ish, I guess you said coming into this that their win rates on Jaeyoung hasn't been that great. And he clearly didn't really do too much.
No, I mean, okay, they win 4 out of 10 games with the Jaeyoung, but I really feel like it's got a lot more to do with the comp. around it. Anyway, Jaehyung's just good. Like, I've never been wanting to play. He's like the cat at the table being yelled at, and he's like, why is everyone yelling at me? You know the meme?
With the salad.
Yeah, that's Jaehyung, bro. He doesn't do anything wrong. He's just a little guy doing things.
Maybe the Frank try wasn't really it. I did ask you both coming into the grand finals, is there any brawler you would like to see?
Not on my list.
We haven't seen Frank in a long time, and he hasn't been on our list.
It's not on my list. And, you know, when he is in the game and when he is ubiquitous, he's really oppressive. It's kind of tough for Frank to find a spot because he's either amazing or he's just like really sussy. That's why I, made a very bizarre sound when I saw him picked one of the last brawlers I would have expected to see. But hey, all right, South America, you got tricks. I appreciate it. Let's see if this next one hits though, as we are even in the series.
Okay, time for some more typical stuff. Otis, as a first selection, is as normal as it gets, really, in today's meta. One of the optimal anti-tanks that you ought to be going for. Something that I think is honestly kind of important to shout out is how little Chester. We've seen like how much he's fallen off just because you can choose not to play anything aggressive into him, but Otis is really, really flexible here. You're able to get good position with Fat Splatter right out the gates and still going to boast those anti-tank capabilities. But a Poco really soon is quite interesting. I feel like it gets countered quite easily by a B.
Very early pick here. We do have a Crow global ban, so I don't mind the Poco pick here, really. We do have to remind ourselves here as well. Bounty Hunters picks was the first one. Acre Lover picked the second one. Now this is back in Bounty Hunters field. They picked this map. Both teams so far have won their map picks. Let's see if that comes true once again. Ellie is going to come in. Now again, she has been picked up 4 times today, has only won 1 of these matches. Let's see if they can make it work. Does have some backing now with the Poco heals. Map picks, draft is just going to fly in here with Ems and Fang coming in. Now Ems is a really good answer to the Poco. Just had that tad bit more range. Otis does so as well. And Fang, I really like him in the current meta. He's super good on the map like this one.
Poco also wants to step forward when he, throws that shot out because it is like rather short, so he gets a little bit extra off it. Then he likes to back away, but that will leave him right into the
my
cone of
calculations are correct.
Sort of standard fire. Interesting that you've got Poco and then the Ali, who's not going to get healing from him unless she gets like the edge of one of those supers thrown out. Meeple just around his compound is fine. I just think, again, like a Poco is so... It can imply so much about your comp, so seeing it so early here is a little bit strange, and Wesley can pick Fang to maybe exploit the fact that people might be grouped up here for protective tunes or a gadget from Poco that's proximity-based.
Well,
Meeple has been coming in quite early as the answer to Fang. Rage Quit is going to be an option here. Mentions of Meeple super strong in a map like this one anyway, so Meeple last pick I really, really rated highly.
Good.
Okay, let's see the gadget of choice for Meeple. Doesn't look like Mansions just yet. They're not playing coordination around it either, so they're waiting for the aggression from Portox to farm some kills off of him. Lipizin is in a very aggressive position, but it's working out because no one from Bounty Hunters really has the guts to step on this point just yet.
Yeah, they really want to exercise control. That's what their comp is clearly built to do. And yeah, there are answers, right? They've got 3 control brawlers, so they do have multiple answers to this alley. In fact, every single one of these brawlers, has a way to shut her down, whether by gadget or by like a mid button, for example. So that's fine, but they are dipping their toe on the point just here and there. They do outrange the Poco, so that does mean that they can get some damage down to their own. Fat Splatter also opens the map up and actually will cause Poco to put himself out of range to connect any of those shots, if he respects it.
We just saw Wesley miss a super, unfortunately. He's got some pretty solid defense, but they've not been able to step onto this point just yet. Another Fat Splatter down, additional damage, but it doesn't really matter too much. In the grand scheme of things, it does pitiful damage to Satisfier. Portox needs to start hitting these shots if he plans on making an impact, because this has been a serious struggle for him. There's one who'll get some free damage off of Lipizin with his many different attacks in close range, just hopping around inside of the bushes, but ended up doing almost nothing. So what's the method with this super for Meeple on the left side? Prozy's completely unaddressed. He's alive for a little bit longer at mid, but doesn't manage to make any impact. Bounty Hunters are stretching themselves thin right now, and it's hurting badly.
I mean, this Meeple has absolutely boomed Bounty Hunters. It's boomed them. Portox purposely misses a super. He actually sends a super back behind Acre Lovers because he doesn't want to risk getting hit by a Rage Quit and just dying out in the open. So they've had to completely change their game plan just because of the presence of this Meeple, who is still causing them all sorts of headaches. 95% and counting. It feels like a matter of time before Acre Lovers just throw themselves at the point and hang around to win the round.
Yeah, I don't really trust in the ability of Bounty Hunters to defend at this rate. Lipizin going to get stunned. That's the gadget away for Fang, and Satisfier, Fire Murillo have just enough HP to stick it out till the end. It'll be a mid-set lead here for Acre Lovers. It's 1 set apiece for both of our combatants, and it would be really unexpected to see Acre Lovers break ahead with a set victory and go 2 versus 1. This one really convinced me, honestly, just the way that they played this. I feel like we consistently saw Bounty Hunters crowded into one little point here. We'll see if they allow that to happen again.
They just look nervous about moving up onto the point, and they don't really have a way to force out the Meeple gadget for free. I think they know now that it's not mentioned, that's for sure. Lipzine does get flattened, so there are obviously multiple ways to stun up that alley, which is good. But we need to see more than just dipping a toe in theory there. This is how the control comp wants to play Hot Zone, right? Never fully committing, just making sure they're eking out incremental advantages here. But if Acre Lovers get control, it's hard to wrest it back.
I think also the way that Bounty Hunters are playing around this is they just want 1 kill and then they'll play aggro. Well, that's going to be the gadget baited out from Fire Murillo. That's the kill on Lipizin. Now Portox gets to go ham. Who cares if Fire Murillo gets a kill? Bounty Hunters are on this point and they're here to stay.
No, that Meeple gadget's too early. I mean, you immediately get the green light over towards the Fang to just jump in with that super, and that's exactly what he did. He didn't have the stun gadget, but he didn't need it. He had enough damage to burst the Poco down. Here's Lipizin, though. That's a good elimination. 1 more would have been great, but it eats the mute button out of the Otis instead. And here's Meeple Super, forcing Prosy into the corner, and eventually he'll be brought down.
Okay, Portox also hit by the gadget, and now Acre Lovers have their abilities in cycle. That's going to be difficult for Fang to get that back, but if Lipizin just serves some supercharge to his front door, then maybe it won't. Also, Portox equipped with his hypercharge now. Fire Murillo the same. Yeah, you can tell he was just 1 shot off of super. They'll get to walk all over these walls and walk through them, in fact, as well, but it hasn't really played to their advantage so much. Bounty Hunters just took advantage of a slow moment to go for lane rotations, but Portox cannot take down Lipizin. No one's really aware of his position. They decide not to pursue.
And safe to say that Rage Quit is back online, so simply diving in that direction is not going to be enough, and Portox has found that out the hard way. Ooh, low in health. Yep, nice little super there from Satisfyer. Prosy going to come in with a hypercharge, though. And that's pretty tough to deal with the Poco. Completely outranged and forced off, and now Bounty Hunters have got themselves back into the lead. This one could be a photo finish, folks. Fire Murillo has a super, but it's a terrible spot to make use of it. Lipizin is going to be knocked back by Prosy. There was the real hypercharge this time for Ems, and that'll get Bounty Hunters the round.
Wonderful stuff. Again, it's all playing around the tempo of those Meeple gadgets. That's what dictates when Fang can go in. And he got proper support from his team this time where he went in for the super. He did get stunned, but so much attention was dragged away from him that he actually managed to cycle his super and then kill Meeple that way. And in the end, it was a trade, but as long as you can get that defender out of there, it enables the assassin. We'll see how quickly he gets super this time because that was the primary driver of pace in the last game.
Lipizin really wanted to go for it, even though he got tapped down to half there. That feels like a little preemptive, perhaps. Satisfyer will be pinched here one way or another, and that Rage Quit doesn't quite reach Portox and deny the dive of the Fang.
Okay, another attack from the Rogue Alligator looking for a snack on Prosy, or perhaps not, just trying to stay inside, looking for Wesley. Nearly got it, but dropped him to 320 HP. It's enough to keep him back for a little bit longer. Portox, though, is ready to snap up a kill. They are at a serious deficit right now, but the faster Portox can get that super back up and running, the batter even manages to take down Ali with perfect timing on the gadget.
Okay, Acre Lovers do have a bit of a buffer here in terms of that percentage lead, so they just don't want to get picked off out of phase, and this is good. Fire Murillo here does take a bunch of damage, but the door is wide open for Lipizin to walk up in and raid the cookie jar. Wesley's lucky to be alive, but this is more percentage now, going over to the red side.
So this is going to be kind of expensive for Bounty Hunters to push out of. They need to find this alley, which they know is in the bush. Wesley going to go for the hypercharge. It's wonderful timing. And also the Rage Quit baited out from Fire Murillo. Holding my breath here. Could Satisfyer manage to rebuff this entire push? Yes, it looks so. Could this be Acre Lovers taking the lead? They only need 15 more %.
This healing is such a problem for Bounty Hunters to try and cut through. 86 plays 39. Here's another dive from Lipizin. Will be denied. But Fire Murillo and Satisfyer are in no hurry. Prosy needs to be respectful here. We have a weird and wacky Poco push-up that ends up being a trade. Lipizin is back here. Makes great use of the waterway to try and dive. And now Fire Murillo just gets what he can. Whatever you can pick up here without mansions to break line of sight. Stun there, very hastily used by Portox. He gets brought down, and that is the set, folks. Acre Lovers have prevailed. They deal nicely with their Fang. And I've got to respect it. Really nice work of that control cop with the Poco in there to make them extra hard to tear down.
Really, really tight there at the end, by the way. I think Bounty Hunters totally could have gotten that towards the end. You saw Fang supering in, and he would have cycled the super, I believe, had he managed to get the last hit using his super. The only issue was the enemy was dead by the time he got there. I think there was potential for this to be a photo finish favoring Bounty Hunters, but Acre Lovers played it that much better. They had the control, and they also reliably had Lipizin in amazing position. Just look what he's able to do on the backlines over here. Obviously rebuffed by the entire team, but it was really expensive to deal with. Cost him an entire M super, cost him a Fang super that they weren't able to cycle off of that also.
There's a really fine line. Like, you need to do more than just go 1-for-1 on Ali. When you, like, pick that brawler, you need to go, like, get a kill and then take someone low enough to force them out of the way. That's a virtual 1v2 for all intents and purposes on this map. Looking at the stats here, great showing from Wesley. Obviously, he's doing a great job of putting damage down. Obviously, someone who needs to shut this alley down with regularity. The Fire looked really good. I think that this comp, honestly, from Acre Lovers rather, looked like on paper a little bit shaky, a little bit weaker here. But the way they executed was fantastic.
What I learned today is that you cannot pick Fang if Meeple is still on the board. That Rage Quit came out every single time. Fang to try to do anything, and it stops him in his tracks. He can't even reach his opponents to actually get his gadget off. So really well played by Acre Lovers, not only in the draft, but also in the game itself. This is so exciting because they now have the opportunity to pull off one of the greatest upsets in all of the history of the BSC, a 9th seed winning a grand finals. Here we have Bounty Hunters sitting with more than double the amount of points from Acre Lovers. On paper, they should smoke them in a 3-0.
This is a Bounty Hunters also freshly returned from land. So this is, in theory, the strongest they should be. And also, it looks like they've been putting in the effort also. They are about to be shown up by Acre Lovers here. They are 1 set behind. They're 1 lost set away from being defeated and yielding to Acre Lovers. But you can still see this is Bounty Hunters being bested, but still in a fairly decent spot.
Meeple's banned, interestingly enough, by Acre Lovers here. So they're the ones that take that out. Now, I assume they have the data and would know that Fang has been picked by Bounty Hunters on this map on a couple of occasions. They actually really enjoy taking this brawler anywhere they can. So they have functionally banned the one true counter, at least that we've seen, to that brawler. Have to hope it doesn't pop up here. It doesn't feel great first pick Fang. So in theory, you also have a chance to pick it yourself if your opponent doesn't take it in the first rotation. But that would be, might be a bit audacious, especially into the Charlie, who can stop you in your tracks as well.
Pinel Punt, a map all about mid-control once again. Picking up the Charlie does enable you to pick up something aggressive still. Now, is it going to be that 3rd pick or maybe coming in as last pick? They really, really rate a Buster. I've mentioned it before, and they didn't go for it in the end because we have too many counters on the right side. Now, Carl coming in here are decent. They picked it before on maps. Like, we've seen Carl more often in South America overall than on any other continent. And I don't really know why, but it seems to work out. Like, his win rate is fairly decent right side. Now still has the option to pick up the Ellie once more. They really, really love her. Still doesn't have the greatest win rate today, though.
Depending on what we see here.
Ready
the
for
Damien
the
gets picked up. I was
show.
going to say, they might try and go for a Buster last pick. I hate it into Damien if he's rash. So now they're going to have to answer this. And yeah, Poco snapped up instantly as well. So Acre are absolutely throwing the gauntlet down. They were like, okay, we've got a good tank counter, and now we have Poco plus Damien. You had better come up with an answer, and quick. And Charlie's fine. She doesn't stop that super from coming down from Damien.
Otis would be the best answer to the Damien, but he's already snatched up. I do want to set the stage once again. Acre Lovers, they did not qualify for the February monthly finals, and then 2 times in a row, they get dropped out in the quarter finals. In the April monthly finals, it has been against Bounty Hunters. They knocked them out in the quarterfinals already. Now they struggle against them in the grand finals.
It's crazy. It's an insane story here for Bounty Hunters. They could just be spectators to their own doom. Will this be the rise of Acre Lovers? Now, they have this Poco again. I think it's the correct accessory to the Damien. They've gotten rid of a good anti-tank. However, Nita is good in her own regard. Only issue is that, look, by dealing damage to this Damien, which is the only way that you get value as Nita, you must have your bear. You're going to be feeding him super. So it's a major, major issue. In close range versus Damien, I don't think you really have that amazing of odds, but you are going to be fantastic against literally everything else. Here's the initial push from mid, and so far, it's all success for Acre Lovers.
Barking to send me. I can't deal with it. It's just like stuck in my head. You don't really have enough damage to stop this comp is the issue. And you can see just how comfortable the Damien's able to look pushing up here. Also, what is the car supposed to achieve here?
It's just for Charlie Spiders. I think they just want the initial control of mid. Also got to note that the other great ways of getting mid, like Leon and Lumi, have been banned out. So this is really the best that they had, I think.
They have to Charlie on their team. They've picked them at base at the same time. That's the brutal part. Okay, Cocoon here on the Damien. So there's a window now. Prosy trying to step up. Here comes Portox spinning, and Damien's a little bit out of the play here. Portox can walk this up. A second, split second, and that would have made all the difference.
Really threaded the needle there. This is a Portox that Prosy has been talking about, his prowess on tanks, but now he's going to be met with one to the face. Satisfier, in spite of being Cocoon, will still pick up 2 kills, and Wesley really needs this super, but it's just not going to come. We'll see an entire team push through to deliver this ball across the line and tie things up.
Yeah, there's not really a great answer to the Damien here. We do at least have Hypercharge from the Charlie, but there's plenty of cleave to cut through those Spiderlings should they spawn up. Portox stunned up briefly. Satisfier apparently still respecting the damage output there, and that's a mute button going to be used over towards that Cocoon there. Prosy's going to be able to sleep through. Lipazine doesn't have the damage. Here come Bounty Hunters. Very solid comp. And get themselves his first game.
That entirely played off of Damien going very aggressive and ended up trading for that kill, which you need to be getting more than that. As Damien, we have seen the prowess it is able to exercise on this specific map, but your team must follow. We saw Damien go in. He had all the support of his team when he was able to be broken out of the Cocoon. That is what we needed to see, but with him taken down so early on, yeah, the rest of the comp is just going to get rolled over. That was also, by the way, a near failure for Bounty Hunters. They really wanted to Cocoon the Otis instead of the Poco. We'll see the fight for mid control once again. Acre Lovers staying just on the periphery of this mid donut of grass, but Bounty Hunters come out on top.
Portox has taken some ground already. Heat Eject is going to force Acre Lovers to respect this virtual line of scrimmage that has been drawn, and now they can get ever closer. Remember, the damage isn't really there for Acre Lovers. They can't really burst down any of the players trying to walk within, but Lipazine extracts the ball. Unfortunately, Damien got caught out in the open, brought down, and I think this is cooked as well. Not a great spot that Acre Lovers find themselves in, and Portox has the durability to walk it up.
Yeah, one shot from both of those brawlers that just respawned is not enough to deplete his maximum HP. We'll see the hypercharge out from Prosy. Takes over half of his health in pursuit, and can end up getting that 3-shot onto Fire Murillo. Now this is the angle on the right side. As soon as Bounty Hunters got a lead, Acre Lovers take it back over aggressive Nita plays.
And it's pretty clear to see how much hinges on a Damien super connecting. Within that super, you can pass the ball to the other edge, and Damien normally can convert a goal straight after. A lot of hypercharges being popped here, but Lipzine's going to be able to give a big darn shield to the rest of his team, and Prosy does not have the damage to break through it. That's that game here for Acre Lovers, taking themselves one away from victory here in this monthly final.
Match point coming in. So many surprises here, not just Acre Lovers, but I've never seen a shield that large in Brawl Stars, I'm pretty sure, like ever. So a whole lot of firsts here. It would be Acre Lovers' first victory as a team in the season. It would be quite a way to start off our weekend here as we visit South and North America. At the beginning of the summer split, we'll see the start of this one also goes to Acre Lovers. They get that mid positioning in the donut. But Satisfier is the first to fall, and now the remainders of the composition just have to hang on to the best of their ability. Doesn't seem like Bounty Hunters are in a hurry to get there, though.
Car super up here. Bounty Hunters do want to start to put some more pressure down. It's going to be met by a gadget, though, from Lipazine's Poco. Normally, who's on the tank? It's going to be Satisfier taking center stage this time around. Wesley has a Cocoon. I really feel like you might want to save that for another target, but Lipazine does get caught out after it. This is no way for Acre Lovers to get this map control. Satisfier needs super. Really, I mean, Fire Murillo does as well. We need to see Acre Lovers find a way to break out as they have lost the map control entirely. Poco super here, Wesley goes down. There'll be another player coming back out of that Cocoon. The ball is not in a position to convert a goal here. There's Satisfier. Bruce the Bear, though, holds vigil over that goal line play, and Lipazine will just drag him around.
Yeah, it's a setup for a cruel joke to put your Nita Bear on top of a Poco that's going to take like 8 hits to eliminate it. Whoa, super out of nowhere. Don't know if BH were expecting it, but they sure were able to shrug it off nice and easy, but they need a combo with enough DPS to get rid of Fire Murillo. It rings true. Now they have everything opened up, but will they be able to get away from Satisfier? 3 shots is going to be enough to get the knockback. They let him waste it on the Nita Bear, and Nita expires just in front of the goal.
You've got to respect the damage that Damien's able to put out. And Bounty Hunters didn't look like they really had an answer to push into that. Okay, Cocoon stops Acre Lovers from storming the field, but no one's quite scored yet. We're down to the last 50 seconds of the round. Limousine comes out, looking worse for wear. There's Satisfier. Big stuns up against the wall, and he'll charge his way through. Firemulo lines up a pass to him, but a hypercharge from Carl is going to be enough damage to nuke that Damien instantly.
Really loved that, by the way. Just excellent plays from Portox as he not only defends, but is going to go for yet another double kill. He's in position to upset this for Acre Lovers, but Satisfier stands by with his super, ready to pounce on the entire enemy team, but he needs the support. He needs these hypercharges and supers combined by his teammates. They just don't have it yet, and here it comes. Could be a huge super. No, stuck in the cocoon. This ball needs to move forward, but it just can't reach. Still 0-0. Looks like we're going to overtime.
7 seconds left in the round, but look at the map control. The Bounty Hunters have been able to maintain. The barriers are going to come down, yes, but they're going to be set up right in front of this Acre Lovers goal. And the red side had better have their wits about them. That's a shot in the corner. Prosy whips one out, and that will be a Brawl Ball set taken.
And we were so ready to call this one for Acre Lovers, honestly. They were, just one game away. They were at match point, able to upset Bounty Hunters. But Bounty Hunters, again, in a match where they're the favorites, will go all the way to set 5. It happened in the quarterfinals today. It could happen again, but the question remains, will they win? I'll tell you this much, though. We've seen Damien twice. It was both times here on Pinhole Punt, and neither time did it win.
Yeah, honestly, there was, I think, a lot of effective countermeasures into that. Even with the Poco healing, though, I would want to point out. So Bounty Hunters do draft a composition that is extremely suffocating, right? They want to play it slow. They've got Nita. They've got Charlie. They've even got Mikhail to lock you in your side of the map with heat ejector, give you like that high durability, high damage option if you just need to disrupt gameplay as well. Yeah, Portox certainly had his fair share of damage put out here, as did Wesley. Yeah, I'm sorry, Acre Lovers got beat up a little bit there, but that's the other side of the Damien coin, frankly.
Carl was a pretty early pick, and we don't really have a knockback outside of the Damien to actually get him out of super. Got a lot of damage down, a lot of kills, did a lot of work. Prosy, I think he could have scored earlier in that round, but he redeemed himself there with a really nice corner shot in overtime, so all good on his end. I really liked, in the end, what Bounty Hunter was showing us. I was also ready to call this one a Acre Lovers win, because the first round didn't really look like they had it all under control.
No, it was immediate control of mid for Damien, and then he was able to cycle out a super, and then it was curtains. But I was, again, very impressed by what Portox had to offer on that Carl. You can really see the flexibility that he has on that brawler, how well he knows this brawler when he not only is able to defend, he's able to get kills with his gadget, but also him getting kills on Otis mid-mute, right? You cannot be stuck out of that mute unless the Otis uses a hypercharge on you, just like, really good IQ plays there in Brawl Stars.
Now, Acre Lovers had one hand on the trophy already, but we are heading into set 5, so a grand finals that goes all the way. It is exactly what we wished for, really. I still kind of hope, at least my heart hopes, Acre Lovers is going to win this one. A new winner in this grand final in this region would be really, really nice. We're now heading over to Layer Cake, and Bounty Hunters haven't played this map so far. It's a random map chosen by neither of the two teams, but it was the pick from Acre Lovers in their match against Olympus Squad. And they did end up winning it 2-1, played Mortis, Naja and Ross. Now, Bounty Hunters have watched them play. In their shoes, would you just ban out those 3 brawlers?
I would think you probably need to target 2 of them.
Yeah.
Let the roughs go, but Mortis and Naja probably need to turn up in your bans here. Bounty Hunters have played this map a lot. They've tried some very weird comps. They tried to cook with this Juju Miko comp a couple of times, and they didn't win any of those here. But that was like something that popped up on my radar looking at their scrim results. This team wants to play Kenji or Kaze. Either one is fine. So if they can get like an early Kenji, you might even see them go for that. They've also dabbled in Ali in the past. Naja, it's actually the only brawler for them that gets a ban.
Mortis global banned.
That'll do it.
Well, let's see what they decide to go for the first selection. Mid positioning is going to be paramount, but Kaze has already been taken out in the ban phase, so clearly Acre Lovers planned a different method of acquiring it. Or maybe they just want to punish anyone getting close. There's the alley. This is one that you shouted out, Mitch, and it should get them that blue star.
One brawler that I'd seen a little bit from Bounty Hunters was like the Berry. Can be pretty effective, like with that Kenji to set him up. Kind of reminds me of like the old hot zone games that used to like Berry Kenji or Berry some kind of tank, like a Meg, for example. Don't know if that's going to have a lot of value here, but I do want to point out that like Fierce is available. Still got that. He dodges the global bans. Obviously great on this map. But yeah, the first pick Kenji, right? If Kaze's not available, you will see Bounty Hunters try and build their comp around Kenji.
Ellie, dangerous to pick her up this early on. We still have a lot of counter potential on the left-hand side now. Picking up Kenji still means that Ellie will get the blue star though. Lumi coming in now, a lot of damage. Can deal with an Ellie if played right. If not standing in bushes, basically, is the answer here. On the right side, we still have a good draft so far. The Ellie isn't really countered out too much on the left side, which is surprising. Again, Ellie as first pick is usually a risky take.
Yeah, but you can also see that Acre Levers accounted for. No, you're not going to beat us to the blue star because we got rid of Kaze. No, you're not going to deny any ally aggression whatsoever because we got rid of Meeple. So now Bell makes an appearance for Acre Levers. I suppose there are other things like still on the field, like maybe Jean is possible. They also want to be able to punish the enemy side if they're clumping up outside.
Shade is banned out, but I mean, if I'm seeing Bell picked up here, I'm thinking, I just get pierced, get him in here.
Let
Also,
the weak be
Penny's up
crushed.
serious? Okay. How interesting. You now give yourself like pseudo thrower presence. It's not the most amount of damage, but it does mean you're going to be able to generate a large amount of those sort of shades here. I'm not thrilled about this pick. I'm not.
He's good into Genji. Again, put the shadows up against him as a wall sorta, and I was pointing to Reddy actually to maybe pick up Penny here at this point. I still feel like Sirius is a really good answer to it. So picking up Sirius here also makes it so the opponents can't really pick up that good brawler. Penny would have been fine into Ellie and also Bell. We saw that matchup earlier. Carl is going to come out once more. This really is a Bounty Hunter's favorite. I don't mind it, honestly. We'll have some mobility if he does play this gadget.
Look,
Not the most range into Bell, fine into Sirius though. The shadows are no issue. Like
Would you flying hook for the blue star
here?
here?
You can get rid of those Sirius shadows so easily.
Because if you flying hook for the blue star, then you force Bell to be on the offensive early in the
And
game.
you're faster than Ellie.
Okay, I hit eject is great also to like shut down power plays and like you be oppressive with map control, but you've got Kenji. Like, I don't get it. You just want to get that early lead and maybe punish them, but oh my god, Prozy's still too slow. That's crazy, bro. Oh my goodness. Ali's quick with it.
Yeah, I still think, though, that like Prozy can play aggro into this. Like, against Satisfier, he has piercing damage. I think these shades are going to be quite worthless. Like, maybe as a way of responding to Portox, but still, he's all up in their defense. Prozy's going to look for two. Instead, can't actually. Lipizin's going to be hopping over all of this water. And what? You're kidding me? Wesley's still able to get the kill. That was a very profitable offense for Bounty Hunter.
The schmooze, unreal. Fire like flattened by the Morning Stars there, and here comes Portox, healthy, ready to rumble. Lipizin at best could secure a trade here. Prozy wants more than that. Satisfier is in deep trouble, and that's a hypercharged super for the Carl for those Kim track at home. And another blast beat connects to the Fire Marilla. He's getting farmed.
What a switcheroo here for Bounty Hunters. They lose that blue star, but they're ready to chase Acre Levers all the way to their own spawn and then cover their tracks all the way back home. They've got a pretty serious lead right now, and Acre Levers cannot afford to die. Just one death. Doesn't matter from whom. In all likelihood, it would be Lipizin, right? It would send them to a match point for Bounty Hunters after having it for themselves. That's a hypercharged connection from Fire Marilla. Portox ready to go for the kill. Only gets one connection now on the right side. Satisfier completely vulnerable. And now that's a match point for Bounty Hunters.
What are AK Lovers doing giving map control to Illumi with that Grim and Frostbitten gadget? Like, you are asking to get absolutely rinsed. As it happens, they have to fall back into their spawn. They just don't have great trades in mid. They take a lot of poke damage. They got the blue star, great. They expose themselves pretty heavily after it, and they get hit by 2 consecutive Lumi supers. Rough.
Lip is in once more, going for the blue star, but Acre Lovers are going to try and stand their ground more than they did last time in all likelihood. Also, nest egg on the ground for any willing recipient if Portox decides to path through it. Looks a little unlikely here. The Grim and Frostbitten down at corners. Lip is in on the right side, but probably the worst person to corner, so they're just going for what they can with the gadget.
The ground is not really being stood though, is it here? Portox might have been off a bit more than he could chew though. Okay, Fire Murillo down. Oh, carnage! Satisfier on the backside is brought to heel, and Prozy is able to get away with literal bloody murder.
And Fire Murillo didn't manage to connect his mark around the left side. It hit the wall, actually. That one really hurts. Can't hit anything either, in spite of the choice to stay inside of the ice from Lumi. See Acre Lovers, though, in unison move forward. Lipizin doesn't want to give away the blue star, but he has to make a move over here. He's able to leap over. Now going to go for the full rage in Hunter mode, trying to bait out some of the shots. Here comes a hypercharge from Prosy. He knows he's got one kill there on the Shade. Doesn't really end up being worth much, and nothing either from Portox as they're in hot pursuit of Acre Lovers with their newly acquired blue star.
4-4, even game. Prosy back into mid here as Wesley wants to play hyper-aggressive, or maybe he's aware of the fact that the alley is hunting and he was very much alone. Choosing to isolate himself from his teammates there, making it an easy pickup.
Everyone from Acre Lovers bunched up. Bounty Hunters just on their haunches, ready to pounce. Still waiting for the perfect moment for someone to pinch themselves into a corner. Look at also the position from Satisfyer. He's putting his shades in the corner where they're not easy to touch. It's going to be a missed super for Wesley, but the execute has already been called. Too late to nail now. Prosy going to go for it, but ends up with nothing. Fire Murillo now taken down, but everyone is cornered over here. Satisfyer has to keep in the right. It works out with the Kenji shades, and it's such a lead right now for Acre Lovers. 5 seconds to go. Portox and Wesley need so much, but it's just not possible. We're going a double match point.
And in insane fashion as well. It looked like Acre Lovers were boomed after that first round. They were not in it. They lost to 21-star lead, right? That's not how we normally see these bounty games resolve. But man, they really found a composure in that second round. Came back, obviously against a very threatening control-based comp. They used the alley to perfection, and we've got ourselves a real game here. This one, folks, is going all the way. Of course, the blue star picked up by Lipizin, unpunished for pushing up early.
Bounty Hunter's still waiting for a chance to push in. Portox going to get punished, has to escape, but can't this time. Acre Lovers with 3-0. It's the best start that they've had in this set just yet. Now, Bounty Hunters did manage to mount an attack towards the end of the last game, but they got tapped up. Even Prosy on this Carl was caught out on the right side with some shades that had range. They're not all melee shades, but, well, okay, I spoke too soon. It's a bunch of Kenjis on the back lines all patrolling.
Looking lean and mean.
Yeah.
Getting tucked in the corner now, of course, without any throwers. Bounty Hunters can't really impact them. Some good Carl damage there, though. Definitely something to write home about, as Fire Murillo is feeling the pinch. Grim and Frostbitten could complicate this. The shades are now dealt with, so that's one piece of the puzzle. Fire Murillo low. Prosy does have that super pushed out of him. Portox does want to overcommit to this. Big damage taken. There it is, though. Carefully, Fire Murillo picked off. Wesley is marked up, but Lipizin can't quite get to grips with Bounty Hunters. They don't have the lead, Bounty Hunters. They're happy enough just to back away with those couple of stars, but they've still got some catching up to do.
Yeah, they've conceded so much territory, and Acre Lovers have oodles and oodles of room to back up. Satisfyer could get cut out on the right side, but no one's really interested in engaging. Not when the Kenji shades are ready to push you away. Portox is also going to have a real fun time with this slow on the left side. And kind of a weak, half-hearted attempt from Acre Lovers at pushing that back. They just got to stay on defense now. 1-star separation. It's their monthly final to win.
Grim Frostbitten going to deny any advance here for Acre Lovers, but Lipizin is already behind enemy lines. Back to safety now. Satisfyer got picked off, though. Wesley finally able to get something done. And now Lipizin knows he's got to go forward, but where? What's the ideal target? Certainly not the hypercharged Super Carl. Even marked up as he is, it's going to be a problem getting through the protective pirouette, rather. As Lipizin falling. Fire Murillo knows it is over. Bounty Hunters once again ascend to the throne. And the young upstarts, Acre Lovers, will have to wait another month.
They traveled all the way to Berlin, and back within, they brought all the tricks that they learned along the way.
I hate Arsenal. Don't show me that. Get them out.
Look, if you win a monthly final, you get to put whatever you want on the screen.
Cries in Liverpool. Still, I mean, incredible stuff here from Bounty Hunters, and a great bounce back. They are playing, honestly, a set where there's not as many glaring draft issues that we've seen across, a few of the other series that got us here. A lot of great options. I think the Carl is a very, very brazen pick. Last pick in that, I was thinking like another sharpshooter, like you just play the Pierce and be oppressive and win the game that way. But I like this little bait and switch. It doesn't work out in the end because Lipizin goes forward. He knows when they're getting dived. He himself has to dive. He needs to go, 2 for 1 potentially. And with Portox out of the way, it feels like that's quite achievable. Really impressed with the composure we've seen from this Acre Lovers team. The stamina they showed over the course of the day. There's a new star rising in South America from a very unexpected quadrant of the sky.
And they have beaten most of the top of South America. Today, Pizza Congelada fell to them. Olympus squad on 4th at the moment. third, actually, because Pizza
That's
Controlava
correct.
dropped Loud as well in the quarterfinal. So they beat the second seed, the third seed, and now take the last and first seed of the region into the fifth set. Make it a double match point as well. Look at this. An insane run for Acre Lovers. So I really hope they're celebrating despite not winning the grand finals. This is a huge success for a team like Acre Lovers, and I can't wait to see them again in July.
I'm very much looking forward to it. What a return to form for them also. Acre Lovers, you know, come in having a 0-3 record versus Bounty Hunters in the monthly qualifier, and then still manage to take it all the way to the end. It's pretty nice, but I'm noticing that our button is getting like a little like dusty.
Yeah,
I feel like I should.
It's pretty sensitive. I can't remember. I'm just doing it.
I
That's
just had
crazy.
to, y'all. You think we were going to let you walk away without any points for sticking it all the way through the monthly final? No, not a chance.
I didn't get to headbutt it in the end, though, but I'm kind of happy about that.
There's always tomorrow.
There's a lot of forehead to use here, folks. So, all right, I'll be able to save it for later. We talked about momentum. I think it's really important. Like, yeah, it was a 0-3 result for this team against Olympus. What I think in the qualifier? Against Acre Lovers. 4 Acre Lovers against Bounty Hunters in the qualifiers. I got there in the end. Very different result today. I think they take from that experience, but also it's match conditions. You're riding a high. You've got winner in your sails. And now you realize you can push the best in this region to the very limit. That confidence, that, I don't know, vindication for you is something that doesn't just fade month to month. It's something that stays with you. And now they realize if they want to be the best, they got to beat the best, and they almost did it.
So, again, I really hope they're celebrating anyway. In the scrims, they didn't look as strong as they did today, so they can perform when it matters, even in front of cameras and, yeah, in front of Spoo asking some weird questions coming into today. But they really did super, super well. I'm happy for them. And, yeah, taking them to the very last set and a double match point is an insane feat in itself. This region got shaken up quite a bit today. We had some top seeds dropping out. Bounty Hunters have extended their lead coming in today. They were only 22 points ahead. Now it's almost 100 points in front of Pizza Controlada. They're still standing in that second seat. They have a little bit of a buffer coming from the Brawl Cup. But we do have a little switch there in... do we actually not? Even though Loud has lost in the quarterfinals,
Yeah,
they're still very
because Olympo
points.
squad bombed out in that semi, right? So
Oh, that
that's
hurts.
why. Remember, like,
Olympus
even
squad.
being in the quarterfinals is worth more points now. So, like, the participation awards have also increased. But you will notice that Acre Lovers have snuck up onto that leaderboard just quietly. So, and a healthy 60 points gain for them is going to put them right in the conversation. It's a very steep climb, though, with only a few weeks left. Like, you certainly need to get cracking on this. But again, this region continues to stay interesting. Now that LCQ spot, by the way, super highly contested between Olympo Squad, Loud, and even some of the lower teams there. So no guarantees. We might have a world where we don't even see Loud at an LCQ.
Wow.
Yeah, even Bounty Hunters could still drop out if they don't even make it to the monthly finals in the next 2 months. So everything is still open. Acre Lovers doing a lot better now, and the only change they made to their roster was bringing Lipizin in. He did super well. I'm sure this roster is going to stay that way now.
Yeah, holy value on that trade right there. Yeah, and all the roster mania that's happened post-Brawl Cup, we see some clear victors also, and they pulled off the upsets today. So keep your eyes on those as they make a break for the top 4 on the leaderboard too.
Now we want to have a quick look also at our North American schedule. We have 4 banger matches for you to begin with, and hopefully another upset on the way. I would like to see a new grand finalist also in this region.
It would be nice. I would like to see Tribe Gaming finally take one because they've, reliably made top 2, but have
Touched
been
the nerve
denied
straight
the
away.
gates every single time.
Yeah, that team is quality as well, and I thought that they did pretty well, like a Brawl Cup. I think they've got the potential to be strong on the international stage. We get an FA Bobby versus Vic Day matchup to start things off. It's our second game of the day. It's a region that's steeped in drama and not a lot of results, so hopefully more of the second, less of the first this month, guys. Please.
If you want to be part of the first group to talk about all the NA drama that comes out tomorrow, if you want to see those 2 beautiful faces and Spoo again, you better tune in tomorrow once more. Same time, same place. You find us here.